All right, welcome everybody to episode 19 of the RF Generation Collectorcast. And as usual, I am your huggable, lovable, all-around great guy host, Mr. Duke Togo. Woo. And joining me is a man that really loves his pirates and their booty, Mr. Wild Bill.
Yep. Oh, I thought you were going with the other gentleman.
Yeah, thanks for doing that the right way.
I couldn't be happier with pirates, and I'm sure we'll explore that more in the coming 20 shows.
And from the Great White North is a man that absolutely despises booty of all kinds, Mr. Crabmaster.
Most kinds.
Hey, Krabby.
Most.
No booty for you?
Most kinds, not all kinds.
Well, people are probably scratching their heads, but before the show we were talking about the love and or hate of pirate games, but that's probably neither here nor there.
We really should have been recording it. That was a pretty good conversation.
I'm sure probably at some point in time we'll probably spill back into something like that. But as we like to usually start the show out, a couple different places that you can find the show. So, number one, Bill, can you remember? It's been so long. Where can people find the show?
I know. Well, there's the place where they found it, way back when. It was on rfgeneration.com.
The who's of what's it?
rfgeneration.com. It's a website that is up sometimes.
More often than not, maybe.
Yes.
I think. Very good, very good. And Krabby, you've been absent. You missed a whole show. Kind of disappointed in you. So can you remember where else you can find us?
I want to thank you guys first for picking up the slack while I was gone. It turned out awesome. It was fun to listen to it without going through any of the work to make it. It was interesting.
It's probably pretty terrible without you, but it's okay.
Well, I heard most of it. Every time I heard 32X, I kind of dozed off, but I came back and then I'd hear it again. And so I got some of it.
Right. So where could people find that 32X episode if they want to go back and listen to it?
Well, as long as it doesn't get pulled from YouTube for having video game-related content, it might be on there.
Dope!
Ooh, topical.
Didn't expect that, did you?
No, so far so good. I've checked so far. All of the stuff is still there.
But isn't it... I haven't read too many of the stories. Is it like any video game content ever? Or I would imagine it's just stuff that's like currently being produced and sold. They have problems with.
No, the guy that does Classic Game Room, Mark, he's decided to leave YouTube. And, Classic Game Room's been around for a long time, pretty popular show, lots of subscribers. So I guess they really flagged a bunch of his stuff. And he's got, a lot of classics.
It's really weird.
Yeah, not sure. I mean, from what I understand, there's a whole lot of people that got a lot of content flagged. So, my hope is anyway that they'll get sorted out one way or another, right?
Yeah. It's just really odd. Like I don't understand any of that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, from what little bits that I gather, because I'm not sure if YouTube's come out and actually said anything about the whole matter, but I think they've got some sort of new software to go through and try to find like copyrighted materials. I don't think it's necessarily these companies are like going and scouring through all these videos and flagging them manually or anything, but I'm going to guess this probably just has to do with their software. And from what I understand, it's, like a lot of it has to do with like the sound.
Yeah, I ever tell you I got banned from selling on Amazon.com and they didn't give me a reason and there's no appeal process?
No.
Yeah. So it makes me think of that. Like, hey, why was I flagged? We have a computer program that like goes through and does it. So like, who knows how it was flagging when we had them doing that stuff. But yeah, like I got a thing. It said like, we regret to inform you've been banned from selling on Amazon. And I was like, well, what'd I do? And like, there's no reply. There's no email us. There's no like, if you think you've received this message in error, like literally nothing. And I did some Google searching and like a whole bunch of people, everyone's like, yo, I just get banned from selling on Amazon. They didn't tell me why.
Mr. Bezos has spoken.
Yeah, so I took my business to eBay. So, and everyone, and like, I buy stuff on Amazon still, because I guess where you buy things and like on Earth.
They don't need you anymore. They got drones coming.
and they keep asking me like, "Oh, like, do you want to review your purchase?" And I know I'm not helping Amazon with that. I'm helping like the product people are selling, but like I don't do anything Amazon asks me anymore.
You're such a hard ass, Bill.
No, not really.
Just living the pirate life.
Exactly. You know who are hard asses? Pirates. Especially when you upgrade your hull and like get the heavy shot, the elite heavy shot. Oh, you are unstoppable. You never thought you'd sink Man of Wars, and you are sinking them.
All right. So I think at some point in time we were telling people how to find the show. So Bill, if a pirate wanted to listen to the show, where could that pirate find the show?
You want to know where you're not going to find it? Amazon.com. So don't go there.
Not unless if you're listening to this some point in the future when somehow we're doing this on Amazon.com. But
yeah, no, if we get acquired by them, totally go to Amazon. Check them out. They're really cool.
All right. Somehow I think I've lost control of this conversation. But Bill, where can people find us?
iTunes, right? We're still on iTunes.
We are still on iTunes. We haven't got kicked off there yet.
No, we better not have any video game related content on there.
Krabby, can you think of some more?
Oh yeah, we can be on the old Stitcher.
We are on Stitcher Smart Radio. Download the app and try it. Lord knows I haven't. I know it's there. I look at the stats, but I haven't tried it yet. I appreciate you people that do. I mean, it must work because people listen to the show there.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can find us at collectorcast.com.
Yep. I got a curveball if you'll allow me to throw one more in.
Oh, yeah, okay.
You can use your favorite podcast app that supports RSS feeds and point it to collectorcast.com.
Wow, that's the future.
Yep.
I don't know how that voodoo magic works, but
Nope.
I'm glad it does.
I can't read RSSs. Your phone can, though.
Very, very good. Well, as you can tell, we haven't been talking to each other here lately, far nearly enough. So
didn't we miss one?
Well, it's been a little while. It's all right. Krabby's been otherwise preoccupied, but that's good. That allows us to segue to our main topic.
Absolutely. See, most people thought that was Krabby saying that just now.
Yeah.
No
Just
one
a little
thought
that.
Because that's his word.
No one thought
that's
that.
That's because Bill's stealing things like a dirty pirate now.
Darr.
Gar.
All right, so for those of you that may not know, our own wonderful Crabmaster has gone into the retail biz, right?
I have, yes.
And those of you that listened to the very end of the last episode heard the little interview piece, which came out really great, right?
You like that?
Yeah, I think it turned out really well.
It was kind of on the spot, so I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
One of our new members on the boards was also featured at the end of it there.
Yeah, was that Mike?
That was Engineer Mike, yeah.
All right. Well, now he's immortalized on the Collectorcast or something like that.
He's already come in complaining of the marriage proposals.
I was going to say, it was on local radio, so it's a good thing that we broadcast it, or else it would have just ended up in obscurity somewhere. Yeah. But I remember that morning, Krabby was texting Duke and I, and he was saying like, "Hey, look, my interview's about to air," and we're like, "What station is it?" And he told us, and I think both of us were at work at the time. It was like 9-10 in the morning, and we both, or our Eastern rather, and we both ended up finding some way to live stream that radio station on our work computers, so we were actually able to listen to it when it broadcast. It was really cool. It was a really good spot.
Unless you're my employer, in which I didn't do that at all.
Yeah, Amazon doesn't allow that crap.
But so for those that listened a little bit, again heard a little bit about it. So Krabby, we're going to kind of talk a little bit about, being in the retail game reseller business, right?
Absolutely. I'm a filthy reseller now.
Yeah,
Still
I mean,
a step
so,
above a pirate, though.
No. Like a filthy reseller, those people are literally filthy.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you know when... Yeah, I mean, like...
I'm with you.
I've bought from those people.
Yeah, the stories that I've heard from, from you, so I hope you're telling the truth, but, like, you know, when people come in and, like, they have really good stuff, and you're like, you try to give them as best price as you can, but you gotta resell it and everything. Wasn't there a story where you felt really bad that you didn't give someone enough money, so the next time they came to the store, you gave them more money?
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah, that's not a filthy reseller. That's the right kind.
They were pretty surprised. It was nice to to see them back the next day.
So how many video game systems with roaches in them have you got yet?
Actually, none so far.
Oh, you're lucky,
No,
man.
the odd spider
None with
web,
bugs.
but no roaches yet.
I hear horror stories when I go into the local game store.
Nothing. Yeah, nothing.
They tell me like there's always a smell.
I had one lady
goes-
call me on the phone and say, you know, I think my son spilled something on my Nintendo. Can you fix it? I said, I really don't know. I need to take a look at it first. And so she brought it in and passed it to me. And after passing it to me, she said, I don't think he spilled anything on it. I think he pissed on it.
Did she say that word?
Yes. I would not have chosen that word if she didn't say
Yeah. Is that how people talk up there? Is this the kind of place you're running?
They're pretty rough crew up here.
What's the polite way? Is it would be my child urinated on my
Yeah,
Nintendo?
have some class.
Yeah. or like, you know, she could have whispered it so that
Oh,
you
no.
know, to make it
She
seem
said
like
it
she was
loud.
decent. Like, I think you
How about if someone were to wee on their Nintendo?
That's exactly
Get it?
what happened.
You like what I did there?
Was it a Wii?
No, it was like an NES.
Oh, okay. Because if it was a Wii, then he did the right thing. You can
was it
send the hate
salvageable?
mail right over to me on RF10.
Did you take it in and try to fix it?
I opened it up and took a look. Yeah, I wasn't gonna.
So wait, did you say she waited until she handed it to you,
Yep.
so your hands were
Yeah,
touching
she
it
waited till
before
after
she
I was
said?
holding it. Yeah, that's why
I just put that together. It's like, wait a minute.
I keep a nice big jar of Lysol wipes right next to me at all times. There,
So while you're holding this thing, did you just kind of stare at it for a minute, like, really?
no, I just put it
Yeah,
down and pulled a wipe out and started wiping while we were still talking about it.
Time would have frozen for me in the stare that I give this woman.
You have a kid on the way, Bill. That kind of stuff won't phase you for long.
Yeah,
that
that's
could be
true.
like a scene straight out of like Clerks 4 or something.
I was telling Duke off air earlier about the poop smell in the parking lot today, which is more pungent than anything I've ever smelled. So, and then Sarah said the same thing. She's like, "Well, get used to it."
Yep.
Oh yeah, there you go. You got it coming, buddy.
That's too okay. So once you Lysol wipe your hands,
Yep.
Then it's time to get down and see what's going on with this thing.
Yep.
And what was the prognosis, doctor?
It was not good. There was a lot of fluid still inside the machine.
So it's like sloshing around.
Oh, it's fantastic.
And at what point did you just hand it back to her?
No, like I opened it up after she was gone. Like she just dropped it off with me.
Now, here's the funny part, though, right? You have to turn those upside down.
Yeah,
Take them apart.
it was still dripping.
So you call her hours later, like, listen, I don't know how liquid is still pouring out of this thing.
It didn't stink. I don't think it was urine. I don't know
Was
what it
it
was.
Was it her son, grandson? Whose was it?
Her son.
Her son? Did you call her up and say, listen, I think your son has a serious vitamin deficiency? Because this urine is not testing the way that most of the Wii urine that we test comes back from the lab.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, that is great.
That's horrible. Did you say, but I can make you a great deal on a... See, I think I would have just set it down on the table and went, I have these Nintendos for sale.
Well, I wanted to take a look first. I promised her I would, and yeah, I think I ended up selling her another one down the road.
Now, did you even bother once you saw the urine?
Yeah,
all in the
once
bottom
it
of
was wet, like I told her like it's probably toast. I'm gonna have to keep it for a couple days to like even dry it off and try it without electrocuting myself.
Right.
I'm gonna bet you it works.
Is it cool if we go into like 30 seconds of how you would actually handle this if you encounter this with your electronics?
What if your child pees on them?
I mean, it could be pee, or it could just be like, wet, or like, like a vase tips over and spills on a console. I mean, you're right. Like if water gets on your electronic parts that, creates, obviously water being conductive, if it creates something where something shorts out or burns out, that's definitely really bad. But if the device was off when this happened and you unplug it, or just make sure that like no power goes to it, there's a really good chance you can just, open that up, take the components apart, let them dry. I use Simple Green on older like electronics, like arcade monitor parts. Right in a spray bottle, I'll spray it like right on components, boards. You got to give it like a good week to kind of like dry off after that, but it's amazing on like makes old PCBs look really nice, gets like the grime off them. So, I mean, something like that. I don't know if it's worth that much effort to save, something that's so common. But, if someone's got like, Turbo Duo, like, some crazy thing that like, had a bucket of water poured on it while it wasn't on, you could probably still save that.
Oh yeah, I've washed keyboards in a tub of water. I mean, as long as you let them dry out, everything's fine.
I cover my Turbo Duo in cellophane when I'm not playing it.
That's probably a good plan. All right, so let's rewind a little bit for a minute. Let's start from the top. So, all right, Krabby. So first off, I guess, what in God's name really led you down this path? What made you say, you know what, forget it, I want to get in this biz?
I'm just, I guess, complaining so much that there wasn't anything up here. I couldn't quite understand why, because most other decent-sized cities have one, even smaller cities than Prince George, where I live. So I thought it was at least worth a shot. See if it was a sustainable thing up here.
And you thought GameStop just not cutting it?
No, like, we want the older stuff, right?
Oh sure, yeah.
And they're very corporate, so they've got limitations on things they can do for people.
Right. Whereas you can be
Do whatever I want. Yeah.
Yeah, the be all end all. Right.
Yeah.
I always thought it was weird. Like, you go into a GameStop and you're like, "Hey, do you have this?" And they're like, "Oh no, sorry, man. Like, we get deliveries like every day. Check back a lot." And I was like, "Well, I mean, would you mind? I'm right around the corner. Would you mind calling me? Like, if you get it in?" And they're like, "Well, can't really do. Like, if we did that, we'd have to do that for everybody. And like, it just doesn't feel like if it was a shop around the corner." And like some dude just running it, he'd be like, "Yeah, sure, man, I'll call you," because like that's a sale.
Yeah.
It just doesn't feel like that at most places.
Oh yeah, local guys at the store here, yeah, they'll give me a call when something cool comes in. I mean, out of the blue, just, "Hey, I have no idea if you're interested in this, but check it out."
I've got quite a few customers' profiles on my cell phone now, so I can text them if something they come in is looking for. I can even send them pictures, see if they want it in that kind of shape that it comes in at.
Yeah. So Crab, did you consider? You obviously went your own route and you decided, okay, this is going to be my own store, my own brand. Came up with the name, came up with the the marketing, the branding, all that stuff. Did you at any point consider going franchise?
No, that wasn't an option.
Okay. And is that because of money or because it just wasn't what you wanted to do?
It just wasn't what I wanted to do. Yeah, I didn't want any of that. Like, I know the franchises aren't too terrible with the corporate structure like in EB Games or GameStop, but I didn't want any of that at all. Like, I wanted to be able to move and mold the store as I saw as like whatever people wanted when they came in. If we needed to change, like, because we've got a pretty decent like little arcade in there now because people are actually coming in and throwing quarters in the machines. I don't know if I would have had room for that if I did like a franchise thing and they had like set layouts and stuff for the store.
So, you want to tell everybody, what the name of the store is and all that?
It's Game Quest in Prince George, British Columbia.
Yeah, and get a Facebook page, right?
Absolutely. It's been amazing, actually, the Facebook page. That's where most of my referrals come from is people looking at posts on their friends' Facebook pages.
Now, does your store's Facebook page think that it's better than us with its like 900 likes?
Yes, it absolutely does. No, when I was doing the Facebook page at first, actually before I even opened the store, I put out a little like survey on Kijiji, asking people like what part of town they lived in, what systems they were most interested in, what the best way for them to keep in touch with the store was for new stock, new events, that kind of stuff. And about 90% of the responses had Facebook on them. So I finally broke down and made a Facebook page and did that up. And there was a couple other stores in town. One of them does like tabletop games, and the other one's like a pay-to-play kind of place. And so I was kind of modeling my Facebook after them, and they've both been open for about 5 years each. And they're both in the like mid hundreds for likes at that time. And so I was like, okay, if I can get, over 100 likes, we'll be doing all right. And it was like 2 days and I had like 200 likes. It was, I don't know how it kept spreading like it did, but then, yeah, it just kept going and going and going. And in 4 months, we're almost at 900 likes, like Bill was saying. And for a town this size, it's pretty awesome.
So do you think it was a lot of people just like you who were just frustrated there wasn't something cool, like you had always wanted, and then all of a sudden, the store just... did you have any idea that there was the market for the store that you were wanted to open?
No, like when we opened, my wife and I had our like budget for the end of the year, which would have been from September to December. And literally on the first day we were open, we doubled what we expected to bring in the 4 months.
Wow.
And that's still it's going. Like, it's not like, it's opened up great on the first day. It's been pretty steady for you the last few months.
Yeah, it's been awesome. Like the first day, it just blew us away because we thought maybe there'd be 10, 12 people waiting when we opened to grab some of the good stuff and leave, and then we'd just be dead the rest of the day because no one knew we were even existed. But we had a line up down our block around the corner, and I didn't move from the till for like the first 6 to 8 hours we were open just because there was no time to move. There's people kept bringing stuff to me like, want to buy this, want to buy this, want to buy this, want to buy this.
So in your first night, was it mostly people doing trade-in sales, or was it a nice even mix? Or
not a single trade in the first day. It was all just buy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
The next day, a few trade-ins started coming. I don't think I maybe advertised that part as well. So that one took like a week or two to kind of catch hold, but now people bring me tons of stuff all the time.
Yeah, no doubt. Tons. I see some of these things that happen, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, no, I've actually gotten pretty comfy with one of the managers at one of the 2EB games in town here, and she's literally like handing out business cards for me when people come in looking for old stuff or looking to trade in things they don't take anymore, or they need accessories or whatever.
So is that an in-kind thing? Are you trying to stay away from the newer stuff, or?
Yeah, I have no desire to get into that anytime soon.
All right, so you've kind of agreed to just let bygones be bygones.
Oh yeah, we're really friendly. There's 12 other stores in town that sell the new stuff, so I don't feel like I really need to jump into that market.
Right. So do you carry anything that's relatively modern, or are you just trying to just totally stay clear of it?
Like I don't bring anything new, but if people, like I've had Xbox One games traded in already, so sell those again. I sell some of the like Hyperkin products, like brand new sealed, like GameCube controllers and memory cards and things like that. But that's about as it for like new kind of stuff.
So again, I want to kind of go back. So you had this thought in your head, right? And then it seemed like it really came together pretty quickly, right?
Yeah, we kind of had this idea down the road. This is supposed to be like a more like probably even 6-7 years from now type thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I had a really, really horrible boss for a little bit. And so that sped things up a few years. And then as soon as I got to the point of like not turning back, she got removed and I got a much better boss, but we still went ahead with it anyway.
I remember hearing about that boss. Taking your property and things like that.
Yeah,
right?
We'll leave it at that.
There you go. All right. So tell me a little bit about like so where did all the stock come from to get this thing started?
Some of it I gutted from my own collection over the years, and a lot of it was just kind of aggressive buying for like, I don't know, 6 or 7 months before opening.
Yeah, because I mean, it seems like a lot of people really sold you quite a bit for a while, right? I mean, people
Absolutely.
from RFGen.
Yeah,
and-
I had all you two hooked me up big time. Single Banana hooked me up really good. I got a really decent lot from a guy that lives down in Kamloops, which is about 9 hours for me, but we were down close by on a family vacation, so we swung by and picked up spent like $2,000 at his house. It's nuts.
The band U2 sold you some video games?
Sorry, I
Bono?
was hacking up there. I didn't hear you.
Oh, sorry. I said the band U2 sold you some video games?
Yeah, Edge was really sweet, man.
I've always thought that he would be.
It's a cool
He's
guy.
the soft-spoken, caring one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's always got the hat.
So you get this thing going, and now you have like a big night, and so I mean, what's hot? What's the sellers? What are people looking for?
Oh, I thought, like I said, I kind of underestimated how busy we were going to be. So I thought I had enough N64 games to last me until like a Christmas. And I had these like the glass display cases, and they're about 6 to 7 feet long. And I had 2 rows of it just full of nothing but N64 games, like loose carts, so you can fit a ton of them out there. And then I had like 2 big, like, I don't know, you have like McDonald's like fry boxes full of N64 games. They were gone in 2 days.
Wow.
N64 is just berserk. And like, I cannot keep them on the shelf for more than like an hour or two when it's something recognizable, like a Donkey Kong or a Zelda or a Mario.
So
And does that have a lot to do with the Facebook? Like when you get stuff in and put it out. I'm a fan of your page, so I see when you throw things up there, and all I can do is like it because I live 3,000 plus miles away. But I mean, it looks like there's some pretty good traction on like stuff comes in, and there's like there seems to be like 20 people on every post that's like, yo, I'll be there in like 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's hilarious sometimes. Like I've posted a few, and like I'll have a guy like 10 minutes after I post it in the door, like just so out of breath, red, sweating, and just like, I need Ogre Battle 64.
You're like, man, I need to take a break
Yeah.
from the smoking for a minute, right?
Yeah.
Or I've had guys leave, and then I get a good trade in after they're gone, and I'll take the picture if it's slow and throw it online while I'm cleaning it up. And the same guy will be like, I just got home, you and just came back to get this.
Crabby's
one
gonna make
again.
me have to
Sorry.
edit or put the explicit
It's
tag.
being
on
around all
this
these people, I feel, yeah,
one.
bad language.
That's fine.
Pir-
I'll find some way
pirates.
to beep that out.
Pirates don't swear.
Never.
Never.
So N64 and I mean, okay, I'm kind of curious. Do you think it's just that's the hot thing right now? Do you think your prices are kind of crazy or maybe too low? Or I mean, what's the deal with that?
I think it's at that sweet spot where most of the kids who grew up on it are now have their first like real paying jobs. So when they're going back for things, that's what they're hitting. Because most of
thinking
the
that
people
too.
that come in for them are in that same age group, like within 5 years of each other. I think they're in their like early 20s still.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking on N64 across the board. I didn't realize it was similar, way up there, but that's exactly where I was when I was at that age, was like all in like Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Genesis, Dreamcast, and that's where all of the, like, not all my collection is, but that's where the passion of my collecting is. So you have that next batch of kids, and it's like, what do they have in grade school and high school, like, when they couldn't afford games and they couldn't get all the stuff they wanted, they had N64, and now they can afford like, they have money now, like just a little bit of, part-time money from their paper route or whatever, but, I really think that's what's going on with N64. And we've mentioned before how attainable it feels with there not being a huge number in that library of games.
There's a couple people in town that I know are going for full sets.
Wow.
Because like that, they just started grabbing them and they had no intention, and then they're like, okay, I got 100 already, I'm a third there, I might as well keep going.
You're like, sure, yes, I'll help you.
Absolutely, yeah, I got the list right by the till. I'll call you if that one comes in.
So do you do that? Do you keep like wanted lists for people?
I have a few, yeah. My only kind of rule is it can't be just insanely popular. There's kind of some leeway. So like I get asked for like Majora's Mask like 100 times a day, so I don't take lists for that one. But if someone wants like I don't know what's a good example, like a Jet Force Gemini or something like that, I'll call people in for those kind of things.
Or like what about a Wave Race 64?
Absolutely.
Ooh, love Wave Race. So if there was some way you could buy like just a bulk of like 500 Majora's Mask carts, would you?
I would take them all.
I bet there's probably
Really?
some eBay lots out there for you, man.
Really? 500?
I think I can move 500 in a month.
All right. So now here's the thing that I kind of go around with, and I understand Nintendo 64 is hot. I see that, but at the same time, Nintendo 64 was big. PlayStation was also huge,
Yeah.
right? So what's going on with PlayStation in the store?
It's definitely still a mover, but it's got less than like half the market for some reason.
I don't know if there's as much nostalgia for disc-based stuff. And I could be totally off base on that. I know a lot of people, love the Dreamcast and love the, a lot of big box PlayStation collectors, but I don't know, like something about the cart. I don't know, like it just like a cart in your hand, like just feels different than a disc in your hand, even if you have like the complete game. I don't know if I'm off with that, but that's just kind of, the way I see it.
That's how I feel, but I'm not sure. I don't know. That's kind of that weird point in history where there's both existing at the same time. Because I know some of the little bit younger guys that come in like around like 18 to 20, they'll still buy up GameCube games like crazy over like PS2 and Xbox.
So do you think it's just Nintendo?
I think it's a lot just Nintendo, yeah.
Okay. All right. So how's the older stuff going then? How's the earlier than Nintendo 64 stuff going?
Super Nintendo sells really good, but it's one of my hardest systems to actually get good games in for. I don't get nearly as many good Super Nintendo trade-ins as the other systems.
Okay.
In Nintendo, I get a lot of really good trade-ins, and it moves relatively well. It's easier for me to sell kind of obscure Nintendo games. I can really talk them up to people and let them play them in the store and stuff and give them recommendations because I know that library very, very well. And then the like before Nintendo stuff, I've got like 5 different guys that kind of just come in and they're like the only ones that look for that kind of stuff. You're
talking about like the Ataris, the Odysseys, stuff like that?
Yeah, absolutely.
So do you sell hardly any of it?
Some of it, actually. I sold, like the first time, it's usually like the first time they come in and they see it, they're like, oh my god, and they buy like 10 Intellivision games and 5 Coleco games, and then they might pick up like 1 every couple weeks after that.
Right. So I'm kind of curious, like, how about like hardware? Do you have trouble keeping hardware in stock, or?
Sometimes, yeah. It depends on the system. Sometimes they go real fast, and sometimes they pile up. I really can't figure out what mood people are in for this week. Like sometimes I'll get I won't have enough PS3s to go around, and other times won't have enough NESs to go around, and sometimes I've just got back stocks of them in the back.
Interesting. So most of the stuff that comes in, I mean, what are you seeing trade-in wise? I mean, what's the stuff that comes in the door?
System wise, a lot of like because the new consoles came out, right? So there was a big ditch of lots of 360 stuff for sure. Most of the good people cleaning out their garage and stuff. It's a little bit of PS2 is in almost everything, and then you get a little scattering of like N64, NES, the odd Coleco game, some PS1 stuff.
What do you think's the weirdest, or not weird, or like the rarest, like, but like not terribly valuable, just like oddball type system that's come in so far?
I've had some. Like, I don't know, like when you take out the valuable part, it's hard to answer that because I've had a lot of really cool, rare, valuable stuff come in. That's not
like what? What do you got?
Like I've got 2 Turbo Duos with like a big pile of games with each of them.
That is crazy to me. That is crazy.
I got this one guy. I got it for myself. I was telling him I didn't want it for the store, but he brought me in a Virtual Boy demo kiosk.
All right, yeah, you
Yeah.
told us about that. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, so bought that off him. I've had like some arcade machines pop up out of the woodworks. I've had some 3DO stuff. The Saturn stuff that's coming has just been unreal. I've literally not had a single like Daytona challenge or any sports game. It's all been like the role playing stuff, like several copies of Albert Odyssey and Dragon Force and Shining Force 3 and Guardian Heroes. I got a Panzer Dragoon Saga and like you name it.
So it sounds like the people who had that stuff they had the good game, or like not the good, but they had they were into RPGs and that's all they had.
Absolutely, yeah. They knew what they liked and they stuck to it.
So do you have conversations? I'm curious, like somebody walks in the door and like, oh, look at this big giant turbo stash. You want to buy this stuff? I mean, do you just have to talk with them a minute? Like, why, where did you get this?
Absolutely. I've actually become pretty close with a couple of them. The one guy that brought me in some turbo stuff, he brought in a couple other really good lots first, like the Contraforce that Bill now owns. Woo! Came from one of the first trade-ins this guy brought. And I was chatting with him, and about like 10 or 11 years ago, he used to run like a microplay, which is kind of like what I'm doing, but they had a rental business to it as well. I don't know if they were in the States. I remember seeing one in Manitoba when I lived there when I was a kid, though. And anyway, so we're chatting, and he keeps bringing me in like a box every like 2 or 3 days because he's trying to pay for these renovations at his house. And then and I keep bugging him, like, give me a heads up when you come in so I can go to the bank first and make sure I'm like prepared for you. Because some of them were just nuts. And then he says, I got all this turbo stuff, and I've got all this Master System stuff. I'm not sure I want to part with it yet. I said, okay, well, let me know, and I'll gladly take it off your hands. I'm interested in both. And so he said he had a night with his friends where they all came over and they just played Master System stuff, and he kind of got it out of his system. And then he came in the next day, and he's like, here's all my Master System stuff. I don't need it anymore. And then so he said, none of my friends want to play turbo, though. I said, well, I'll come and play Turbo Night with you. And so I went to his house, and we just played like Tricky Kick and all these like really crappy shooters and stuff all night on his Turbo, and it was awesome. And he brought his stuff in the next day, and even since then I've been going over there and we're playing. We've kind of made a pact to beat every Mega Man X game in a row, 100%. So we've beat the first two, and we're almost done the third one now. We just kind of get together once a week and play games now.
Yeah, and U.S. turbo duos, or I mean, I guess in your case, Canadian, but I mean, still, I get North American. I mean, there was not truckloads of these things out there in the first place. So, but you then you had another one come in.
I had another one come in later. Yeah, another gentleman I actually met a couple of years ago through Street Fighter Club in town. Mm-hmm. And he used to work at one of the EB Games here, and then I guess he got fired, and I didn't realize why or when, and he just kind of disappeared off the map, and I didn't see him until he came in. He's got a pretty decent collection too, and same thing, he was just looking for, he wanted a big screen TV, so he was getting some money for it. Out went the game collection.
Huh. I mean, being a collector, I mean, obviously it's kind of hard to think, I don't care, and just, plop the stuff down. I mean, do these people not like, they just don't want to fool with trying to sell it themselves? Is that the deal?
I think so. I think most people, when they bring something in the store, they don't have a price in mind. And then as soon as you give them an offer, they just light up most of the time. Especially with the older games, because they think they're, garage sale fodder, 50 cents for this one, $1 for this one. So if you offer them more than they were expecting, they're happy. They take it really quick. That
was one of the questions I was going to ask is, have you had the opportunity yet to tell someone that they had something that was worth really a lot more than they thought it was?
Oh yeah, a few times. It's wonderful. Like I had Snow Bros come in the other night with a bunch of NES games.
And you said I have good news. This game's worth like $20.
Okay, I had this older gentleman come in, one of the guys that buys my Intellivision stuff, and he brought me in just a little shopping bag full of Nintendo carts. And I opened up the first one, and it's like Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy. I'm like, oh great, this guy's gonna be disappointed with what I'm gonna give him. And then the next game's like Dragon Warrior 4, Dragon Warrior 3, Dragon Warrior 2, all 3 Ultimas, all 4 AD&D games.
Wow.
He just loved role-playing games, and he had almost all of them on the NES. So it was a huge chunk of change compared to what he was expecting when he came in.
So what do these people say when you give them this offer out of the blue?
Basically just, okay, thanks. Like they like big grin on their face, and they got, $70 or whatever in their pocket when they were expecting 20. It's, I don't know, it's really cool. The only time the opposite really happens is when people bring in fairly modern games, thinking their old Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 is still worth $40, and obviously can't sell it for that, so I have to give them less.
It's almost like you have to explain it to them like it's a sports title.
Yeah.
Because they've annualized a lot of these franchises, so it's like, there are certain games that hold their value, and most of the annual ones don't really.
It's hard to explain to some people because they see things that are popular like Zelda or Mario still sell really well. They say, well, they know Call of Duty is really popular. People still talk about it. People still play it. Why isn't this one still worth $30?
Yeah, and you have to explain to them that only the new one's worth anything.
Yeah,
right?
But then they don't get that when you make the parallel with like an old Mario game that's still worth $10.
Because it's basically, again, it's like a sporting game,
Yeah.
really. Because the people that play them are the same. I won't say the same, but they have that same idea because they're playing online mostly with other people. So they always want the new hotness, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you kind of have to break it to these people, sometimes they just kind of take their stuff and go like, well, fine, I'll just leave.
It's happened a few times, but really, I think I can count it on one hand how many times people have like literally picked up their stuff and said, I'll shop around elsewhere. And
I'll just go to GameStop.
And it's even happened once where he's taken it and he came back like 30 minutes later and traded them in anyway.
Because he probably went to GameStop.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask. So before GameQuest opened in town, and you said that there was like a half dozen pawn shops. How close are you to that pawn shop area that you used to shop at?
Very close, like a block away. And,
oh, really? So you're right in there.
Yeah,
so.
That was kind of intentional. I kind of figured being around the pawn shop Money Mart area would be the best for getting new trade-ins starting up because people just looking for that paycheck or neither car fix or whatever, need quick cash, and I'm in the same area as all the other quick cash kind of places.
Nice. So has there ever been anything that people went to, trade in at sell at the pawn shop, didn't like the price they were offering, and then brought it to you, and then you made them happy?
Yeah, I think the pawn shops are actually drying up game-wise pretty freaking quick. They would always try and charge barely less than the like EB Games or like Future Shop buying something like brand spanking new. Like say PS3 was $200. They charge like $195 for it. So I'm taking most of their sales and they're not getting any trade-ins at pawns anymore. So I think they might be moving slowly out of games for a little bit.
Well, yeah, that's all right because you're not going to take their business in jewelry or anything, right?
And there's a couple guys like they bring me in like accessories and stuff when they get them by themselves from the pawn shops like that work there. So I've got some good connections with them. Like we're on good terms too.
Yeah, well, I could imagine, right? Because that stuff's probably not always easy for them to sell anyway, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd imagine unless, if they don't have an expert, that it's almost like, it's really difficult to be in that market, not really, knowing a lot about, your product. So you'd imagine it'd almost be like, like a load off, like they can focus on like, whatever it is they really do, like tools or instruments or whatever their knowledge is in. Yeah,
no, absolutely. Like I've been shopping there for years, and some of them, like I've gotten games like Dragon Force for like $1.80 on the Saturn because they don't know what it is. They don't know how to sell it or who to sell it to. Or
yeah, I see that in my local pawns a lot. They're just the prices. They'll just like everything is $5. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whether it's
good,
bad,
which is why whenever you go to like like a Goodwill or wherever where they have games, and especially a place that has like a ton of games, you look through and it's all
sports.
Generic sports. It's all like stuff that you like that NCAA like 35 copies of it, and you're like, okay, either someone gave away their bad games or this place has been picked through by someone who knows what these are.
Yeah, and that's kind of tough too because sometimes I go into that pawn shop pretty regularly, and I'll kind of look at them and say, hey, if you'll make me some really decent deal on this, I probably would just buy all of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But They kind of like they want to just have something there for people to look at or
Right.
something. So
Makes the shelves look full.
I
I don't know.
guess
I've actually been really happy with how few sports games I get in. I've been pretty surprised. I thought I was going to be.
I wouldn't be
flooded
happy about that as a shopper at that store. I'd be like, where are all of the hockey games?
Where is Madden
I send them out
95?
of country. I send them down to Connecticut where they belong.
I know.
I would imagine because out of sports titles, what's big there is hockey, right? I mean, you're probably not going to sell like Maddens and stuff.
Hockey's
right?
pretty big, and wrestling's really big. Baseball and football aren't really things up here for most people.
I almost feel like, like with hockey being big up there, like if someone has their hockey game, like they're going to hang on to it. So they can play a random game of hockey. And then when it's time to go trade it in, it's like, I'm going to get 38 cents for this game. Why don't I just hang on to it or like give it to Goodwill or whatever?
Yeah.
So like I feel like that might be the reason why a lot of sports games don't make their way into like boutique shops, or like a shop like that kind of specializes in games. Just because I don't think most customers want it, and I don't think the store wants it.
Yeah, I know a lot of those pawn shops used to just trade games 2 for 1. Like regardless of what it is, so I know that's how they got stocked up on sports games because people would trade 2 sports games for their, their Persona 4 or whatever they had there.
Oh yeah, not a wise decision to be in a business that you have no knowledge of value in, right? I mean, it's just not solid.
It's amazing when I go, like I'll stop at random pawn shops like when I'm out of town. Like to me, like that's the most exciting thing. And a new town,
absolutely,
pawn shop I've never been to. This is like amazing. And Sarah's like, we have to go. We have family waiting. Like they can wait. This is a pawn shop. So and you go in there, and I'll go like, hey, like just wondering, do you guys carry any older games or anything like that? And like guys will say to me like, nah, nobody really wants that crap.
And you're like, yes, because I'm nobody.
Yeah. So then I have to say, like I don't want to get into it with them. Be like, oh well, okay, well, I guess I'll just leave. And not spend any of my money.
That's when you give them your number and go, well, when you get some of that crap that nobody wants, just get a hold of me.
But it's weird too because like, oh, nobody wants that stuff. Like, oh, you could try. Like, oh, I'm looking for like old Nintendo, Genesis stuff like that, Super Nintendo. They're like, you could try GameStop. And it's just it's nothing against those people, but it's just like it really shows they don't have the knowledge of that business. And maybe that's good. Maybe it's good that it's moving to a market that can, actually move that product.
I would think, honestly, with such little money that's in it in the pawn world, I don't even know why sometimes they would even fool with it. I can understand like a PlayStation 3 or something, but,
Right.
You want to do probably like the standard pawn stuff, your jewelry, your tools, your instruments,
And some of the flea market sellers at the flea market I go to, I just chat up with them like in between like sales and stuff, and they say we have tons of kids walking up to them now like asking for new, like, do you have PS3? Do you have like Wii? Do you have Xbox? And the guy's like, I don't care about that crap. Like I like the old stuff. That's what I sell. But he's like, a lot of kids ask for it. So I was wondering, so Crab. First of all, I know it's very cold for most of the year up there with your snow shoveling, or your roof shoveling, rather, but are there outdoor flea markets, like anything that...
No,
nothing
there is like a farmer's market, but it's mostly like where people sell like their own like homemade things and baked goods and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Once in a while they do like I guess what do they call it in Europe? They're like a car boot sale where people sell stuff out of their cars.
Yeah.
Like it's like a
semi-annual
thing. Yeah, there's nothing resembling a flea market here. But I know when I go to Edmonton, they have some like year-round indoor flea markets I've been to with my brother-in-law that are pretty cool.
Yeah, those are cool. We don't have indoors around here. We went on vacation in Buffalo, and I was like, they have like a big outdoor area, but then there's also an indoor area, and it's pretty magic.
Yeah, whenever I go like down south from here, like Kentucky and Tennessee, there's like tons of these gigantic indoor flea markets, which are pretty cool.
Yeah, Ray down in Orlando when I was down there took me to some of the like big outdoor ones. It was awesome.
I guess kind of getting back, I think, Bill, you were asking about modern stuff though, right?
Yeah, I didn't know if there was any. So you've already said that you don't carry if someone comes in with like, like a newer game that you think you can flip real quick, it's like, yeah, whatever, I'll take it. But do you have any any people coming in wondering if you're going to carry newer stuff in the future, or you think your market
All
is
the time.
pretty focused? Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, almost daily. Yeah, people seem to think I am in competition with EB Games, even though I keep telling them I'm not. We're quite friendly, and they keep telling me I need to stock new this and new that and take this away, and it just doesn't work.
Okay, I mean, I'm going to ask the question because
Do you have to explain to them that there's no real money in selling new games?
It's hard, yeah, but I've tried.
Yeah.
right,
I don't want to make $5 per game. I'd rather sell stuff that I love and that I play.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining they're probably coming from the angle of I don't like their service.
Yeah, I've had a few customers say that. Like, I've kind of explained to them, like, it's not, at least any time in the near future, like, financially viable for me to even get into new games if I wanted to.
Oh, right.
And they've said, well, like, if you just took pre-orders on this, would you, like, pull in the next Call of Duty so I can just buy it from you instead of somewhere else?
And you'd have to have, like, a distributor or something set up to do things like that, right?
Yeah. And I'm already, I've never run a business before, so I'm kind of already feeling like my plate's full. I don't want to jump into another area I'm not completely familiar with until I have a grasp on what I've already got going on.
Sure, and I bet you probably just can't call up a big local distributor and go, hey, yeah, I've got like 3 people that want the new Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Can you...
Send them on over.
We're going to do a midnight release. It's going to be great.
Yeah, midnight release of 3.
Yeah. No, it's going to be great. We're going to get a pizza, like a medium. It's going to be... No, but it's you seem pretty transparent with your clientele or your customer base. So when people come in and say, ask you about like things you want to do with the business, it seems like you'll just kind of tell them like, well, this is exactly what I'm doing or why I want to do it or why, like what's going to happen.
Oh, yeah.
So it seems like that kind of creates like a pretty friendly atmosphere over there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like a lot of people, the first thing they see when they come in is the arcade machines, and they really light up, especially when they see like the Turtles one. And so I keep telling them, like, they're like, do you have more? Do you have more? Do you have pinballs? Do you have this? Do you have that? And I keep telling them, like, as soon as the lease is up, if we're still doing as well as we are, we're going to move to a bigger space, and we're going to have, like, a little just arcade section. And you guys we'll dim it down. You guys can just go nuts. And they seem really excited about, like, the future plans, like, those kind of things. And like, I have people asking, like, you stock these controllers, but are you going to stock USB controllers? So I don't know. I never thought of that. So I'll pull some in, and if they sell well, I'll keep bringing them in. So I got a few in to test now, and if they do well, then I'll keep pulling them in. Right.
Nice. So the Ninja Turtle machine was from your that was from your home before you opened the store, right? So how long was it when you first opened the store that people were walking up to you where you had to kind of stop yourself from saying don't touch it, wash your hands, don't kick the bottom, it's really I like that machine. Was it ever kind of weird with it really being like your thing that's also not part of the store?
Oh no, not with that one. No, it's okay. It's awesome to see 4 people on that machine at the same time, and I've seen it several times now.
As long as they're all pumping in quarters, right?
No, just as long as they're having fun. Like, I'll even have kids just, I've got a little milk crate kicked up to it so the shorter guys can see the screen. And they'll just sit there and watch the demo machine while their parents, shop around for 10 minutes. And it's just awesome.
Do you worry that you're going to kind of just suck up all the stock in your area and then your trade-ins are going to dry up?
I'm not sure that I don't know how soon of a time frame I'd have to worry about that. But it does seem too good to be true so far, so I know it can't last this good for this long, or forever, I mean.
Yeah, because, there's just not going to be these, hey, there's 700 more Turbo Duos just sitting out there waiting for you or something, You know what I mean? There's not, there just isn't infinite piles of this stuff in people's garages. You're new and everybody's going, oh, and they're digging their junk out.
Yeah. There's obviously a market that I haven't reached yet because I'm still new, and most of the gamers in town know about me, so I need to make sure their grandmas and their moms know about me, so when they're moving or cleaning the attic or garage sailing or whatever, that they grab the stuff and bring it to me instead of somewhere else.
Yeah.
The other thing too, just because I wasn't sure if I'd have any trade-ins at all right off the bat, I've been doing a little bit of like forum searching and buying some big lots off of forums. Like I've done a few RF Gen ones, some Nintendo Age, some Rocket Boy, and just supplementing what gets traded in with some few online purchases.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know you bought a big giant chunk of stuff off me, so.
Oh yeah,
I know
that's actually a small chunk of stuff nowadays. It was big at the time.
I'd be afraid to see the boxes you've got coming in. Then that's.
Got a good one I'm expecting in a few weeks from now. I don't want to jinx it, but it's in the mail today.
I'm surprised my latest box hasn't shown up to you yet. I've sent it weeks ago.
I got a pickup slip today when I got home, so I missed something while I was at the store. So hopefully tomorrow that's the one.
Cool.
So then, what are you getting mostly? Are you just trying to pick up systems, games, both, control? I mean, what are you
usually
hunting for
games? Systems are very expensive to ship, and I feel like I get enough of them locally right now.
Okay.
Mostly just games and the odd accessory.
All right. So you're buying like Super Mario Duck Hunts in bulk or something?
You know it, yeah. The more the better.
Yeah, because every system, everybody wants Super Mario Duck Hunt, right?
They actually do. I get.
Yeah, I'm sure they do.
Yeah, my cousin, who's not like we spend what's it called like summer with them like for like a week every like July or August. I was chatting with him about it, and he's he remembers Nintendo, but he wasn't really into it, doesn't really collect. And I told him, I collect Nintendo games and stuff, and he's like, oh, that's cool. He's like, you know what I would really want? And at like we always talk to each other, and we're like, oh, that collector mentality, the rare games, so you're expecting to hear like one of these big games, and he's like, I'd really love to play Duck Hunt. So like I'm trying to find like like a cheap Nintendo locally on Craigslist or whatever that just has like a gun and Duck Hunt Mario, so I can just give him that because that's all he really wants. So
I get requests for that a lot, and then when I'm selling to him, I always make sure to tell him, this gun will not work on your LCD. You need an old tube, and they're like, oh sweet, I got one in the garage I can pull out.
Now maybe you need to start sucking up old tube TVs to sell with the systems.
I was just thinking that actually. Yeah.
I would if I had any room. The store is already disgustingly
How about at the next place? You'll give it some thought.
Absolutely.
All right.
Krebby's TV Emporium.
as long as they can fit right near the arcade monitor repair Emporium.
There you go.
I think that's a thing. I mean, this is kind of a side topic though, but I think like right now is like Magic TV tube time. I mean, you can go get one for like $1, and they're gigantic and they're everywhere.
Oh yeah.
But in another 10 years, these things are going to be gone.
Yeah, no. Just recently, I don't know if I told you guys this, but Chris, who runs Retro Games Plus in Westport and Orange, Connecticut, that's also where Wrestling Man works, from RF Gen and Nintendo Age and YouTube and all over the place. He called me up one day and he's like, "Hey, I want to have like a get together at the store. Do you have like any tube TVs you could bring or like let me use or whatever?" And I said like, "Yeah, like my Goodwill or Savers or whatever has a whole bunch." And he's like, "Oh yeah, I have one. Like, let me go check them out." And he went to, I think, both Goodwill and Savers, and they both told him, yeah, we just stopped carrying tube TVs. So this is news to me. I don't know if this is like, nationwide or whatever, or if they're starting to phase them out because like they don't sell very well. They're bulky. People don't want to bring them in. They don't want to send anyone to pick them up. So I've thought we've talked about this a little bit locally here, but there's going to become a time when like a tube TV is not an easy thing to come by.
No, I imagine most of them are going to probably end up getting recycled or trashed.
Yeah.
Because no perceived value.
So then the next question becomes, if someone has like a really nice flat, Sony 27 or 32-inch tube, are they going to be able to get a couple $100 for it in 10 years?
Maybe. They may.
Maybe you should be stocking up on tubes.
It's a problem is where you're going to stick them. But I mean, I would still eyeball a really nice tube for cheap if I could find a place to put it. I've lucky enough to have some really nice ones that I'm not going to part with, but I think the issue is going to be on top of that too is that there's not going to be people to repair these things. Mm. So I mean, it's going to die, and then what are you going to do then, right? It's going to be like extremely difficult to get a tube TV repaired. So I'm kind of curious, and so you're doing this pretty well, and so I mean, like, how do you juggle this? I mean, you know, you've been doing your job and everything, right? And you got a family, and
it's tiring. You just don't sleep. That
yeah, and I don't think
I know
maybe,
it's not like a satisfying answer, but literally, like I was working at the store 6 days a week, and then I do 5 days night shifts at another job. I did that for 3 months, and so literally, like, that was it. Like, I just did not sleep a lot. I'd sleep for like an hour in between a shift, and then like 2 or 3 hours in between the next shift.
Yeah, and I mean, I would imagine probably people that might listen to the show might just think that we just talk to each other all the time. But I mean, I don't know, we haven't talked to you in months, pretty much.
It's depressing.
Yeah, I mean,
Until Bill starts talking about pirates, then I want to go back to work.
So, I mean, I mean, I know obviously you have a passion, you love this thing, but do you reach a saturation point? Do you get kind of like, well, man, I just want to get out of here for a couple days?
Yes, that definitely happens. Especially, like, I used to only get sick maybe like once every 2 years, and I've already been sick like 4 times since I've opened the store, both from lack of sleep probably, and just from being around more people than I'm used to. Handling money and all that stuff, yeah. And normally when I used to get sick, I'd be over it in like 2 days, and now it lasts like a week. And it's just, yeah, after like the 3rd or 4th time I'm getting sick, I just want to sleep all day for like 3 days, and I just can't do that because I got to get there and open the store every single day.
So, I mean, you probably don't have time to like work out or anything else either, right? So,
No, like I used to go to the gym every single day for about 2 years straight. Sorry, not every day, 5 days a week for about 2 years straight. And I had to cancel my membership back in September, hoping to start it again this month. And I just, even though I've cut my hours back on my other job, I still don't have time to go to the gym right now. And it's quite a lifestyle change.
I can imagine. So you're gonna turn into that dumpy guy that's behind the counter at the game stores.
I'm working on my heavy breathing too.
No, that Nintendo game is not worth anything. I'm sorry. It's not all just, you know, roses and I'm sure a lot of people think, oh man, that would be so awesome. All I want to do is run a game store. I would love it. And it's not, right? I mean, it's work.
No. At times it kind of sucks. Yeah, like this isn't just game store, like any business, I guess. Like bookkeeping's horrible. It's the worst thing ever.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, dealing with like international brokers, like in Canada. I'm sure it's not as bad in the States, but I have to import a lot of stuff. Yeah, like just filling in orders from like Hyperkin, or like I have a pop cooler, so filling the pop cooler is a pain in the ass. I'm looking into hiring a guy. It's not just as easy as just paying him money out of the till, right? I gotta go through all these hoops to legally hire him. Everything's more complicated than I want it to be, and I don't know any of it, so I've got to like reach out to people who do and hope they can point me in the right direction. And it's slow and painful when it's things that feel like they should be quick and easy.
Yeah, whenever you got the government involved in anything, it's going to turn into an adventure, right? And
ironically, owning a game store for the last 4 months, I have played way less games than I have in my life since, I don't know, I was like 2.
That doesn't surprise me.
I have no time to play anything anymore, and other than like once in a while to be slow in the store, so I'll play like Injustice or Smash Bros with one of the guys in the store until someone walks in, and then game over.
All right, so I've got to ask too, right? So you get all this trade-in stuff. Do you like thoroughly clean this stuff before you put it out for sale, or kind of what happens there?
Yeah, a lot of it I do. A lot of the cases, you know, I wipe them down with my Lysol wipes and stuff. It depends. Like if it's a $2-3 game and it's got stickers and writing all over it, I'm not going to clean it up for the $2 I would make. You can have it for 50 cents. You can have it for $1. If it's like a $20, $30, $50 game, I'll take the time to clean those up and make the maximum I can on them.
So is that old joy of cleaning games gone?
No, it's actually the one like soothing part about being in the store. It's like my one part of my old routine that's kind of I can keep. I don't have to get rid of.
So what does the wife think?
She is very supportive. Like she loves it. She She comes to the store all the time after she's done work and hangs out for a bit. She's getting to know some of the customers too. She doesn't want to work there at all. she just wants to visit. Yeah, I've made her run the till a few times, and she does it, but she's not happy about it.
Right, you're like, I just want to eat for 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, but no.
Do you tell her that attitude is actually something that's like you can get a write up for?
She is used to me being incredibly, like, I've been working graveyard shifts for years now, so she's used to me being quite antisocial, and I don't think she's really seen me in like a retail setting before, because I used to work retail long before I met her, and I was quite good at it, and I still feel like I'm good at it, and I think that's very surprising to her because she doesn't see me interact with too many people very well.
And your son, so I mean, what does he think?
He's good. He was sick of games for a little while at the store. I think he wanted nothing to do with them. So he'd bring a book, he'd color, he'd play action figures whenever he was stuck at the store with me, which was awesome. I don't want him to just sit in front of a monitor all day.
Right. But I mean, does he like the idea of,
Oh yeah, like last night, we closed the store and we walked around the corner to there's this other tabletop store around the corner that we kind of partner with once in a while. And we were waiting outside for him to come back from a break. And a couple of the customers of his were waiting outside for this board game night they do. And my son was like, Dad, why don't you tell them about the store? And I'm looking around at them all. And I said, Yuri, I think they all know about the store. I'm pretty sure I've seen all these guys before. And he's like, okay, if you're not going to do it, I'm going to do it. And he walks out in front of me and he just says, do you guys know about Game Quest? It's just around the corner and we sell like all the best games. And so my 5-year-old's just like going on doing the old sales pitch and trying to get them to come visit me.
You should put a sandwich board on him and put him out front.
He like at school when they get to do like just creative drawing time stuff, he's made me like banners for the store, like Game Quest, we have fight night on Friday, and just little advertisements for me. It's pretty cool. And he gets right in there with some of the guys, like they'll play Smash Bros.
Uh-huh.
And it's really popular at the store, and he's been picking it up, and like he'll play with some of the really competitive players, and like he'll lose horribly, but he has a really fun time playing with them, and they seem to enjoy him being around. And so even this Sunday, we're having like a Smash Bros. Brawl tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And he's asked me if he can play in it. So we kind of told him what to expect and asked him if he was still interested. And he said, yeah, okay. So he's going to play in our Smash Brothers tournament this coming weekend.
So you tell him, you'll get eliminated really quickly, but don't take it personally.
Yeah, it's kind of a good chance to work on good sportsmanship, right?
Right. This is how to gracefully lose.
Yes, and that's what we've been pushing with them.
They're pretty, this fighting game guys are pretty hardcore, right?
They are.
I watched like a Street Fighter 4 tournament on Twitch like last weekend, and I mean, these guys are really good. This is like professional level people, and really interesting to watch them because these people play a game totally different than the way I play games.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's really kind of interesting to watch, and just amazed too at the. I mean, these people are just stone-faced, you know what I mean? It's almost like playing poker, right?
Yeah.
Give nothing away.
Yeah.
See, that's always the hardest part for me. Like when I play a game, I can't help smiling and laughing, and then like, oh, a nice move or whatever. Like when I see like champion fighting game people, and they barely look like they're awake. Like I don't know, like it doesn't make it seem like it's worth it to me. Like you have to like not have any emotion when you play.
The tournaments we've been doing here, everyone's been really sportsmanlike. We haven't had a single like issue with how people have been treating each other. It's even in the competitive last few matches when it's like the best of the best playing, we get good crowds and everyone's kind of cheering and rooting, and like no one's kind of the bad guy, and everyone's shaking hands after, and they are kind of like, after the match wipe the drool off their face, like they just weren't making any expression during the match. But you can see how much fun they had after, like when they're talking about it and stuff, like, oh, did you see that move? And I just barely missed you with this one. It's
so
awesome.
what's the buy-in on your tournaments?
It depends on the tournament. Some of them are $2 and some of them are $5.
That's not bad.
Yeah, try and keep it cheap so that anyone can come. Because we even get like kids that are like 10, 8 to come hang out with the 30-year-olds that are playing still.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the turnout look like?
Some of them we've been getting around like 30, 35 people for.
Wow.
Yeah, like for Smash Bros, it's pretty easy. Like we did a Halo 2 last weekend and we had 12 teams, so we had 24 guys there.
Wow, man, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's not bad. Like I didn't realize there was that much of a need for some of these things. They haven't all been winners. Like I think one of the lower ones we had a GoldenEye tournament. We had 12 people show up for that one.
That still seems like a lot to me.
It was still fun. It was enough to like run the event, and no one really had to wait long for their turn, so it was really good.
Do you do those during like normal business hours, or you do them afterwards, or
During normal business hours? We just do it like late on a Sunday because it's usually pretty slow at the store anyway. And then we have too many for the store to handle, we just go next door to our neighbors at the Armory that do the tabletop games there, and they've got a way bigger space than me.
That's pretty cool. They kind of let you buddy up and do some of that stuff.
He loves it because lots of my clients, as close as we are in proximity, and we have a lot of crossover customers, there's some that don't know that the other place exists when we're like 6 buildings from each other.
Yeah, it's probably good, right? Because people in his store means people buy, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Like the Halo 2 tournament we did, we had a completely different turnout than any other event we've had so far. So both of us had a whole bunch of new customers coming in to check the place out.
So how do you do the setup on that? You just do like a LAN setup?
Yeah, we did a LAN setup for that one. I don't know Halo 2 super well, so I actually kind of contracted it out to one of my regular customers who's big into the game. And he told me what we needed for equipment, so I gathered all that, and then he kind of set it up and ran it for me.
Very nice, very nice. Obviously, you took a lot of stuff out of your collection, to get this thing going. How hard is it to let things go? First, I guess that's your own. And then secondly, when the good stuff comes in, how hard is it to say, no, I'm not going to keep this, I'm going to sell it?
Well, I haven't had to do that yet.
I would imagine that there's a song that would play in my head every time this would happen. Like when you have to get rid of something, you'd probably hear like "It's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday," and then like when something comes in that you're like, do I sell this? Like it would be like when they're waiting for an answer on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, with just like really tense, like I want this thing, but then I could make it a few dollars. I'm gonna keep it.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, I'd like to call my wife. I need to get permission to keep this for myself.
Pulling things from my collection wasn't as hard as I thought it would be. I kind of had a few things, like areas I wouldn't touch. One of them that I pulled most of my stuff from was my Sega Saturn. Mm-hmm. Luckily, like I sold a couple games that I was like, that stings a little bit. Then all those wicked Saturn trade-ins came in, so I was like, okay, taking them all back. The only game that there was a guy, a couple times he came in and pulled out my Burning Rangers, and he was asking me about it. He's like, can you bend on the price? And I'm like, on that one, not quite yet. If it sits there for a little while, maybe. And then I got all this Saturn stuff in, and I'm like, screw this. I'm taking all my Saturn stuff that I want. So I took my Burning Rangers back, which was the only game I didn't have like a duplicate copy come into the store.
Very nice.
So that one I got lucky on. All my Super Nintendo stuff went, and there's been a couple games that I've regretted getting rid of, but I've had some amazing Super Nintendo trade-ins that I've kind of used to ease that pain. My N64 I thought would sting more, but I've kept every box and manual, and I just gutted them and took all the cartridges for sale. It doesn't bother me at all yet.
Because you can still just look at the box on the shelf.
Yeah, I still got the boxes, I guess.
It looks the same.
Are the boxes assembled? Are they still broken down? Because for a while they were flattened.
Some of them are, some of them aren't. Yeah. But yeah, for the most part, it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. So I think if something terrible ever happened and I needed quick cash, I could liquidate some of my collection.
So are you gonna have like creep? So are you gonna start, just keep like building on the side?
I don't know if you'd call it creep, more like cascading right now. Yeah, I kind of figure if, I can take it home, and if I need to sell it, I can always bring it back. If I sell it and then I want it again, it's gone.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I mean, for our listeners don't know, like Krabby will, send us a picture sometimes of the stuff before it's out or whatever, or he'll like put it on the Facebook page, and I'll say like, "Oh, hey, Krabby, what do you want for this thing? Can you put it?" And he's like, "Oh, no, I don't want to keep that."
Yeah, it was a total Nana Boo Boo picture.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, and then I see another one. Hey, well, what about the? Oh, no, I'm going to keep that.
No, Nana Boo Boo.
Yeah, it was.
I feel-
Do you guys have Nana Boo Boo in Canada?
Oh yeah, except for it's poo poo, not
Okay.
boo boo.
Is it really?
It really is, yeah.
Nana
Poo
Boo Boo?
poo, yeah.
We do Nana Boo Boo. Stick your head and do it.
Never heard the last part.
Interesting.
No, the only time that it's been a little frustrating is when like a really sweet trade-in comes in, and I've got like 3 customers eyeing up something I want to take home, and
I was just thinking
I
that.
can't
yeah,
just go like sorry.
So they're in the store. They're watching it happen.
Yeah, and he's like, man,
and,
I
like,
want
they're waiting
that
for the deal
power.
to close.
What was it?
I've been
Yeah.
that guy too. Like I'm the guy who sees stuff getting traded in, and I make eye contact with Chris, and I can't say anything because I don't want to affect his negotiation. But I give him that look, like we're talking after this is concluded.
See, and I appreciate that. That's one thing that's sometimes hard is when the vultures start flocking. Well, it's not even something I own yet.
Oh,
yeah,
Yeah.
it's unacceptable behavior.
And it feels like half the lot sold before I've even talked to this guy about what he wants for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the big no-no, and the other big no-no is somebody else in the place coming out going, "I'll buy that from you."
That actually I haven't had a problem with.
Not yet.
Not yet. No.
Do you know how you're gonna handle it when it happens?
With an iron fist.
Yeah, seriously.
You really do have to throw those people out.
That's a excuse me, sir. You need to get out of here because that's something a pirate would do.
I've seen that happen though. Really,
No, I believe you. I've tried to be nice. Like I've got some regular customers that I know have things the other one wants, and instead of like trying to cut myself in the middle, like they both already spend a lot of money in my store. So I'll say, like you drop that off for the $20, I will sell it to the other guy for the same amount. I won't ask for anything more, just because they like kept trying to meet up in the store and kept missing each other. And so they trust me to do little like barters like that for them, but never anything big.
yeah, I'm gonna imagine Canadians are just too nice. Maybe they won't do that. They'll say, "Oh, sorry, I don't want to step on your toes."
Say it like it's a bad thing.
No, I could just imagine, people being profusely polite.
You see, did I send it to you? There's this thing someone sent me. It was like Canadian graffiti, and it was like written on the stall in the bathroom, and it said, "Your mom's a nice lady."
Yeah, I remember you posted that. Yeah.
I just love everything Canadians doing being polite. I think it's the funniest thing.
Yeah, well, it's a nice cold place. They have to be really nice to each other. They would just go
We
inside.
gotta
Like
stay
The Shining.
close to each other during winter to stay alive. So you gotta be nice to your neighbor.
That's what I'm saying. It's like if one thing snaps, it's The Shining. It's not going to go well. Then tell me, I mean, okay, so you've gone through this, and somebody out there that's listening to things probably has that same thought in their head. Hey, I want to do that. I want to open a game store. What do you tell those people?
I don't know, do some research around your area and see if it's viable. Like some cities seem to be able to sustain multiple ones, and others, have trouble keeping one going. And if one is having trouble going, what are the problems that it's having? Like it's very wasn't a spur of the moment decision, even though it went along kind of quick. It's like I said, we kind of had this planned out that it was going to happen eventually. So we'd done some of the work already, and the rest we just kind of sped along and made sure we did our due diligence and before we even opened the doors.
And what's in the future for GameQuest?
Bigger arcade with pinballs.
Pinball. Yeah, you keep talking
Pinballs,
to Rich about pinball all the time.
There's a few in town I've been painfully trying to pry out of this guy's hands, and he owns one of them, and his brother owns another one, and this third guy owns the third one, but they want to sell them all together, but they need to get a hold of the third guy. And it's been painful, but hopefully it'll pay off in the end.
Maybe you just got to convince the two guys you can talk to.
I think I have, but they won't move them unless they'll move them all at once for some reason.
So, Crab, how you were mentioning earlier, if the store keeps doing as well as it's doing, you'd go to a bigger location. Are you on a 1-year lease on the current store?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so it could end up being 1 year there and then go right to a bigger place for year 2.
Yeah, I've even talked with a couple other businesses in town about merging in some form once my lease is up. We'll see what that looks like. I don't know yet. Just tossing around ideas, trying to keep things as open as possible.
Well, I see. So some kind of like a partnership kind of thing.
Yep.
Interesting idea. Interesting.
It's been exciting for us, even though we're not directly involved, but helping Krabby out feels like it's my store too.
You guys were a huge help, and you still are. Like when I have questions for customers, sometimes I shoot you guys a message, and you have to get back to me really quick while they're still in the store. Even it's just awesome.
Do you tell them who's answering their question? Because they probably are. Actually, do you play the show in the store?
No, the arcade machine and track noises are so loud. There's like no music. all you hear is like turtle power repeatedly while you're in the store.
There is a volume thing on that.
Yeah, and it's cranked. I know.
No, I think it is kind of fun that you've had at least one of the people have kind of come over to RF Gen due to coming into the store, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Engineer Mike, he's been one of my biggest regulars, and he definitely helps me pay my rent. And we've actually been getting together. We sat down after hours one day. We locked the store up and played some Streets Rage 1 and 2 for the community playthrough together. And that was, it was awesome.
Loving it.
Because he's one of the few guys who you can really talk to about collecting and not just game playing. So it's cool when he's got some time and he hangs out at the store for an hour or two, and in between customers we can kind of chat up stuff. And he's been getting addicted to things like Capcom subsets and boxes and all sorts of awesome stuff.
You're like, yep, been there, done that.
Yeah. And we feel like we have our own little Turbo Duo club now because he's the guy who bought the other Turbo Duo.
Oh, yeah, all right. Yeah. So, there's some good shooters. Good shooters.
Oh, Lords of Thunder is amazing. I don't know how I lived without that game before.
Yeah, you should check out some of the import stuff at some point, because they have all the Star Soldier series kind of continued on over there, and I mean some of that's over here, I think. So
yeah, I'll get to the other North American stuff.
Snob, I get it. Well, I'm kind of curious. So I guess real quick then, do you have anybody ever ask at all about like imports?
A little bit of interest. I'm thinking I might pull some stuff in since those Retron machines that I sell play imports, and see if there's anyone who's in the market for them.
Yeah, I would say really weird, and I think you really have to, if you're gonna do it, push a little bit. We've got these stores that are local to me, and one of them, I know the guys that run them, and the one manager really is into it, and he kind of pushes it, and he lets the customers kind of know what the stuff is, and the other one doesn't, and the sales are dramatically different in the different stores.
Sense.
So yeah,
a
lot of people aren't going to know.
We've had a small amount of N64 imports spill into the store just from random trade-ins, and those ones go really fast.
There you go. You need to get bulk lots of N64 carts. You could probably do that fairly effectively, I imagine.
I think so.
A lot of Japanese Pokemon stadiums or something.
The Smash Bros. We were playing in the store, and the sound effects are totally different. It's like watching an episode of Power Rangers. It's awesome.
Enjoying it. Well, good. We just really glad to talk to you again, have you back on the show, and wish you a lot of continued success in the future with the shop.
Thank you. Couldn't have done it as successfully without help from guys like you. That was for both of you, not just Duke.
Yeah.
All right, well, man, it's been a long time since we've done one of these. I guess, thankfully, the site's been a little wacky, so maybe that's helped us a little bit with the volume. But getting into small scores this time, there's a lot of stuff we got to catch up on. It's the holiday season. Club Nintendo things have come out. Krabby seems to have raided all of northern Canada. so we'll just jump right in here. First up, we've got Monkeys 19, right? Man, big list, right? What did Monkeys get?
Yeah, I mean, and this is again, it's been a little while since we last recorded, so this is going to be all the people who didn't slow down are going to have kind of a slightly bigger list than some of the others. But complete Excite Bike, first some NES games. So Excite Bike is always a great one for me. I always really love that game. Kid Icarus, Batman. And then sticking with the theme of this month, we got a lot of RPGs, mostly PS2 RPGs, but he was able to sneak in a complete in-box Breath of Fire on the Super, which is always good.
I like the
and
box
then Krabby's favorite, the Halo remaster.
The best, because you can sticky people. I learned that recently. Just stuck you, man. I heard someone say that.
Oh, the plasma grenades. Yeah, the sticky nades.
There we go.
So, but yeah, I don't know who typed this next one. It actually still pronounces the same. For PlayStation 3, he got Crysus 2. I actually really like Crysus 2. I played it a few months after it came out. It's not for everyone. It's kind of like the one that took place in New York City instead of like the jungle. But it was still good. Beyond Two Souls, also PS3, which I haven't played. You guys play that one?
No, but it's high on my curiosity list.
Yeah, that's the
Ellen Page and Willem Dafoe.
Right,
yeah.
right. The same people that did the other
Heavy Rain.
Yeah, Heavy Rain.
Yeah, it's a David Cage game, right?
Yeah, I don't know what to think. I've got Heavy Rain and still not played through it, so maybe that would be
okay. Yeah, go
first.
Seriously, do Heavy Rain. It's really one of my favorite story experiences on that system.
It's in my insane backlog.
Yeah. All right, well, not to get too distracted too early, so we're just gonna keep going. So he also picked up Pokemon Y,
as opposed to X, right?
Yeah, no, just Y.
Just Y.
Just Y. Why'd you pick up Pokemon?
I played through that a little while ago just so I could interact with some of my customers because a lot of them were playing them.
Yeah,
is there a lot of Street Pass stuff in that one?
There's a good reason why. You guys have Street Passes up there?
We do. I don't really use it, but we do.
That's a big thing down in America.
PSP
go ahead.
games, right?
Yeah, Wipeout. I love Wipeout.
You mean Whip Out or
Whip Out? Yeah,
I don't like it when people whip out.
You don't like it when Whip Out happens during Wipeout? I'm more of an Extreme G guy, but any fast racing, I'm a fan. So Whip Out, Final Fantasy IV. I think the full name of this next game is Dissidia Duodecim Super Fun Happy Time 9. Crazy Taxi, Little Big Planet, PSP System. Monkeys did pretty good.
Yeah.
It's a lot of good stuff. And then flipping back over to a little bit of variety through a handful of different systems. You got a complete box Star Fox. And he picked up Batman Blackgate. Also picked up Batman Origins. So it looks like he's trying to do lots of the Batman.
The handheld one, right? The 3DS one?
Yes. Yeah, Blackgate was the handheld, which I think I was talking to Wrestling Man not long ago, and he said he really liked it.
I've heard good things.
Are those new style Batman kind of things?
Yeah, I think it's kind of like a 2.5D, I think. I haven't played or watched any video reviews or anything, but I think it's almost like a Street Fighter 4 type, like the characters are rendered in 3D, but it's still like a side scrolling type deal.
I heard that one's kind of like Metroidvania style too, isn't it? A little exploration and backtracking and exploring, stuff like that.
Yeah, Batman sucks. Let's move on.
You have me at Metroidvania, and also it's way better than whatever Superman game would come out that would be similar than that. So one of the most prominent Zelda games that I still have not played, and half the people tell me I'm crazy, and half the people tell me don't worry about it. Majora's Mask, you got a complete in box copy.
It sounds about right.
Yeah, that does split it down the middle pretty well, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of like the Zelda 2
I'm a
effect, right?
Yeah, I have a friend. I have a friend who still swears it's his favorite one. When's the last time you played it, Crab?
Well, at least 6 or 7 years ago, probably.
Oh wow!
It's been a
Wow.
while.
Okay. So also picked up Mario Kart, another complete in box Mario Kart game. I think that one was. I'm not looking at the picture right now, but I think that was on 64.
No, okay. That's the best one if you ask me.
Yeah, it's pretty up there.
It's. I think I played
Maybe
more.
Double Dash, but
Boo,
Yeah,
no, wrong.
My brother was master of those like crazy like slide turns, and it didn't even look like he's playing Mario Kart. He's just like sliding on tires the whole time, and I was like, "Is this
You
how
get
you have to
faster.
play this game?"
that's how you do it. That's how you do it.
And he's like, "That's the only way you can win in this game. Is
You have
to
to be
slide
constantly
around
power
every
sliding,
corner."
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I think I played more Super than anything else, but N64 is the one that like it's like our like the go-to in our group. And then to round it all up with a little bit of more PSP, picked up a Crisis Core, the Final Fantasy Crisis Core, and he picked up Club Nintendo. His reward came from Club Nintendo. It was the Zelda soundtracks, right?
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of those. And it seems
Yes, we are.
we'll kind of see as we go through kind of which way people leaned in terms of the gifts, but we'll put one in the column for soundtrack.
Yeah,
And we'll keep going.
Let's make a BioShock style chalkboard, and we'll tally up soundtrack.
There you go, because it's already predetermined anyway.
Yeah, it's going to be one way or the other, so why not just count?
So very good, monkeys.
Yeah,
and
he
then we get
definitely
up
didn't
to
slow down.
What's that?
He definitely didn't slow down in the off time. It's not, do you guys kind of like the site being a little bit wonky? Kind of makes me less likely to like try to like be real vigilant about posting stuff. So I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but I've got like a dozen things sitting on my desk that I haven't cleaned or posted yet, just because like it's been so busy and the site's been weird.
I kind of feel like I need to keep it going. So I need I don't have very many posts, so I got to try to interact because, you don't want people to feel like, oh, the place is just dying or something,
Right.
I feel
it's
like I
technical
would
hiccups.
flood the small scores thread, so I've actually been refraining from posting most of it. Because it's seriously like every second day I take at least something home from the store.
Wow. So you should do like a weekly post then.
It just feels like it'd be so much work.
Krabby gets next to no sleep as it is, so
Yeah,
I'm
seriously.
sure he values.
We're
his
we're
time.
lucky that he's still with us.
So
I
far.
expect him to kind of careen off a cliff here at some point.
Well, Bill's already agreed to like shout at me every 15 minutes and make sure I'm forward.
That's good. Somebody needs to. Well, you get chauffeured, so I guess it'll be safe, right?
Most of the time, yeah.
Well, up north, I do this every time, don't I? Up next, we got, basically the Santa Claus of the site.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Right? Yeah, those of you that may not be familiar with RFGen and are not there, one of our good members, Zag Norch, that's there. Every year he does kind of like this holiday giveaway where, just out of his own pocket and his own kindness, he just gives some stuff away to people, and it's really kind of fun. It's kind of neat to see what everybody gets. But he got some stuff himself too. Always the thrifts are really good to him.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Especially the one next to his Target.
Yeah, oh man, I'm always jealous, but hey, he spreads the love around, so
Yeah.
that's
He
fantastic.
really does, and he's a really nice, really cool dude. So like when you first see some of his posts, the first thing you think is like, oh, this jerk, he's got such great thrifts, and everything's easy for him. But honestly, like he does his legwork. I remember like sending him a message one time saying, okay, like what's the actual deal? And he does a lot of like he goes a lot of places and finds nothing, just like us. He just has a lot more places to go to. So but no, he really does a good job getting it done at the thrifts.
Yeah, he's a hunter, but when he scores usually pretty big. So, man, what's this first deal here?
So yeah, I'd never seen this before. So I didn't know if either one of you were.
You mean that word you wrote down? Because I've never seen.
Yeah,
that
I'd never
either.
seen that word before either. Street Fighter 2 Imagination sound game. So is this like a little handheld game that like it like makes the sounds of Street Fighter? So you just have to imagine that you're playing it. Ooh,
That was a spinning pile driver.
No, I got you. I blocked that.
Fight.
No, I blocked that. I blocked that. You didn't get me.
Oh man,
That was very interesting. I could
China.
Yeah, USSR. That would be the best like Twitch.com championship match ever.
Oh man, we just need a soundboard of just the Street Fighter 2 announcer voice.
Yeah. And I think we've been talking about the Speakin' games not too long ago with the Speakin' Spell, and so he found the Speakin' Read, which we had the Speakin' Spell growing up with the membrane keyboard, but Speakin' Read was pretty cool, kind of like the cousin. He got, and again, if you don't know Zag, he's kind of a TI guy, the Texas Instruments calculators. He's I don't get it. I don't know if I know that kids in high school had them, and look, you can play games on it. But there are people who are really into TI calculators, and I don't understand.
Newpoil gets it.
I'm pretty sure he just buys them to flip them on eBay.
Really?
Yeah, because people that need graphing calculators for class.
They're expensive. Holy cow!
Yeah.
I did sell one that I used in college, and I think I made my money back, which I was pretty happy about. But I never thought of I don't really see them when I go out too much, so I guess if you have a source for them, then yeah, go for it.
Yeah, and he seems to really know which ones to get. So I mean, I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure he just does it for flips. But which is smart, if you can do something like that, hey.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Go for it.
So, and then he also picked up a game that was to me, I remember this game getting a lot of press when it first came out and super crazy, amazing reviews, and that kind of fell off a little bit. It was Ni no Kuni. And he got this game in the greatest hits package, and I didn't know that the game could be a great, I don't know what the criteria is for greatest hits, but it was kind of a surprise to me.
Units sold, isn't it? It has to sell at least 200,000 or whatever it is, and then Sony just has to reprint it.
Wow, does 200,000 sound like
that?
A lot to you
I
guys?
just threw that number out there. I don't know what the actual number
Oh,
is.
okay.
I know on
gotcha.
some systems in the past it's been 100,000.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
I'd imagine
Okay.
these days it's probably something like 1 million units or something. Do you think?
Yeah, I can imagine.
I don't think it's that high. I bet you at most it'd be 250,000.
Really?
They want to reprint things and make money on the same game, right? So they'll do it.
Definitely, yeah. Especially since, we've said before, a lot of parents go to the store, buy a new system.
The bright red case, those are the good games.
The system costs a lot of money. Okay, let me get them 3 games that are going to be between $5 and $15 used, and that's going to be one of them. So,
yeah.
And all the collectors go, please don't let me see those cases.
Do you guys have the original version?
Yeah, this sucks.
I'll take a used one. But yes, also picked up a new Super Mario Brothers. All the new Super Mario Brothers games are good. The 4-player one on the Wii was a little frustrating, but still good. He got a Phantom Hourglass. He got Portrait of Ruin on the DS. I love Portrait of Ruin. I think that was the first one in the DS Castlevanias, right?
Wasn't Donosoro before that?
I can't keep
remember
track of all of the subtitles.
Well, Portrait of Ruin was the first one that I played. So that was the first one.
Because I don't have any of the DS ones. I just have the GBA ones.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, there's some good ones on the DS if you ever feel like getting some Castlevania on. And so after Portrait of Ruin, again we got a RPG theme going on here. He found a Final Fantasy 3 cart, Final Fantasy 13. Huh? He also got one that hopefully will be hitting the next gen consoles pretty soon. Is Minecraft. I think he found the 360 version of Minecraft.
Yeah, didn't I hear that it's finally coming to PS3? And I think it's coming to Xbox One. I don't know if it's coming to PS4. I don't know.
You're right. No, it is coming to. I could be wrong, but I could have sworn I heard that because at first it was announced as an Xbox One exclusive, and then Sony's like, no, it's coming to PS4. And then people were like, Microsoft, why'd you say it's an Xbox One exclusive? And they said, oh, the Xbox One edition is an Xbox One exclusive. So there might be some extra content in there, but I think I just recently read that it's coming to PS3 first, so they can like get it out the door, and then it's going to be coming to next gen like in a month or two.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to hit everything, but we'll see.
If memory serves, I think Microsoft has some sort of deal where if you're doing launches at the same time as on other platforms, that you have to put some extra content in or something like that.
Right.
Or I don't remember. I don't know. I thought there was something somewhere in there. But anyway, we'll move on.
So how about the Halopedia?
What about that?
That's another thing he gets a lot of. He finds a lot of good books and guides.
Yeah, what is it though? Literally, I don't know what that is.
The Halopedia, it's kind of like
is it like literally the encyclopedia of Halo?
Yeah, it's kind of like they combine those two words.
Well, I gathered that much.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you got that far.
I guess like like a portmanteau or
yeah. No, it's kind of like I've got like a Star Wars encyclopedia. And like you can just look up Tauntaun and be like,
do they call it the Star Warsopedia?
Star Wars Lopedia? No, it's actually they use the entire word encyclopedia, which is who has the time? I mean, so just Halopedia.
There you go. And then something good. He got something good.
If you're ever wondering about like how much a Magellonier suit of armor weighs, is that how you say that?
Mjolnir.
I would guess that the J is like a Y.
Mjolnir?
That's how you say like Thor's hammer, and it's the same pronunciation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably
J
right.
Is a Y.
You're probably right. Yeah, and then he got like probably like the second best Mega Man game, right?
No.
Agreed.
No. He got the best Mega Man game.
He got a Mega Man game that how about we just agree to say he got a great Mega Man game?
He got the best Mega Man game. Mega Man 2.
Why are you poking at the fire?
Because I have to be there for the listeners. Because the listeners right now are screaming out in pain every time you say that's not the best.
Man, Krabby, why don't we... Okay, if he gets this, then we get to say that Skies of Arcadia isn't that great.
Wait a minute.
It's a compromise.
No, there's no compromise. I edit the show. There's no compromise.
Yeah. I can't wait to hear, like, we get to say that Skies of Arcadia is the best thing ever. Now that I've said that, it's going to end up in there. So after Mega Man 2, the secret word of the month is Xenogears. And Zag got a nice copy of Xenogears in there. And just like always, tons of Skylanders.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm sorry that I can't do them justice because I don't know the names of any of these Skylanders or if they're rare. I actually got some myself, like secondhand, like from a friend who just gave them to me. I made up names for them, and those seem to work out pretty good for me.
Like
I think the only ones that are truly rare are the ones that they give away at like the toy conventions and stuff. Like some stores, like Toys R Us, have their exclusive ones, and Walmart will. They're a little harder to find than the regular ones, but they're not worth a ton of money anymore.
Oh, I went to a friend's house, and his kids have tons of these things. And yeah, he's trying to show me. He's like, yeah, this one's just so special, just to this and this. And I'm like, they look the same. Like, this one's this color. Oh, okay.
Now, you guys, Krabby, I think you said you've played the game with your son, right?
Yeah, I've beaten the first one, and we played through most of Giants.
So does any data get saved on the actual figure?
Oh, yeah. And then you can
really? Level up, right?
And then you take them over to your friend's house, and then you can like battle your guys against your friend's guys.
But I thought that was just your save file. I didn't realize that stuff actually saves on the figure itself.
No, I'm pretty sure it saves right on the figure itself.
Yeah, because Zag, I think, like sent some Skylanders to somebody that we might hear about later in this, and he's in his letter he said, "I took the liberty of leveling them up to like this level for you," and I was like, "Wait a minute,
yeah,
the physical thing carries the level? I didn't know that."
You
That's
can
the
like
future.
Equip them with accessories. You can level them up. You can choose like once you get to a certain level, they like branch off and they go two different ways. So you can pick which way, and then and then the whole thing is you can take them over to your friend's house so that you guys can battle your epic Skylanders against each other.
That's great. That's great stuff. So again, I apologize, Zag. I'm sure your Skylanders are great.
Does the Infinity characters do that?
I actually don't know, but I'm going to say without a doubt, yes.
I'm completely ignorant, but sure.
Exactly. Panzer Dragoon Orta.
Yeah, that's a good Xbox game.
I remember being excited about this when it, back like before it came out, because. As I'm trying to be the original Xbox fan. And I was like, come on, like you gotta give me something.
It's a hard thing to do.
Exactly, like, and there are like a handful of gems that I still like to this day, but like, I mean, PS2 is a juggernaut, so you're like, you gotta give me something, and Panzer Dragoon was one of the games I had some fun with.
I actually just took that home myself too. I've seen a ton of copies, but they're always missing the manual, and I finally got a nice complete box one, so I snagged it.
Yeah,
very cool.
Very great game. And then he got a gift. He got because earlier, well, we haven't got to Moonraker Fats yet, but Moonraker had picked up a bunch of stuff, and he picked up this little tabletop game. Like it looks kind of like those little Coleco, mini arcades, but it's
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, Galaxy 2, and it's basically like a Galaxian ripoff kind of thing, but it looked really cool, and I think Sagnorch mentioned something about it, and Moonraker was really nice. Just sent it over to him. So
Yeah, that's not the last nice thing Moonraker did this month.
No, wonderful people, definitely wonderful. And he had been gone for a little while, so it was good to hear back from him. And we'll definitely be talking about him again in a little bit. And then up next after that, he got a couple gifts from Black Label Skate, right?
Brick-a-brask.
Yeah.
Killzone and was it Blastworks?
Blastworks, I think it's a Wii game.
Blastworks is cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one. I mean, I know Killzone, but
Blastworks is like a Gradius style shooter, but every single thing you blow up in the game, like the bad guys that are shooting at you, while they're falling off the screen, all the parts, you could swoop down and attach them to your ship.
Huh.
So by the time you get to the boss, you can have this epic ship that like encompasses like the entire stage, and it's got like guns and cannons and propellers and rockets. And then as the boss is shooting at you, as long as he's not hitting you, he just blows off the chunks of your ship that you've added onto.
Now I'm interested.
Yeah,
I think you'd like it.
That sounds. If I come across a cheap copy, I'll have to check that out.
It's almost always cheap, like less than $10.
Oh, there you go. And then we're gonna mark one in the other column for the Club Nintendo, right?
one for the calendar.
Yeah, I don't get the calendar idea.
wasn't that the gold prize?
Was that the gold?
I don't think that was a choice for platinum. The platinum was the posters or the soundtrack. The calendar was the gold.
Okay.
Guys.
Oh,
I
was mistaken then. Okay.
I'm taking the check mark off.
All right, then, fine. You got the gold
Or
prize.
start a third column.
La-di-da. There we go. Well, anyway, though, got the poster. That's cool. And then this next one, boy, when I saw this, I had a moment.
Which one, the Sega thing or the Nintendo thing?
The Sega thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got a complete in-box Dreamcast. It's basically new. I mean, just everything in it wrapped. It's
baggies.
It's new.
Yeah, when he said, everything was in baggies, it looked like it was played for a minute and then just baggied back up.
Yeah, I mean, it looks just like when I went to launch day and opened the thing up, right? So, Bill, you're a big Dreamcast fan. Did you have the same sort of moment?
It is really cool. I can't bring myself to open stuff that I think might have never been, really played like that. I got a Power Glove that I opened the box and, twisty ties, wrapping, registration card, everything's in there. And it's the two possibilities are that it was, open but never used, or, used but put back, so pristinely that it looks like it wasn't used. And I can't bring myself to take it out of there.
It's probably better. If you don't.
Yeah. I don't need to play Super Glove Ball.
No, you really don't.
Bad Street Brawler.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
There's always that one guy at the party.
But, yeah, that Dreamcast it was really beautiful. It really took me, get a little trip back through time for a minute.
And remember we were talking about a little while ago with, the stuff that he comes across?
Yeah.
So, that Pikachu N64 that, everybody wants?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got one.
With the controller, too, which is often seems like the controller is gone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, man, very nice.
Or people who, force themselves to sell it and need some dollars are well, at least I'll keep the controller. So, yeah, it's almost like the NES, the Sharp NES TV controller.
Oh, yeah.
How you see the TV a lot, but it's not. It's but do you have the controller?
Yeah, darn, my stupid store has the thing and the controllers.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Just sitting with a giant not for sale sign on it.
Oh, that's me.
Jerks.
Yeah,
pretty
much.
Jerks.
It's pretty much just out there to go, yeah, you can't have this, you suck.
Yeah, Chris
Does
has
it have the little foot pads too?
What's that?
Does it have the little foot pads too?
One of them is broken off, I think, but other than that, yeah.
That's pretty normal.
Yeah, Chris has like a Earthbound like for display only in the store. I'm like, you have to either sell that or like get it out of the store.
And then up next is, I don't know where he got this one from.
I think this was issued to him.
This is for him. Yeah, he's a giant Optimus Prime fan. So he found him a little Transformer Optimus Prime watch. And it does transform, right?
Yeah. I think he showed it like the 3 stages of it.
Yeah, I remember when I don't know if this is newer or older, but I remember when I was a kid, this was kind of a thing for a little while. There were these Transformer little odds and ends that were out there. And this next one is not going to be the only time we see this month, which is weird. Have you guys ever seen this before?
Nope.
Pods. Sega Pods.
Sega Pods.
Like a game that they put out. I wonder if it was kind of like in that time where they started kind of doing the the Pico, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if it was in that same time where they're like, look, can we branch out a little bit? Because, I mean, it has like that same kind of styling to it that like the Pico did, like the branding on the package. So
definitely.
Just, maybe they were just trying to see what else they could do in the world. But I have no idea how Sega Pods works. But it looks basically new, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that, I don't really know if anyone's out there like clamoring for pods, but it's like one of those things that's, not a lot of people have.
No.
So it's just one of those cool Sega pieces to have on a shelf.
Yeah, interesting. But hey, it was a really interesting time there for Mr. Zagnorch. Got some pretty cool stuff, right?
Definitely. Yeah, no, I mean, got a lot of great stuff as well as sending lots of packages out, which we will definitely get to.
Yeah, definitely.
So excited for mine.
Yeah, I think I've got one on the way, but it's not here, so it'll be interesting to see what happens there.
He did apologize for getting the stuff out so late this year.
Okay.
I got mine like the day after Christmas, so but I mean this is something he just decided to do, so I don't think anyone's complaining.
Yeah, I don't understand that. He said that too. He's like, "Hey, I'm sorry, it's kind of late." I'm like, "Wait, you're sending me free stuff?" I think it's awesome. You could probably send it a year from now, and I would still think it's awesome.
Yeah.
No complaints. Up next, we've got another really great member on site who's been doing some really nice things for people. Grey Ghost, right?
Yep, Grey Ghost is up, and he really took this RPG thing to the next level.
He is a huge fan
Some
of
really
some of
good
these
ones in
obscure
there.
RPGs.
Yeah, I'm gonna need your guys' help pronouncing most of these.
Yeah. Some of them I don't know how much help I can be, but he did. He had a podcast he did for a couple shows, and maybe he'll come back to it at some point. His friend, unfortunately, that he was doing the show with got kind of ill. So wish him the best of luck in that. But in that show, he talked a lot about some of these games. So it's maybe while you guys are reading through some of this, I'll see if I can go look it up so I can mention it here on the show. But what did he get?
I got one of my favorite strategy role-playing games, Disgaea 2. Not quite as good as the first one, but it's still really, really solid.
I think I've got the first one. I don't think I've ever checked the other ones out. So what, is it a big difference, or is it just more of like, hey, here's some more scenarios?
More emphasis on the item world, and it's like the same world and a few of the same characters, but just like different storyline.
Ah, okay, all right.
It's really easy to follow if you played any of the previous games. They kind of have the same vibe to them.
Gotcha. Yeah, I found it. If you guys want to check out the past shows on they did, it's the 8 Generations podcast. So it's EIGHT 8 Generations podcast. And then want to take a stab?
Atelier Iris.
I think you nailed it.
I think that's probably pretty good.
Atelier Iris.
That's like a series of. I think you got another one in that series a little later on.
I mean, I've literally never heard of there's a lot of RPGs that I thought I knew mostly all of them, and
you don't. You never do.
No, Atelier, and even the one that I got, my friend gave me one, and I sent it to Krabby. I was like, "Is this a thing that people want?" But yeah, Atelier Iris. Not familiar, but this next one I was a big fan of when it came out.
Yeah. So, what is it?
I love Vagrant Story. I love the art. I love a lot of the things that bothered me about it. I learned to like. I was furious that like equipment would wear away as you used it. I was like, this is ridiculous. Like I put all this time into like getting these weapons, like finding cool stuff, and it deteriorates. What is this, like reality? So, but no, Vagrant Story's got a great story, great characters, great level design. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, and you look like one of the guys, right? So.
I do. I look exactly like several of the guys in it.
And this next one is it Wii?
It's Wii, and there's a PS2 version too. I'm not sure which one Grey Ghost got.
Oh, if I had to guess, knowing him, it's probably the PlayStation, but...
Yeah, judging by the rest of his list here, probably.
I thought I'd seen the Wii version, but Baroque? I don't really know much about that one.
Believe it's kind of dungeon crawler-ish, if I'm thinking of the right game.
Oh, okay, all right.
I recently grabbed one myself. I just haven't had a chance to stick it in at all.
It's like a roguelike kind of thing?
I don't know if it's that hardcore. I can't remember. I remember really wanting it right when the Wii came out. I think it was a pretty early release, and I just didn't find it for like years.
Yes, those roguelikes are usually not my thing, but I've played a few of them. Dragon Crystal on the Master System and Game Gear was probably the last one I really tried to get into. Boy, I've never heard of this one. Ephemeral Fantasia?
I don't know that.
Is that a PS3 one?
That one's new to me.
Yeah, same with me. And I misspelled that word, so I appreciate you guys not pointing it out as ephemeral. But yeah, Ephemeral Fantasia, it's same thing. I couldn't even comment on it.
It's a PS2 game, apparently.
PS2, okay. But again, is it, I'm guessing probably like NIS or Exceed or something like
Konami.
that. Konami, really?
Konami.
Wow.
All right, before they totally ditched most RPGs. So.
I'm looking at the cover right now. It actually looks really cool.
Cool. Very awesome. I think everybody knows Harvest Moon, though, right?
Yeah, my wife was a big Harvest Moon fan for a little while.
Really?
Whatever Harvest Moon would come out, she was after, and then she can only really really get into one game at a time. So like after Harvest Moon, it was Animal Crossing, and she never got off the Animal Crossing, jam. So she's still again with the holidays being a little tricky. She hasn't played New Leaf in a while, but that's the last thing that she played.
So there's just chock full of weeds now.
And I said the other day, I was like, why don't you fire it up? And she was like, ugh, it's just going to be so many weeds everywhere.
Can you turn the clock back on it?
Yeah. She knows she can do that, but she doesn't want to because she's, she's purist.
She's hardcore, right?
I think what I might do is I might be like, honey, like, I know that you're tired and you're pregnant and everything, so
let me do some yard work.
I did some weeding for you, and here you go.
You're such a kind husband.
Yeah.
And then Legend of Mana. That was the PlayStation 1?
PlayStation 1, yes. Yeah, so Legend of Mana and Parasite Eve. You got both of those for PlayStation. I was also a really big Parasite Eve fan. Never played 2.
I've got, I think I've got 2, but not the first one. But although I've played the first one.
Yeah, Legend of Mana, that was another Square PlayStation RPG. It's one of the ones in his list I'm familiar with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then Persona 2.
Sweet.
Yeah, I know.
Krabby loves the Personas.
And then I don't know Time and Eternity.
That one's one I've seen it come in the store a couple times, and I think I'm going to grab the next one. I know nothing about it other than it looks awesome. I love the art style of it.
So again, it was like NIS or Exceed or something?
That one's NIS, I believe.
Yeah, okay. All right. Tales of Xillia. I know that one got a lot of press when it came out in Japan. I don't know how popular it got here, but I know there's like a special system, I think, and everything that came out with it.
I've tried a few Tales games. I can't get into them, so I just stopped paying attention.
Yeah, I think like on the Super Nintendo, I tried, and I'm like, okay, I'm done. I don't want any more of this. Dot Hack, I don't know what. Dot Hack Mutation, I don't know. There's like some of those. There's so many Dot Hack games.
Yeah, my guess, because I know that there's some sort of infection. So I know infection comes early, and then I know at some point it mutates. So I know mutation is after infection. And I'm assuming it's it could be before or after quarantine, because just because you're quarantined doesn't mean you can't mutate to get away from the quarantine. So I'm really not sure what the order is.
I had a few of them in the store, and I was talking to the customer who wanted to buy them all, and he was explaining to me the story behind it, and it sounds just epic. Like it's no wonder it's like 4 or 5 games long. Like there's a lot to it.
Really interesting.
That's the kind of game that used to get me really excited, and now I just think like, oh, I'm never gonna have the time to play a 400-hour epic RPG.
Yeah, it's such a time sink, right?
Yeah, it's same thing with the Xenoblade Chronicles. I loved the time I put into it, but like I put like, I don't know, dozens of hours into it, and I was like 9% through the game. So I don't know if that'll ever get super completed by me, but it'll get my recommendation as long as someone wants to listen.
Yeah. And then speaking of this month, right?
Xenogears.
Yeah, we all
Another
Xeno
one.
games.
It's a good theme.
Yeah,
you could do much worse than Xenogears. Alpha and Omega.
Yep, and similar to Persona line, but not exactly the same, right?
Yeah, one of the PS2 ones I still need for my Atlas collection. He's got some Nocturne, Shin Megami Tensei.
You don't have that?
I thought you were a Shin Megami fan. I figured you would have had this.
I have got like all the other ones except for Nocturne.
I think I might have that one, Crab. If you remind me off the air later, I'll look. If I've got it, I'll throw it in a box to you. I've still not sent your box out.
And I don't think this is
Sending
the
you a
last
text right
Nocturne.
Okay. Yeah, seriously though, if I've got it, I'll throw it in a box for you.
I don't think this is the last Nocturne this month either, so maybe there'll be a rush on them pretty soon.
Yeah, that's cool. If I've got it, I'll throw it in a box for you.
Yeah. Also, so sticking with Xeno, he picked up Xeno Saga 3.
Yeah, that's the hard one to get. The Krabby was nice enough to send that one to me to complete my trilogy.
You bet.
Very cool.
Because I know you're going to play it one day, right?
What's that?
Yeah.
Because I know you're going to play it one day, right?
Those things, oh man. I guess if I, somehow became disabled and had nothing but time on my hands. They look really pretty on the shelf with my Xenogears.
They do.
So, yeah, and what were you saying, Bill? Sacred 2? I don't know.
I was saying, I've never played any of the Sacreds or the, what's the next one? Divinity.
Yeah, I don't know those either. Gosh, I feel so bad. This is probably like the most...
sorry.
Well, what did you listen to on the Collectorcast? Well, they talked about a lot of stuff they don't really know any of.
Yeah, they don't know what's going on.
These guys
but Mass Effect 2 Collector on 360.
I can talk about Mass Effect 2 all day.
Yeah, this show can just end. We can just... Oh, man, I can't think of a game right now that I was more excited about like the week before it came out than Mass Effect 2.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, this was huge.
And I was late to the Mass Effect party because I hadn't really played it. So I picked it up right before 2 came out. So I just finished the first one, and I was so hyped.
Man, and that collector edition, like that, the N7 with like the tear through it, and there were rumors of potential story things that may or may not have happened. And since everyone knows there's a Mass Effect 3 and Shepard's in it, that, story leads to Shepard continuing. But there's a pretty huge thing that happens right at the beginning of that game. And I remember like sitting on my couch and it happened, and I was like, no,
jaw
what's
drops
going
for
on?
a minute, right?
Oh man, those games are great. I know the third one got flack for the story and everything, but
I loved it.
I love it. Love it.
I honestly was thinking the other day, I thought, maybe I should go back and try to pick these collector's editions. And I thought, maybe I'll get really lucky and maybe they'll do like a next gen version.
Wouldn't that be cool?
With like the PC graphics.
If anything, I think that might happen kind of like, before the next one comes out, because they try to do that to like rekindle interest. Yeah. So that's a possibility.
I would totally do it again.
Yeah,
totally.
Definitely. So yeah, if you haven't played that, Ghost, I mean, I'm sure you have because you're an RPG guy, but to anybody, Mass Effect 1, 2, 3, just do it.
Yeah, I think you said that
than all the other RPGs on this list, though, hey?
Yeah, but I think
very
you
much
said
so. I think these are they're because
the rest are very Japanese. This one is very
super not even JRPG, SJRPG.
But I think in his
super Japanese.
In his post though, I think he said that this was an upgrade copy to like a Platinum Hits version he had of the other one. So
definitely
he's got them. So, and then he got a gift from Zag, right?
The old bag of Doritos.
Yeah. Everything's got a bag of chips in it.
Yeah, I don't get the Dorito reference, but I think I mentioned at some point I was like, oh, I want Doritos from Zag, and then foreshadowing. So
I think they make better packing material than packing peanuts.
Maybe cheaper. I don't know. He got a Skylander, and a little note and some Doritos from.
I think this might be the one I was talking about before, where he's like, "Oh, I took the liberty of leveling him for you," and then he said something like, "Don't pay attention to like the what do you say, like the Antichrist Disney Infinity or like the non-believer or something like that."
Yeah, and then he finished up a couple more PS3 RPGs. He got Hyperdimension Neptunia V, which is not really 5; it's the third
Jury,
game.
right?
Yeah, it's V for victory.
Oh, I couldn't have told you that. And is this Altair Aisha related to Atelier Iris?
I think so. I think I just didn't know how to spell
Yeah,
it.
I think you just spelled the
okay.
name wrong. Yeah.
Yeah,
Seems
I
I
didn't
was
know there
trying to
were
read
more-
off the front of the box and not.
I didn't
doing
know there
well.
were more Atelier games.
There's a few of them, yeah.
There's a lot. There's a few. I've seen them. I just have no experience with them.
I'm actually pretty happy to find out that there's like, I mean, they're not like mainstream anymore, but there's more than enough JRPGs for the folks who really enjoy them.
They're
Yeah,
up
and
there
when I
still,
was
yeah.
younger, man, I used to love playing these things. There's just not enough time. I'm really looking forward to Bravely Default though. So
Yeah.
You
What were
played-
you gonna say, Crab?
I was gonna Duke. You played Hyperdimension Neptunia, haven't you?
I did. I played the first one. I've got the second one. I've not got that far. I haven't finished the first one. It's very traditional. It's the fun thing about that series though is that the girl like characters are like representations of different video game platforms, and there's a lot of in jokes about the video game industry and games in the game itself. So it's kind of fun that way.
It sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah. The battle mechanic, at least in the first one's pretty meh, but I mean the rest of the parts kind of make up for it. And I think that kind of wraps up, right, for Grey Ghost. So.
Yeah, mostly. I mean, we when we're going through this, we should probably say we didn't get everything that everybody got. We're just trying to keep it like semi-notable. So he could have got other stuff, but those are the things that kind of stood out to us when we were making the list.
We say that every time, I think, and we
do say that.
We still try to
So-
say we're going to cut it down. We still have a lot, but anyway, at least in this episode, you'll see we had the topic before the scores, though. So if you like the topic, you can just stop.
There you go.
If you like
And
the
we'll see if
scores, you
people,
can keep
yeah,
going.
we'll see if people like that format.
There you go. Up next, we've got Mr. Potato Sack himself, Build Star, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
So a complete N64 for €10, and I don't know what that translates to, but it sounds like a great deal.
Like
Translate to
$15.
A great deal.
Man,
yeah, like $15. That'd be pretty good.
that's a really good deal.
Yeah. And then he had some other stuff that was in there. The one I made note of was he had it's a Baby Club game for the DS, but he had put in the RF Generation Baby Club.
Jealous.
Because, everybody keeps ending up pregnant. So
It's a very potent group.
I guess we've saved our energies up.
It's
we're
all those
quite
Doritos
virile.
everyone's eating. It makes you very fertile.
Doritos, Mountain Dew.
There we go. We've got to procreate, make new little game collectors in the world. So, there we go.
It's the only way our collections will have any value in the future.
That's why we're going to pass them down to
If
somebody.
there's people
right?
who still want them down the road.
Yeah, we have to teach our kids how awesome these collections are and how much they're worth, and then sell them to our kids.
I'm screwed. I've got all dollars. But thanks, Build Star, for putting that together. And then we get to Fakakis.
Faux khakis.
Yeah. Boy, you got kind of a wide variety of things here, right?
If you're asking me, I'm going straight to the Disney stuff because that's where my heart is.
I guess you can go there.
Beauty and the Beast.
It's on
One,
the Genesis.
as well as two. Yeah, the Genesis Beauty and the Beast.
Okay. Have you played that?
I have not. I don't have them yet. I have like a couple of the what is it, like Mickey Castle Illusion?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
For Genesis.
That's
I
a
don't
classic.
have. Oh yeah, it's great. I don't have like Disney is kind of one of those. I haven't like started targeting Disney subsets, but like since I have a pretty good Disney affinity, I guess you'd say, like in my life. I think I probably will just go for like anything Disney I see for a decent price, I'll probably grab it. But yeah, I haven't seen the Beauty and the Beast games, and those are Sarah's favorites. So maybe like if I ever want to like ruin her Valentine's Day, I'll get her one.
There you go. Right. Yeah, I would avoid that. You got some other Genesis games though, right? Street Smart, you guys know that one?
I don't know
No.
that one.
I never played that one either.
This is a good collector.
Batman Returns is good. Not to change the subject, but he got that and
it's
Sonic
not
3
that
and Pit
good.
Fighter, which I love.
Batman Returns is not that good.
What's
On the
wrong with it?
Genesis? I don't know. I just played it in the store a couple days ago. I thought the NES one was way better.
Oh, the NES one is way better.
I like the Sega CD version.
Is that the one where you get
Oh,
to,
you know
like,
what? I
drive
think
the
I
car
might.
a lot
I
in
think.
it?
What's that?
I think.
Is that the one where there's a lot of like car driving parts in it, like Batmobile?
Yes, I like
Yeah,
that. It was pretty good.
I think I might be thinking of the Sega CD version.
It was just the Genesis version with driving parts added.
That's
Pretty
probably
much.
what I was thinking of.
Yeah, I liked
But
it.
yeah, I still think the NES one is my favorite Batman game until the Arkhams came out. But yeah, I didn't mind Batman Returns.
I remember Batman Returns is one of the first Sega CD games I saw that came in that crappy cardboard box where you're just like,
Like the crisscross make your own video
Oh, gosh,
cardboard
it's like
box thing.
terrible.
Yeah, they were all terrible.
Oh,
Cardboard means
terrible.
quality. Come on.
No, means avoid at all costs. And wait, he got. Did we mention Pit Fighter?
Oh, you
I-
gotta
you know
mention
what?
Pit Fighter.
I love Pit. Well, I can't say I love Pit Fighter because I don't love it. But like when I was a kid, I think there was Pit Fighter. Like it was like a what do you call it? Like a countertop game at like a pizza place, and like we'd go to get pizza, and I'd play Pit Fighter while I was waiting for pizza, and then I saw that Pit Fighter was available on Genesis, so like I had to have it. So like we rented it. And I remember coming home and like playing Pit Fighter for like 10 minutes. And then being done with Pit Fighter forever.
It's horrible.
I've
Yeah,
got
it's
like
really bad.
at the store we do a lot of fighting games, and I've got this like section of just fighting games that people can pick from, like a little library of them. And there's some oddball ones and obscure ones and stuff. And people pick them out once in a while, but no one has ever touched Pit Fighter yet, and it's been there, very visible, right in the middle the whole time, and nobody's touched it.
Everybody goes for time killers, right?
Eternal
Yep.
Champions and
Eternal
like,
Champions,
Injustice.
yep.
That
Like it's crazy to me how like I'll have all these Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat games available and Tekken and stuff, and I'll say to someone, okay, pick any fighting game you want, and Eternal Champions gets picked so often.
Up here,
The
it's
Sega-
Bloody Roar. I don't know what it is with that game. People always want to play Bloody Roar.
the Eternal Champions on Sega CD is really good.
Yeah, it is.
Really good. And oh man, something we were talking about before, I think off air, right? We were talking about Joe Montana Sports Talk Football.
Yeah, being like one of the hot as far as like hot sellers for sports games at retro game stores. I've talked to owners of stores that say, yeah, Joe Montana Sports Talk Football, like they can't keep it on the shelf.
Oh man, like 93 and 94. Gosh, I played those a lot. Yeah, those were really good. And then Bill, what's your shorthand here? Ariel M.
I don't know.
Okay.
There's probably. I'm gonna guess that there's a game with Ariel in it.
Maybe like
that-
Little Mermaid, maybe?
It has to be. Yeah, I messed up.
Okay.
I didn't put enough information.
Maybe we'll just
What-
edit
what's-
that out.
What's Ariel's last name? Maybe it starts with them. Remember?
Mermaid.
No, because she married Ariel Mermaid, Mermaidson. But yeah, I can't think of any game that has her name in it. Like there's like Little Mermaid for the NES.
I wonder if it's the Genesis Little Mermaid game, maybe.
possibly. Maybe I was just thinking Ariel and I just typed it because I was
Just
thinking of her
daydreaming.
face. Yeah. Oh, redheads, blue eyes.
and fishtails. All
Yep.
right. And then lastly, we'll get to Ogre Battle on the PlayStation.
Oh, maybe it was Ariel's Ogre Battle.
Maybe not.
That is the greatest of the ogre battles.
Yeah,
think so?
seriously.
The mermaid one, yeah.
Oh, I was talking about the
Definitely.
PlayStation one.
Oh no, I can't comment to that, but I can comment to the Disney ogre battle crossover I always dream about.
Oh, you haven't read my extended fanfic?
I haven't. Quick,
We could never
send
do
it.
Ogre Battle. It was always, boy, a little much for me, but that's okay.
I had a few
Yeah, me too.
friends who are huge into it. They spent a lot of time on those games.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm more of like I like those like the light versions of those like Shining Force.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like there's a little of that, but it's really kind of basic, and I don't want to.
That's why I like Fire Emblem so much. It's simple.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. And then up next, Gamer Nick, and now of course we always have to carve down Gamer Nick stuff because he buys everything ever.
But he buys a lot, and he's a great dude. He's my boy.
Yeah.
So yeah, Gamer Nick is awesome. And he makes me laugh because he buys all this great stuff, and then like he'll run into like a thing where he's like, oh, like I need to sell some stuff. I need like to make some money real quick. And then, but he's still posting like every day, like, oh, I bought all this more stuff. So I love it. But yeah, he got a lot of really good big box PC games, with the standouts to me being Max Payne, SimCity 2000, Rainbow Six, the original Zoo Tycoon, which I played when it was like a new thing. I actually really liked it. And then he switched over to kind of a lot of our bread and butter, the NES. He got a complete Captain America. He got a Tecmo Cup Soccer cart and manual, which is becoming trickier to find.
I still don't have that one.
Yeah, Tecmo Cup Soccer.
You're still
I
missing
don't
that
think
one.
I've ever seen it.
Yeah, I'm still missing the next one too.
Yeah, Cliffhanger. Now, I think this was just the box.
Yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, he got this.
He completed a set, I think. I think he had the box, the cart and the manual.
Because I know that Johnny Nintendo had this box for sale on Nintendo Age. Because he had sent me a thing like, hey, in case you're interested, like I have some stuff on sale over here. And I want to say that he had this on sale. So this might be Johnny Nintendo's box.
I don't know.
But yeah, in Cliffhanger, actually, our own Single Banana, not too long ago, he got Cliffhanger as a gift, I think.
After accidentally getting
one.
the Super Nintendo version.
Yeah, it was a funny story. She got on the wrong one, or like they sent the wrong one or something.
No, she bought the wrong one, yeah.
Oh, she bought the wrong one. Even better.
That's funny.
So on top of the Cliffhanger box, you got a sealed Hudson Hawk, which will foreshadow into something of mine later on.
That's an uncommon game, and to get it sealed on top of that.
Yeah, oh, totally, yeah. And I was thrilled at one of the things that he ended up hooking me up with, which is great. Lufia 2. So getting back to some RPG-ness. So you guys ever play these?
I've played both the Lufia. I used to have them. I traded them away, but Crab, you like those?
I've got a copy of each of them sitting here. I haven't booted them up yet, though.
Dave, when they were first out, they weren't terribly popular, but I think they've gained more popularity over the years, and they're a little more obscure. So they bring in a few bucks.
Mm-hmm.
I made some really nice trades when I traded my stuff. Got a nice complete in box copy of that, and it's going for a few bucks these days.
Yeah.
But yep, it's very traditional kind of, Super Nintendo turn-based RPG, and again, it didn't get a ton of love when it was out here then, and so it makes it worth a few more bucks now.
Yeah, never played them.
Yeah, I remember enjoying them. They were good games.
That's cool.
And then, you got a complete in box Trog, right?
Yeah, that's Trog.
Should have been on the Odyssey, eh?
Yeah,
that's the exclamation point.
And is there? Did we determine that the Club Nintendo calendar was platinum?
That's gold, man.
Krabby says
that's
it's the gold price.
So no, you get no notch for that. It's still cool, and congratulations on your lovely calendar. But we're only doing notches for the plat.
I don't think anybody took posters, but we'll see.
I took the posters. Oh, yeah. That's me.
Yeah. No. Spoiler alert. No, come on. It'll happen.
You're just supposed to say foreshadowing.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
You spoiled, so.
Didn't you read the user manual? All right.
And getting back to some sweet PC stuff. X-Wing, TIE Fighter, and a very nice Silent Service, which I came really close to asking him, hey, do you want to sell that Silent Service PC? But no one's going to sell that. Come on. People have bills to pay.
I kind of posted. I saw the box and I said, I hate to warn you, but I think somebody sold you a fake copy.
Yeah.
So it doesn't look anything like the
doesn't look
NES
right.
one.
Yeah. And also the next one on my radar has got to be a PAL silver box copy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, foreshadowing.
Yep. So, and also, we should. The last thing that kind of struck us as we made the list was the IntelliVoice.
Yeah, he got a complete in box IntelliVoice for the Intellivision, which just gives me a second to say B-17 bomber. That's it. I just wanted to make sure I could throw that in.
Thank you.
You can.
Wouldn't be an episode
now,
without it.
And now we're gonna move straight along so we don't have a 9-hour show.
Yeah. It's to somebody that did not get an IntelliVoice.
No, right on to Banana, our very own single version of the Banana. I can't speak to pins as smartly as he or you guys probably. So can you tell me just a little bit about Gladiator?
And when you say pins, we should say pinball for those that are not in the know.
Right? For the uninitiated?
Yeah, I'm sure there's probably listeners that don't play pinball or collect pinball.
Now that they're initiated.
I'm not familiar with this one. Honestly, I've never played it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty.
Yeah.
He picks up a lot of good-looking pins that I have never played.
Yeah, I mean, he knows, and I'm sure, don't get me wrong, at some point in time we'll have him on to do like some pinball talk, and he can explain more. But I mean, it's kind of what he does on the sides. He fixes them up, flips some, keeps some, and when he gets done with these, they're always gorgeous. I mean,
yes, definitely.
Machines are always beautiful.
That's one of the coolest ways to make the hobby pay for itself is if you can just if you just enjoy working on the machines and they're better, when you sell them than when you got them. It's, I mean, not to say that the hobby is cheap because it's not, but you need a lot of space and everything. But it's a great way to make it work for you.
Yeah, and he's kind of helping you out, right?
Yeah, he already did. Yeah, he helped me kind of get a ballpark price for some pins and kind of gave me some restoration tips and how hard it was going to be. And I'm really looking forward to putting all that information into use very soon, hopefully. Foreshadowing.
Yeah, he was really nice to me too. I mean, we'll get to some of my stuff later, but I'll just go ahead and mention he just he asked me about my pinball because I had said one of the flippers was kind of weak, and he's like, hey, this is kind of what you need. And he just shipped me out the parts. He's like, hey, here you go. Here's everything you need. Here's all the parts to rebuild it. If you need some help, let me know. So I was like, man, that's awesome. Thank you. And after that, he got probably one of the best movies ever made.
On
DVD.
I don't know. I didn't see a copy of Blade Runner or Roadhouse anywhere in his anywhere in those scores.
He got Spies Like Us on DVD. Tell me you guys like Spies Like Us.
I do like Spies Like Us. I think best movie ever might be a little strong, but I do enjoy it.
Okay, Ghostbusters then Spies Like Us. Maybe. No, seriously. I mean, it's probably not the best movie. I just want to throw it in because I love Spies Like Us. It's really, I know it has nothing to do with this show whatsoever, but
most of the things that we say.
Doctor. Anyway, if you haven't seen the movie, we're old. Go watch it. And then this next one for Genesis that he got. When I looked at the box, I went, "This has got to be like a ripoff or a pirate or something, right?" Did you guys see
it
this one?
didn't look like the legit thing, and it is.
Earth Defense for the Sega Genesis. Never seen this one before. And if you look at the box, it's like, it doesn't even have like the official logos or anything. It's like this red color, and it just says for Sega Genesis on there.
Yeah.
I mean, it really looks like a knockoff games.
But it was made by Real Tech, so it's real.
There you go. Either of you ever heard of this thing?
No, I've never seen it either before you posted it.
Nope.
And I don't see the Sega seal of quality on there, so I wonder if it might be somehow unlicensed. For shame. That's all I've got to say. And then he also got some gifts from Zach Norch, right?
Of course.
Yeah. Banana is a big Krull fan, for those that don't know.
Who is it?
And if you've not seen Krull, also go watch Krull. What's the matter with you? Were you guys fans of that when you were a kid?
Not when I was a kid, nope.
Right, not when I was a kid. Later.
Oh, you guys didn't see Krull as a kid?
No.
The Glaive, right? And he wins with the power of love. And spoiler.
That's how we all win.
Yeah, well, anyway, there was like this card game for Krull that he picked up, so that was pretty cool. And like some little, little handheld
a game. I thought it was just like collectible cards with pictures in the movie.
Oh, are they? I thought it was like a card game.
I could be wrong. I didn't look at it that closely.
Yeah, and then you got like some little pinball games from Sagnorch too that he sent, like some little handheld, because it's kind of in the pinball theme, right?
Yep.
And then for some gifts, I think it was maybe Christmas gifts or whatnot. I think maybe from his wife, he got a couple shirts, right? Did you guys see those?
Yeah, the old Atari ones.
Yeah, he got like it was like the arcade art.
Oh, yeah, I do remember seeing those.
Yeah, he got a Tempest and a Joust shirt. It has like the arcade, artwork on it. And man, that arcade artwork for Tempest, I love that. It's like some kind of demon, in the middle of this thing.
Yep.
Which, if you play Tempest, there's no such thing, right? There's no demon in the middle.
Right. It's just this like this vector,
it's a web
tunnel that you're going down.
Yeah, it's like a spider web thing, but it's like I love it. And the thing is like just they're in space, and there's a giant demon in the middle. Of course,
Space demon.
Because everything is cooler when it's in space with demons.
Oh,
of course.
Yeah.
And then you got Splatterhouse 3 for the Genesis, loose cart, but I've never been a big Splatterhouse fan. You guys ever play those?
I played the first one.
I played them for like a few minutes.
I liked the first one. I played through it on the TurboGrafx. It was a lot of fun.
It's just basically run forward, smash guys, right? I mean,
yeah, but you hit them with your 2x4 and then they splatter on the back wall. It's really cool.
Yeah, I remember playing it, I think on Turbo for like a little while. My friend brought it over and I was like, that's pretty cool. And then I just never needed to play it again.
Yeah, I've played probably the Famicom game more than I've played any of the other ones, but that's kind of cool. I just remember like it's Rick is the name of the guy, and for some reason he has some demon mask, and he always has to go save his girlfriend. Somehow. I have no idea. The next one I put in here just because the cover art was fantastic, so I wish there was some way that I could show the viewers at home.
The new Dracula.
Dracula for the Intellivision.
Oh, that was awesome.
Yeah. It's from a Magic, but it looks like they just like, I mean, they must have just got some guy from The Office and slap some bad Halloween like face paint on him. Like, okay, here, pose for the box art, will you?
Your scary vampire face.
Whoa, boy! I mean, it's really bad. It's like what you would do to dress up like your 14-year-old for Christmas, for Halloween, right?
The Christmas vampire, yes.
But just like the white, the white cream on the face with the, the
bad
terrible
lipstick,
fake fangs, and like the crappy, hair that's got to come to a point in the front that's all slicked back. It's just really terrible, but it looks pretty funny. And then Wizard of Oz for the Super Nintendo. I'm not really familiar with this one either. Are you guys?
Not
I had never heard of it until I saw the picture of it.
You'd never heard of the Wizard of Oz.
For the Super Nintendo.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he mentioned, he said, this is kind of uncommon, and he got a good price on it, which I'll take his word for it. I've never seen it, so maybe it is, I'm not a Super Nintendo expert, but I don't know. What would you do? Are you Dorothy? Are you the wizard? I mean, what?
Oh, I hope you're Dorothy.
Could it be the Wicked Witch? That would be awesome.
No. You have to be Dorothy, and it has to be a platformer.
Could it be a game where you just try to land houses on witches?
I don't think it could be. Unless it had the Super FX chip, because that would require some like Pilot Wings type stuff where like you're the house and you're Pilot Wingsing it into the witch.
I smell money. Somebody get on top of that.
Right. Yeah, let's get that repro. Homebrew.
Very good. And then we get to Invader G2, who came across some stuff that made me feel a little jealous.
Yeah, especially, excuse me, a little bit late over here. Especially Uncharted Waters, which is not one I've ever seen in person.
That's the last Koei game that I need right now.
That's the one out of that pack that stands out to you?
That's the last one I need.
Well,
so yeah, that stands out.
Well, no, I mean of that pack, I know what Duke's thinking, but I have this thing where. Like, I kind of almost block out the super, like, those, like, kind of grail rare games because I know I can't afford them and I'm either going to come across them or I'm not. Like, I never think of, like, Flintstones or Little Samson because, like, they're just kind of pipe dreams.
Until you ran across one of them.
Yeah, I came across both of those things. But like until I came across them, I wasn't thinking of them. So like I never even think of Zombie Nation until I see it, and then I'm like, oh yeah, that's the thing. I'm probably never gonna have one.
I think that a lot too. I think I'm never gonna have one. But yeah, he did, and he had like a little funny story to go along with it, right?
Oh, the negotiation.
Yeah, how do you like that when you sit down with the shop owner to negotiate and they talk themselves down?
Yeah, we talked about this earlier. I think it was marked at $200, and he was like, selling it for $200, huh? And the shop owner's like, yeah, but like I'll do like 10% off, so like $180. And he's like, that's. And I understand you got to pay your bills. I mean, I get it. And he's like, what would you want to pay? And he's like, well, like I seen them going for this, but like I don't know. And like he never puts a number out there, and the shop owner's like, well, like how about 120?
Which you have to jump at that point, right? I mean, you have to.
Yeah. So yeah, that's powerful negotiation.
Yeah, it's an impressive talk to. Yeah.
It's hard to mention, Metroid Fusion and Akari 3 after Uncharted Waters and Zombie Nation, but those are still solid games.
And Gargoyle's Quest is a little tougher.
I don't know if I'd call Akari 3 a solid game.
Well, I was really talking more about Metroid Fusion, which isn't as solid as Zero Mission, but it still has the word Metroid in it.
I was not a big Fusion fan, but
yes, I think Zero Mission's my handheld Zelda Metroid of choice.
Yeah. Fusion was okay, but
it was the first one. It was the first one on the Advance.
Yeah, they need to make a handheld other end. That's all I'll say.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Because that sold like hotcakes.
Yeah, you got it. I got that game for $5 like 6 months after it came out.
I got it for $5 like 3 months after it came out. New, sealed, like shit.
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah. Best Buy had them like Black Friday, like $4.99 free shipping. Please take them.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like, here's a pallet. Can you just? We don't care. Steal them. Just.
Yeah, that's when they have like the sidewalk sale.
Yeah, no doubt.
Where they don't care.
Who we have up next?
After Invader, it's a good old Black Label Skate, and he's been on a N64 controller box jam lately, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I imagine those are going to be getting harder to find.
Yeah, the N64, it's still pretty hot, and we have a handful of accessory and box guys. So he got a green controller in a clamshell. Because as you remember, that you could get those like kind of like triangle, stand up clamshells, or they came in like square boxes. So he got the green in a clamshell. And when you're talking about N64, there's no shortage of controller colors and styles to collect.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why I try to hang on to some of those things.
Now the Atomic Purple have I already asked this? Did they come by themselves or only bundled in the Atomic Purple N64?
I don't know if they sold separately. I mean, I know they were in the bundle.
I'm going to guess they did just because of how many I see come in the store more than any other color.
Gotcha.
Well, there's all that big fantastic color thing going, right? So, wouldn't surprise me. Somebody else
also got I think this was complete. He didn't mention about the manual, but probably complete expansion pack, another N64 piece. And then not the first guy this month to pick up Arkham Origins. So another 3DS Arkham dude.
Yeah, hopefully for that expansion pack, he's got that goofy little tool. Dang it.
Yeah, Duke's still looking for one of those.
Still looking for one of those stupid little tools.
I have one at the store right now. I'll stick it in the Duke box.
You have extras?
No, I just have one. I don't mind.
Well, just wait till you get an extra one.
I just use like a bar knife to pop out. I'll send it to you.
There you go. Yeah, same.
You got to use the tool, man. Come on.
I don't use the actual tool to pull it, and I always forget to like peel the sticker off. And I'm like, oh
tool.
crap!
I'll trade you the tool for the Nocturne.
We'll do a little swap. What a trade!
Fair trade.
I think I already owe you. So anyway.
So Quackula's up next, and he doesn't have a ton, but his scores are mighty.
Yeah. He hit the Super Nintendo hard this month. Right?
Yeah. So Shadowrun is all he got.
No, that's not quite.
Oh wait,
not quite.
Okay, so let's go to the next best game. So the next best game has to be Contra 3, right?
Yeah,
it's a tough one. I don't know.
Let's keep pushing. Yeah.
Okay, let's go further. I'm gonna go with the next best game, Chrono Trigger.
Oh, it should have been Earthbound.
I haven't played. To be fair, I haven't played Earthbound.
It's good, but Chrono Trigger is better.
I would agree.
Okay.
I would agree. And then
So let's say Chrono Trigger. Let's say Earth Trigger.
well, let's just get to the real best.
Yeah, this I would agree with. The real best game, if you ask the two of us, and maybe Krabby.
Yeah, I'm with
Final Fantasy 3.
I'm with you.
Hey,
Okay, good.
we all agree.
So, I mean,
The
and
show is
you
over.
can never
let's
say.
end it now.
Yeah,
Drop the mic. We're out.
Yeah, internet broke.
Last
I-
episode.
I think you can never say Final Fantasy 3 without just saying Final Fantasy 6 real quick, like under your breath.
Yeah,
But
just go 3-6.
yeah, 3-6.
I'm okay with 3.
Very good.
So yeah, I mean, that's it for Quackula, and that's like the mother of all like drop the mic scores.
That's some
Chrono,
heavy hitters.
Chrono, Earthbound, Final Fantasy, Contra Shadowrun. Yeah, that's all I need. You guys have fun with your 9-hour show.
Right. I don't think this time we're going to be anywhere near that. But
No, yeah, we're. I mean, a handful of people we've done so far had a lot of stuff, but I think we have like some rapid fire rounds coming up.
definitely. And Razor Knuckles, man, he got one of the best video gaming setups in the world, right?
Seriously, the Battleship 2, the Sega Genesis, Sega CD2 combo.
Is it the best one because it has the best loading music?
Yeah. Oh man, Sega CD2. That was my vote on that thread we did a while ago with.
Am I getting the music's mixed up again? Because that's not the good music that you're singing.
Well, the first one's like. Yeah, no, I don't like the first one.
That's the first one.
Second one destroys it.
Okay, do the second one again.
I don't know the second one.
That's the good one. Okay, good.
Yeah, that's a good
No,
one.
the other one's the
Yeah.
good one.
Yep.
No, we're good, Bill.
Number 2.
How's that?
Internet fist bump. So also actually, and now Krabby's going to get even happier. One of Krabby's favorite from the last gen, Brutal Legend.
Brutal Legend. It's awesome.
Yeah,
So awesome.
just all of the music and gameplay that Krabby likes in the same game.
And Rob
It's
Halpern
made for him.
voicing a whole character who's hilarious and awesome in it. Flies around with his hair. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it was great. So also had Razor Knuckles being who he is, Sonic Lost World. I picked it up on 2 different platforms because that's what Razor Knuckles does. And Zag, and I think this was the one that he said was the most difficult package to open. Was that this one?
I don't.
I think he mentioned this package being like insanely difficult to open, unless I'm misremembering. But a whole bunch of Sonic comics from his good buddy Zag Norch, the Santa giver, this December.
Yeah. I just Santa Prime or Optimus Claus, whichever one.
I like both. I like both of those. Santa Prime. I think Optimus Claus kind of sounds like a negotiation tactic, like in a contract.
He's put in the Optimus Claus.
I don't know if we could really hire you, due to the Optimus Clause and everything. So. All right, so and moving on, we got BSR 241, which, oh man,
Beers.
I mean, does it get any better than NHL Face Paw Big Box?
It does.
Because also you could also have a Virtua Racing big cart. I love both these things.
Take your face.
I loved opening up the Virtua Racing box years ago and thinking they didn't even put the right game in this thing. Like, why is this cart 10 times bigger than every other Genesis cart?
Every time I see the word face off, I just think of Nick Cage doing the whole.
Believe it or not, a really, really quick side story here. I'm at my cousin's house like 2 days ago for a Christmas party, and they're asking us, do you have any ideas for the baby name? We're like, well, we do, we're not saying. And he's like, you know how we named our daughter Casey? And I was like, no. And he said, Con Air. And I said, what? And he's like, yeah, because Nicolas Cage is like trying to get back home to his daughter Casey the whole movie.
No way.
And just after the movie, we looked at each other and we're like, I've never heard Casey as like a girl's name before. And that's how they named their daughter Casey
No
for
way.
Con Air.
So what's the name of the guy from Roadhouse?
The name is Dalton.
Oh, so your son's name is Dalton.
It should be.
You should tell that to your wife.
Yeah, I'm just gonna write. Like, I think I'm gonna get like a fake birth certificate and just come in and just hand it to her and be like, it's done.
Dalton Swayze McGee.
Yeah, Dalton Swayze. or Dalton Dirty Dancing McGee or something.
I love it.
Could be great.
All right. Well, good job, beers.
Yeah, seriously.
And
good job with all those beers. Yeah.
All right. So, up next we got Bombatamba. He doesn't have too much here, but he has some piece of magic.
Oh, yeah.
I think.
Oh yeah. Well, any version of Blades of Steel is always special. So we got a copy of Blades of Steel from our very good friend New Poil, and he got probably the most unique, arguably, NES cart that got sent to someone this month.
This is a pretty ultra rare variant.
Yeah, I've literally never seen the gold cart silent service in the wild before. I've only seen it in museums and on the internet.
Slightly more epic than the blue card.
Impressive. That's all I've got to say.
Seriously,
a little jealous.
Seriously impressive. I think that's maybe what broke the site.
There was so much traffic.
Yeah. All the shock
picked
and
up on Reddit and Yahoo and all that.
Yeah,
Everyone had to see
all the PMs that got sent just in that instant. Yeah, I think that's what took the site into its state of unhappiness for a little while there.
Uber rare.
Yeah,
I think
very, very cool.
And speaking of the Blue Silent Service, creator of the Blue Silent Service cart is Fleech.
Fleech is a Nintendo dude, and he's sticking with the Wii U, and he doesn't care what you think about it. And he picked up one of the reasons why I was really close to considering a Wii U this season. Didn't happen, but he got the good old Wind Waker high definition.
Krabby, anything?
I'm a fan of the Wii U. I'm not a big Zelda fan, so that game wasn't even on my radar. But all the other games I want for the Wii U are starting to come out now.
Nice,
but no NES remix.
Not until they stick it on a cart for me.
Jerk.
do you think they ever will stick it on a cart?
Yes.
No.
And they will,
I think it might come for 3DS. What do you think?
Miyamoto will knock on my front door one day and bow and pass me my remix.
He'll say, "We would like to play."
Of all the things that might happen,
there'll be a special silent service remix on it just for me.
There has to be. But how'd you get the legal rights to this? No. Shh.
Just there'll be the shh, but he'll have his finger up to Krabby's mouth.
Yeah.
the Dumb and Dumber.
Yeah.
So Fleech, nice. I mean, we've been having this conversation more and more people who didn't grow up with Zelda and who aren't crazy about it. I don't know, for some reason, the Zelda games aren't they're not transcending to the younger generations. It's almost like people are like, oh, that was big when you were a kid. Okay, I'll give it a try for a minute. Yeah, I don't like it, which is weird because I've always loved Zelda games, but to each his own. So we got up next. We got Rustly Man, who's been very busy at his game store, kind of in my neck of the woods over here. And he told me this story too. He drove to Manhattan. I think he was talking to, and for those of you who don't know, so he's kind of maybe 90 minutes from outside the city in Connecticut, but it's not a fun 90-minute drive. So we were chatting, and he's like, yeah, I was talking to this guy. I can't remember if he said it was a friend of his or a coworker, but they were just talking about old game stuff. And he's like, yeah, I got all this old stuff. You want to I was going to sell it, but if you want to make me an offer. And he's telling him what he has. He's like, oh, it's Nintendo, it's a Genesis, there's an N64 in there, there's Power Glove, controllers, a whole bunch of games. And as he started going through the games, it was kind of common, but good games Mega Man 3, Turtles, Zelda, Ninja Gaiden, Super C, Contra. So he was like, okay. So they settled on 60.
Turtles are those, Bill?
Oh, EMNT.
Is that some kind of that new movie they're making where they're not really mutants anymore?
They're elderly mutant Ninja Turtles.
I think what they are is they're EMTs. and they are in like ambulances. I don't know if you guys have that up there with your healthcare system.
We got more than you guys up there. That's all we got here. EMTs in every corner.
All you have are EMNTs.
Yeah.
Emergency Medical Ninja Turtles. So yeah, and I get him and his friend. They settled on like, he's like, okay, how do you feel about $60? And his friend was like, all right, come get him. So we drove an hour and a half to Manhattan to pick up this box of stuff.
I might do that too for that deal.
Yeah, I mean, for a whole bunch of systems, Power Glove, bunch of carts, $60. Yeah, I mean, how could you go wrong? So. And when you're in the city, there's a ton of good hole-in-the-wall restaurants. So I'm sure he was able to, probably make an evening out of it. I hope at least.
There's that.
And then he got probably the greatest version of Doom on the 32X. Doom 32X.
Since that's the only version of Doom on the 32X.
Well, it's the most common.
All right, we let you have a show last time, Bill. So we're gonna have to move forward.
You did. Yeah.
You got a sealed copy of 1080 degrees.
Yeah, and you know what that is? That is turning around on your snowboard several times.
3 rotations, man.
Yeah.
That's fairly impressive.
Really like that game.
I needed one of Zag's TI 82s to do the math on that, but I figured it out.
Very good, very good. So then we move on to Engel, right? Well, you got quite a few things.
Yeah, I've never touched an Atari 400.
Atari 400, there was like the 400 and there was the 800, and the 400 was like the cheap version.
Now, are the Atari 400 and 800, is that when people are talking about Atari 8-bit?
Yes.
Okay. So the software worked on both of them?
Yeah, I think you could get discs and like tape, and then it also had a cartridge slot. So, I don't know if there are differences in terms of how much RAM they had, which I'm going to probably guess, but I know a big difference like the type of keyboard they had. Like the 400, like this really cheap, cruddy kind of keyboard, and the 800 had more like a standard keyboard. But I'm definitely not an expert, so don't quote me.
Gotcha.
But interesting. I don't see tons of them here. I guess, more popular in some places, but...
Yeah, I mean, I see Commodores from time to time, but never an Atari 4800.
Yeah, I imagine probably just different places, different things.
Totally.
And what's this next one?
Assassin's Creed 2 trilogy. So I know that your first Assassin's Creed experience was with 4.
Yes.
So I'll just explain very quickly.
How can you have a trilogy of one game?
Well, here you go. Here's where we get into the interesting stuff.
Right?
Yeah, so what happened was, the first Assassin's Creed game, as Krabby can tell you very enthusiastically, you played as a dude. Yep, you played as a dude named Altair. Altair was this dude who lived kind of like in like ancient, kind of what would you call it, like Middle Eastern?
Oh yeah, Middle East, yeah.
Yeah, so ancient Middle East, like Damascus, and like I forget the names of the cities it was in. And then the second game, it was a whole different ancestor. He was playing as Ezio Auditore de Firenze.
Whoa!
So he is in Italy, obviously. So what happened was Assassin's Creed 2 came out, and it was so wildly popular and much better received, like, review-wise and everything, that they decided to stick with this character everyone loves. So the next game they released was called Assassin's Creed 2 Brotherhood, and you still played as Ezio. And then another game came out called Assassin's Creed Revelations. You were still Ezio. And then Assassin's Creed 3 came out, and you were a different, character. What's his name? Nathan?
Connor? Something Connor?
Yeah, Connor. That's right. Yeah, Connor in the U.S. What do you call it? Revolution. So since there ended up being 3 games in kind of like the quote unquote Ezio trilogy, they ended up releasing the Assassin's Creed 2 games, in a trilogy collection.
Ah.
So, but yeah, Assassin's Creed 2 was my favorite until 4.
Okay, I'm almost done with 4, and I've got 2 because it was free through Xbox Gold. So.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. So you've had it downloaded for a while. Yeah, definitely. Now that you know kind of the flow of the game, I'd be interested to see what you think of 2.
I wonder if I'd be disappointed going back though.
Well, when you're in a city in 4,
yeah,
that's what 2 is.
See, I really like the ship part.
Exactly, me too. And the ship part is such a big part. It's almost like in Wind Waker, like sailing around. Like I didn't think I'd like sailing around that much, but it's like when you're done, you're like, wow. I really wish I could just sail around some more and do some more stuff. So yeah, like Assassin's Creed 2 is some of the best like city play. But you're right, like you're not gonna have that like, sail around open world be a pirate stuff that 4 has.
We'll see. And then moving back to some more PlayStation, right?
Yeah, Wild Arms.
Yeah, I stopped playing Wild Arms at Wild Arms 2, even though I think I have 3 sitting around somewhere. But it was just kind of interesting because it's like a Wild West RPG, which is like an interesting idea.
Yeah, I actually really love the idea. I actually have Wild Arms 1, and I still haven't played it.
Really?
And it goes back to that, like, time sink idea of like, if I start this game, number one, am I actually going to keep playing it? Am I going to get sucked into something else? Is it going to take up too much time? Like, I have a really hard time starting games that I know are going to take a long time.
Yeah, I can see that. I played it years ago when it was easier to do that, but yeah, I could see that. And then another Tales game, right?
Now, is this, what series is this related to?
Tales.
Tales of the Abyss?
Tales of all those games.
Like
Tales of Legendia,
so like Tales of
Zillia we talked about earlier.
Vesperia?
Yeah.
Yeah, same series.
Oh wow, they're all connected.
There's tons of them. Yep. So anytime you pretty much see Tales of, it's one of those.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Who makes these?
Namco, I believe.
Yeah,
That's a Namco?
Yeah, I think Namco. Well, it'll be Namco Bandai these days, right? Yeah.
Yeah, not familiar. I have heard of Radiata stories.
Yeah. I've that's a Square. That's Square, right?
Squeenix.
Yeah, right. It's New Square.
Yeah.
New School. And then we can skip this next thing. And then Tenjin Shinobi.
He got a gift.
Yeah, he got some garbage.
Hey!
Nah, I'm just kidding. Superman's okay.
Yeah, he got a bunch of Superman comics given to him. It was like the big Man of Steel, some of those series, and then some other Superman comics. So I'm a big Superman fan. These guys are Batman dorks. Any trade paperbacks Superman.
In those Superman comics?
Did he get any of those?
Yeah, no, I didn't see the picture. Were they individual
Yep.
comics or any like of the collections?
No, I think it was just the individual comics that he got. It's a nice little set
cool.
of those. Very good. And then we can move on. Right.
To another thing that Duke really likes.
It's amazing. It's like almost like I typed this stuff in.
Yeah, it's very close to the and then you can see you really can see who writes what when you look at what people write down here.
You can.
So and since it's Duke, we have to say Tengen.
That's right. It is Tengen.
Tengen Shinobi complete, which I'm still personally looking for as well. So if you just keep me in mind as you come across those.
Mm-hmm. And
you got a mega manual.
No, I spelled it right.
No, you did. I just combined them to myself. Yeah, so a Mega Man manual. There's no reason to double up on the man there.
That's not an easy one to find.
No.
Nor cheap.
I ended up with a spare manual when I did the what do you call it?
The video
store selling thing. And I ended up selling that, like, the loose manual. It was actually missing the staple. I still sold it for like $25.
Oh, yeah, I can see that. Yeah. The box, especially, too, on that one. And then he got Tapper. I mean, he got a lot of ColecoVision games, but I know he got Tapper. I don't have that one, but he had also Frogger 2, and some other ones. But Tapper's it's just a fun game, so it was a really good.
Yes, it
Coleco
is.
Pickup.
It's my favorite reference in Wreck-It Ralph too. I think is Tapper.
I was just thinking the same thing, and I wasn't going to say it. I was like, I shouldn't go off on another tangent, but I'm glad you did it.
Yeah.
It's fun.
And you're looking for this next one, right, Bill?
I love when he just goes he's like, hold on a second,
yeah,
do a thing.
It's on the tables, yeah. All right, I'm back.
But Square RPGs. Square RPGs, especially for PlayStation, was one of the subsets I was trying to pay attention to. Kind of got lost in the Silverbox Konami shuffle, but Saga Frontier 2, which I don't think goes for. It doesn't go for too much. It goes for a little bit less than Saga Frontier 1. But Saga Frontier 2 is still one that I'd like to come across, but no rush. It's more like just to kind of complete the set. And not as much to play. So, when it happens, it happens. But yeah, Saga Frontier for Angle.
Yeah, and then Breath of Fire 4, which I think you still need 4, right?
I still need 4. Yeah, you hooked me up with 3, which I think was in the indentured servitude of 2012.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, 3 I got the hookup on, which was great. So yeah, 4 I haven't come across yet. He also came across a game that I also picked up recently, the new Zelda, the Link Between Worlds, which I'm surprised. That's the first time we've mentioned it on the show so far. But I think maybe we're just, not everyone has their Christmas or holiday posts up here yet. So I think we'll be seeing more of that specific title.
Yeah, actually, I think he got the full 3DS, the Zelda 3DS.
Right. Oh, right. The system. Yeah. I was on the fence on that, and I ended up holding off because I loved my I had the Zelda 3DS bundle from when Ocarina came out.
Right. It is pretty. I will say that.
Yeah. I didn't want to trade it in, and I didn't want to pay full price for the 3DS, but it was a tough decision not to do that because the new one's very nice.
But the game is digital, right? Isn't it digital?
Correct. It comes with, which if I went that route, in a minute I would have sold that code on like Nintendo Age or someplace for $35 and bought the physical copy.
Oh yeah, easy. And then one we'll see that'll be a little popular throughout the month. Up next, you got the latest 8-bit Christmas cart, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, exciting. I think you got one of those yourself, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and either of you guys? Yeah.
None for me.
I was on the fence with this. What did you say, Crab?
No, I didn't grab one.
Tomorrow is the last day you can order one.
I'm spent from my Chuck Yeager.
Let me just mention that, if nothing else, it'll probably be an easy flip.
Yeah, it probably will. I'm still waiting on my on my Dragon Leap to appreciate.
You gotta know when to sell. That's all.
Yeah,
that's that one.
Jerk. You didn't know when to sell. That just happened.
I got lucky. No, I mean you could still make a profit off what you.
I'm sure I could. Yeah,
you could still profit. I think.
Yeah, easy. I'm waiting for that Duke profit.
That was just crazy. That was just craziness. I'll admit that, but hey, I'm happy. It worked out well for me.
Yeah, totally.
And then we can mark one in the column for, well, I guess nobody's gonna take posters but Krabby, but we can mark down one for soundtrack.
Yo.
Everybody wants the soundtrack.
There will be more people taking posters.
Really?
Smart guys.
Yes.
Okay, then we're gonna put another mark in the soundtrack columm.
I did it.
All right.
That's 2 for soundtrack.
No for posters yet. So we'll see. We'll see. All right, so up next we've got Salsa, right?
Yes.
And I can tell Bill wrote these scores out, because what's up first?
I don't know why you think I wrote it, but we'll start off Salsa with this first pickup, NHL Face-Off. Now, this is the PlayStation big box version that I know that we all already have. I was going to say we all wish for, but since we already all have it, I don't know if you can really wish for it unless you want more copies.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't know what's going on either.
And didn't we talk about Sega Pods?
We did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's another theme of this month. So Sega Pods.
What is the deal with that?
I don't know. It's I'm not too familiar with some of like the more obscure, like even like the Pico. I know very, very little about.
My sister had a Pico. My youngest sister had a Pico. So it was kind of neat. It's like this little book thing. You plug the book in and it's on your TV.
Yep. So yeah, more pods the better. I thought I'd throw in an honorable mention for the Mortal Kombat Laserdisc. I do not have the Laserdiscs anymore, just so you can all stop breaking my door down with offers for all of those. I gave them all back to the lady who owned the video store.
But all the VHSs are still under your bed, right?
No, and then another
just
story.
The porn ones.
And then a week later, Chris calls me from Retro Games, says, "Hey, do you still have all those Laserdiscs? I know someone who's interested." So I gave him her number, and maybe they figured something out. But no, funny, I was actually with Chris at a Goodwill. He came to town, and we just hit like a few of my really crappy places so he could see how crappy my local shops are. And we went upstairs, and they have like this enormous bin, enormous plastic bin of VHS that they hadn't like sorted through yet. And I just kind of peeked in to see what was in there, and it was hundreds of VHS tapes. They all had that video store sticker on them. So it was like, oh, she finally just gave up and just like dumped the lot at Goodwill.
Oh God, yeah. Nobody wants VHS.
No.
But Salsa did get something that we probably would all want, right?
I would hope that we would all want this. I bet Krabby's already got a few, though, with his gold mine up there.
I got number 1. I don't have number 2 yet.
Oh.
Number 1 of the Mega Man Legends. Yes.
See, I've got 1. I don't have 2 either.
Yeah.
I was working at Babbage's when this game came out, and I didn't buy it because I don't know what's going on in the world.
Your powers of divination were a little off.
I had a guy come into the store a couple weeks ago with a big bin of PlayStation stuff, and he had a couple doubles that he wanted to get rid of, but he more just kind of wanted it appraised, like which ones are worth something, blah blah blah. So we're going through his bin there, and he's got Mega Man Legends 2 in there. And I pull it out, and it's still got the price sticker from EB Games on it from years ago.
Oh, wow.
$2.99.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
Scored on that.
And so did you tell him, this is worth $2.99. I'll buy it from you for $4.
Nah, he hooked me up with some easy flips, like some Final Fantasy 7s and some Legend of Dragoons and stuff, so I helped him out.
Oh, I see. Did you get the Mega Man Legends too?
No, he was interested in keeping that one.
Of course.
Nice.
Well, and hopefully
what are you gonna
Salsa's
do?
interested in keeping that one too.
Yeah, I mean, whether he's going to keep it or flip it, either he or someone else will be happy. So nothing wrong with grabbing something cheap for a flipper.
Oh yeah. Now who do we have up next?
Got good old Retro Rage.
Oh yeah.
Now I didn't write this out, but I'm going to assume that temp means tempest
Or Tempo.
or tempo. We could have
Or tempura.
either one of the- Ooh.
I'm pretty sure he didn't eat tempura. I think
So-
it was Tempo.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess tempo because it comes right before Space Harrier and Tough Man, all for the 32X. So yeah, I'm gonna guess tempo for that.
Yeah.
Space Harrier and tempo, probably the better of the two of those. Better of the three of the 32X games. Tough Man does have one of the all-time great sport boxing game covers with Butterbean.
Yes. Because that's what you want to look at every time you play a game.
Yeah. So, and then also I picked up an Oracle of Ages, one that I'm still looking for ages and seasons.
I get like 10 times more copies of Seasons in the store than Ages. I have a whole bunch of people looking specifically for Ages.
Really?
I've got both of those. It didn't seem too hard to find around here, at least.
It's not like it comes in like every couple weeks, but there's just way more Seasons than Ages by far.
I see the carts a lot.
So I wondered, did Ages come out first, and then like after that, everybody was kind of Zelda'd out or something, or did they come out at the same time? Because they interact, right?
Yeah, I thought they were same time.
I thought they were like Pokemon releases, like same day type thing.
Right.
Maybe. I don't remember, but I remember how you have to like basically play each game, and then you can kind of get to some final thing between the two games, right?
Yeah. I never played them, so I don't know how they ended up doing that. If you needed to like link two Game Boys together to prove you had the other one, or what it was.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. Interesting. And boy, up next is, nothing scarce, but a good deal, right?
Yeah, whenever you're looking at RPGs, like we are a lot this week, so you have Final Fantasy VIII Black Label for $5, which I know I'm one of the lone defenders of that game, but also a complete copy of Lunar 2.
One of my favorites.
Yeah, that one's impressive.
Love it.
Yeah, I just got rid of one of those a year or two ago, and it's interesting that I see that because I know there was somebody that asked me to watch out for a copy of that if I ever come across one. He did, so maybe I'll come across one at some point in time. But good job. And boy, next one up's a little tougher, right?
Definitely, yeah. So for people who are looking for cart only 32X sets, this is always an exciting one to come across. Pitfall. So copy of Pitfall, the Mine Adventure for 32X. Not terrible as far as finding. These things pop up a handful of times every year, but people are starting to realize that this thing is kind of rare. Like a year or two ago, you could kind of sneak away with one of these carts for $20, $30. But I've spoken to several people who've paid upwards of over $120, $130 for the cart. Anytime Pitfall 32X pops up, that's always exciting for us yellow Sega fans.
So, Krabby, how many pitfalls are you sitting on?
0.
Oh, okay.
The right number of 32X games to carry in any retro gaming store.
Man, and some gifts, right? I think from Zach Norch's Not So Secret Santa.
Yeah, from Father Christmas. So, if in case you guys didn't know, well, I don't mean you guys, I mean anyone listening. Retro has been kind of into perler bead art. I don't know how recently, the last few months or a little while, but he's come up with some pretty cool things. And Norch sent him just a whole big assortment of perler beads. So that was a kind of a, really nice way to encourage Retro to keep it up with the art.
Yeah, I remember he was really nice. He sent me like a Mega Man one that he made one time. So have you guys checked that stuff out?
The perler bead stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have any?
I don't have any, no. He actually offered to send me some from a deal we were trying to work out, but nothing ended up coming from that.
Oh, you should get some for the store. This one he made me, the Mega Man, was pretty awesome. I've got it stuck on a filing cabinet at work. So
yeah, Sarah and I got into it like I don't know, 3-4 years ago. We just like grabbed like a cheap little kit and started doing them, and it was really fun. But it's a ton of work. It's a lot of like we got up this really good system where like we would get like these needle nose tweezers, so we were like dropping them like bam 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 like right down the row. Like we got really good at it, but it's a lot of work. So like I have a real appreciation for people who can stick with like some of those really complex designs. But yeah, I haven't done it in a few years, so it's really interesting to see the kind of things people come up with.
Yeah, I would be, if I had some spare time and the knowledge, I would probably want to do maybe a big scene or something just once. But
right.
That was pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely cool.
And then there was a big Kickstarter, it was Indiegogo, I think, campaign for the next thing. Krabby, I think you like these guys too, right?
I used to. I kind of
losing
snobby. Interest, yeah.
Snobby.
He doesn't have any free time. When's he gonna watch stuff?
It's because he gets everything now. He doesn't really need to.
Who needs to game
others.
chase anymore? What the heck is
everybody
that?
brings things to him.
Yeah, you suckers, and you're running around looking for games.
Yeah, but he got in on the Game Chasers Season 1 DVD deal.
Nice.
I've
heard a lot about these guys. I've never actually. I've seen a few, but like I don't watch like every episode. But every time like I meet someone and tell them like, oh yeah, I collect games and stuff, and they're like, oh, have you heard of these guys, Game Chasers? So
comes up at the store a lot.
Yeah, really. It's their reach is bigger than I would have thought.
It's fun. They're funny, and the video work is very professional. So I think that's what makes it stand out from your average YouTube series, is that it's very well produced, and it's entertaining. The guys are funny, so I think that's pretty cool. I like to watch them on YouTube. I don't know about a DVD set, but it's fun.
I bet Krabby finds this next one entertaining. Have you gotten to this one yet? Haven't you been doing like X marathons?
Yeah, we beat X3 recently, Mega Man X3. Been burning through them all. We're really close to beating X4, which we will be doing tomorrow, and then we'll be starting on X5.
Nice. So Retro got his own Mega Man X3.
That's a pricey card.
Oh man, yeah.
That's a pricey card.
And the sad thing is, at least in my opinion, and the guy I'm playing with, it is the worst of the three on the Super Nintendo by far.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah, but yeah, it's
a great
one.
No, saying like,
but like the worst Mega Man is still like better than like best 32X games, so it's still pretty good.
hey, I don't know where you're getting this like American aggression from. Ever since you got this store, you're
America.
But I was gonna say like the worst Contra game on the Nintendo is the most expensive Contra game.
Yeah. It's not Contra Force bad by any means. Like it's just not as good as X or X2.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at Streets of Rage. We just had the community playthrough, and Streets of Rage 3 is the priciest and is clearly the dog of the series. So there you go. Up next, boy, I don't play these games, but anybody?
They lost me after 2.
Yeah, I really did enjoy GTA 1 and 2. I didn't hop on the 3. I mean, 3 was like obviously enormous from the beginning. I never jumped on 3. Like when it was a greatest hit, someone's like, oh, you got to try it. So I played it for like 2 or 3 hours, and I was like, oh, I totally get why people like this. It's just not something I'm into playing right now. Years later, like, and I got into open world games, and I was like, oh, I think I could get into GTA, but I just didn't want to go back and play 3 or Vice City or, San Andreas or anything. So I got really excited for 4. And I was like, okay, this will be the first GTA game that I like. And it came out, I played it for like 10 hours, and it was garbage.
Oh, yeah.
So every time I get really excited about trying the game, it just ends up letting me down. But I am actually looking forward to spending a little time with this game, because I've got a handful of friends who have the exact same experience with me with all of the GTAs, and this is the first one they really love. So, but yeah, so hopefully Retro Rage can chime in with his opinion, because he's got a copy of GTA 5 now.
Sure. And it seems like you picked up a couple, maybe some miscellaneous NES cards to kind of round things out. But
yeah, it's just like kind of like nothing, insane, but just like a bunch of good Nintendo cards to kind of round out his several month stretch there.
Fantastic. So up next we've got a newcomer, huh? So does anybody know where Disposed Heroes comes from?
No clue.
I don't. I just noticed whenever I see low post counts, it's one of two things. It's either people who have been here forever and they just don't, post a lot, which happens.
Yeah.
I've mistaken long time members for new ones because it's like post 57 and they just don't post a lot. They look around, but I noticed his registration date, his or her registration date was pretty recent, and I thought this was a pretty cool way to say hello.
Yeah, it's a nice little list here, right?
Definitely, yeah. I don't know how you guys feel about the Time Crisis games. I always really, really like them.
They are awesome.
Aren't they great?
They are.
Can you explain to me what the GunCon bungle is?
Bungle? It's like a small building. It's a bungalow. It's just a bungalow. It's just a place where they store gun cons.
Okay.
So the Time Crisis 3 gun con bungle is very rare, and Disposed Hero is able to find one. I always really like the Time Crisis bundles, like just those big box, like Point Blank Time Crisis gun con bungles.
Ooh, there's a little foreshadowing for later on. Actually, yeah, foreshadowing. We'll leave it at that.
Yep, foreshadowing.
There's some more bungles later.
Lots of bungles.
More bungles.
I am a fan of Mr. Bungle, if that's anything.
So, also, just to kind of switch gears, he came up with a complete in box Donkey Kong 64.
Ooh.
Very nice.
Leave it in the box.
Oh, come on. It's all right.
Duke's just jealous because it came with that little tool that he needs for his N64.
Got that expansion pack jealousy?
Yeah.
Wah, wah. Yeah.
Well, you know what didn't need an expansion pack was Final Fantasy Ring of Fates.
What is that for?
Game. Was that a Wii? The Wii one?
Sounds like DS to me.
Oh, you're right.
It'd have to be because I think it was like Crystal Bears or whatever is the GameCube one.
Crystal Chronicles came out right after Crystal Bears.
It's DS.
Oh gosh. I can't keep track of these things anymore.
Well, sure you can, with the help of the lists at rfgeneration.com.
Well, I suppose, but as far as like what's in the what's, they've really
totally
lost me.
Yeah. Someone's got it's same thing with like Final Fantasy, like all the side Final Fantasy games. They're like dot hacks to me. It's like I don't know which one is which.
Yeah, what it screams out to me is we don't know how to make anything original anymore. But anyway. What on earth is this next one?
Well, to me, it screams out.
Fur Day.
Yeah, I was gonna say to me, it screams out. We need to pay the water bill next month. Keep pumping out Final Fantasies, but yeah, Conquer Bad Fur Day cart.
Yeah, there's one in my local store, but it's like the label's ripped on it. So.
Offer them like. Do the method where you don't actually say a price. You just let them.
You'll end up walking out with it for $10.
I did. Don't get me wrong. I talked to them. They said they would come down a bit on it, but still, I don't care. It's a rip label. But
right,
he did not. Disposed Hero did not get a rip label card. Got a nice looking card.
Yeah, it does look nice.
That one shocks me that the really going up there.
That game drives me nuts. Like it is literally the most requested game in the store.
Really?
Yeah, and like I'm like, it's not like a huge thing like Pokemon or Zelda or Mario. Like those are the games I should be hearing about every day, but it's always Conquer.
Interesting. That's all I got to say. Interesting. But up next, what? Hoshigama?
Yeah.
I think it's Hoshigami, isn't it?
I believe you're right.
Yeah.
Oh, did I mess that up?
That's okay.
How embarrassing.
I've got Hoshigami.
At least it wasn't a word in my language.
It's all right. I think it's like Castle of Hoshigami or something like that, right?
No, it's just
Am I thinking wrong?
Hoshigami. I think you're thinking of Shikigami.
Oh yeah. Okay.
This
Right,
one's
right?
this one's an Atlas role playing game on the PlayStation.
Yeah, I've got that one. And then Cartia. I think we've talked a little bit about Cartia before.
Yes, we have. Yeah.
I really
And then,
like the
hey,
cover
here's a
on that.
here's a reoccurring theme, right?
There we go. Got those gears of Xeno.
There you go, Alien Gears. You sure? And then, man, another one we talked about a little before, right?
Nocturne.
Yeah.
Yep. Shin Megami.
Yeah, just remind me, Krabby. Remind me. I'll see if I can go dig that out.
Yeah, I dug that tool out for you today, so we'll do the old switcheroo.
Yeah, send me a message so I can go dig it out. Make sure I've got that copy. And then, ooh, boy, I love these.
Yep.
These
We'll
next
just give you a minute.
yes, Phantasy Star, a Phantasy Star 2, and Phantasy Star 3. So almost the full set there. So man, great series. And 3 gets a lot of crap, and it's not as good, but still.
Now, Duke, are they still playable? Like, can you fire those up today and play, or is it hard going back to RPGs of that era?
I would say 1 is tough just because you really either get a FAQ that's got maps or you're going to have to get the graph paper out. I mean, that's just the way it goes. Other than that, playable. 2 and 4 are very similar. I would say 2's got some killer dungeons, so having some maps would help you out when you get to the dam levels. There's kind of hard, a lot of teleporters. not to the
Those dam levels.
the water dam levels.
The second level in Ninja Turtles on
That's
the NES.
exactly what I was thinking about.
And I would say 3, the battle mechanics probably a little tedious, but other than that, that's okay. 4 is a work of art, though. 4 is a work of art. So, but moving up from something non-Phantasy Star, right? Got some stuff from a fellow user.
Yeah, it was always fun to see some swaps going on. So this one was actually a surprise package from Grey Ghost. So he mentioned that he just picked up a Game Gear. So then Grey Ghost just said, "Hey, here's a whole bunch of Game Gear games."
Yeah, I saw like a nice little assortment. That was really very nice of him to do that.
Definitely, yes. And so a couple Sonics in there, 1 and 2, Mortal Kombat, Indiana Jones,
Cool
Madden.
spot. Cool spot's awesome.
Cool spot, yep. And then like a handful of like miscellaneous manuals too. So that was very, very nice of Mr. Gray.
Yeah, I pray that his Game Gear runs well so we can play those.
Oh, those things are the worst.
Yeah, when you recap it, they work great. But I hear a lot of people clamor though. Like whenever people talk about consoleized handhelds, I always see like on message boards people are like, "Oh, can you make me a consoleized Game Gear? I really want one." Because there was like no way. There was never like a version of that thing. So be interesting. That's for sure. And then, man, of course, he got a giant list of some PlayStation 2 RPGs, right?
Some good ones in there, yeah.
Yeah, what'll they get?
Well, the
All the
Xenos, following
Yep.
the trend, Xeno Saga 1, 2, and 3.
Fantastic.
Yep, Xeno trilogy. Is it Radiata or Radiata?
I think it's
Radiata?
Radiata Stories.
Radiata. Monster Hunter's in there. Shining Tears. Grandia 2 and 3. Dragon Force 8. Dragon Quest.
Dragon Force.
I was thinking of Metal for a minute there. Thinking of Guitar Hero 3. Was it Guitar Hero 3?
It was Guitar Hero 3, yes.
Okay, yeah.
Well, there's Metal Slimes in Dragon Quest. So there you go.
Oh, there you go.
Could kind of link those two things together.
But yeah, that's really cool. And you're looking at that. He said those are just assorted sources. He said mostly eBay. So I don't know how many of them were individual or if we got like an RPG lot, but definitely a whole bunch of great PS2 RPGs in that lot.
Feels like
Rock
a
and
lot,
roll.
yeah, because there's a lot of like Bandai games and then a lot of Atlas and then a lot of Square Enix and like nothing else.
Right.
Well, definitely. Well, welcome to the site. Thanks for posting some cool stuff. We'd like to see that for sure.
Definitely.
And maybe up next we not as many, but we got Addicted, right?
Yeah, it's always important. I mean, we missed what was it? Baby month was baby announcement month was pretty recently. But Addicted, he must have pre-ordered earlier because he got his player 2 already.
Yeah, that was a cute little picture. I have to go back now because I don't have the picture in front of me. But I think he had a son. Is that correct?
I believe so, if I'm remembering correctly.
It's hard to tell from the early pictures.
Yeah. If I'm wrong, then somebody smack me. That's okay. Or
we can edit that out.
Yeah, maybe. But congratulations. I think Bill and I will be there soon.
Yeah, Chris with his like 8th or 9th, and me with my first.
I got kids everywhere. They're just coming out of everywhere. Then moving on, boy, Krabby.
Krabby, this is your boy, you created a monster.
Yeah, I don't know what.
This is the man who single-handedly pays my rent every month.
So tell us about Engineer Mike.
Mike, I actually knew of him before I opened the store because there's like a multiplayer gaming place up here, and the guy who owns it works with Mike. And when I was talking to him about my store, he's like, "Oh yeah, one of my coworkers has been like so excited he's going to be there day one, and he's like saving his money." And I was like, "Okay." And then he came in a few times. I didn't really get to know him until probably about a month after we'd been open, when we started chatting, and he'd hang out at the store a little bit. But he's got very similar tasting games to me, so it's awesome just chatting with him. And he comes in and he buys these fantastic games, and then he goes home and plays them and comes back the next day and we chat about them, and it's really great. Been having a good time with Engineer Mike hanging out at the store.
Well, take us through his everything that he's purchased off of you there.
I think he said since we've been open he's bought 13 new consoles.
Wow.
And like he said, like if you read the forums, he set like a goal, like I wanted 100 NES games by the end of the year, and he hit 150 before the year was over. And he's not just grabbing like whatever he can for cheap. He's grabbing things like complete in box Darkwing Duck. He's buying like all the Dragon Warriors. He got a DuckTales 2 for himself. Like he's going crazy.
Yeah, well, we've got some highlights there, so take us through some of these.
We got a top loader in the store that he picked up.
Very good.
He was pretty happy about that. He's really working hard on his Konami and Capcom subsets.
So he's good man.
Yeah, so he's picked up some of the Turtles games, the Castlevanias, stuff like Jackal. I mentioned the DuckTales and Darkwing Duck for the Capcom stuff. He's even grabbed like a Snow Bros we got in the store. He grabbed that one.
I really love Jackal.
And then I've had some really awesome Turbo stuff come in the store, and he ended up with my second Turbo Duo. I ended up with the other one. He grabbed the next one. Yeah,
I was gonna say, who got the first one?
Yeah, some idiot. And then he's been grabbing games for that too. He's got like what was it?
Well, I know it's Gate of Thunder's here.
He's got Gate of Thunder, the 3-pack one that came with some of the systems. Gate of Thunder, Bonk, and Bonk 2.
Awesome.
Yeah. What else? Some Saturn stuff he's been grabbing. He grabbed Albert Odyssey. He recently grabbed Shining Wisdom. I know he grabbed like Night Warriors, and I think it was one of the Street Fighters. He's been grabbing lots of the Capcom stuff.
Yeah. Gotta love that stuff, definitely.
Absolutely. I finished up his Mega Man set, I believe, too, on the NES. He's got all of them except for 2.
Really?
Yeah, he's got 1 through 6, but he's missing 2.
Man.
That's like one of the most common. How does that happen?
He's pretty nice. Like, he'll have a stack of games in the store, and he'll be sitting by the counter while we're just chatting, and someone will come in and be like, "Oh my god, Mega Man 2. Or Super Mario 2 or something." And he's like, "Yeah, that's common enough. It'll come in again." He's like, "You can have it if you really want it." And he'll give it to
That's nice of him.
Yeah, he's a cool guy like that. And I know he was super excited. It's not really gaming related, but I'm sure most of us that are in our 20s and up will remember He-Man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So this toy company, he's a big toy collector too, did like a special edition Castle Grayskull.
saw that.
It is massive, and the box looks exactly like something out of the 80s. And so he had to like pay in it for an advance. They had to get enough pre-orders to actually make the mold and everything. And he just got it in like a week before Christmas, and he was just thrilled, like so happy about it.
I remember my friend down the street got this thing for Christmas, like, way back in the 80s when it came out. I remember going over his house and playing with it like crazy. So I'm looking at this box. It's almost exactly the same box from back then. The only difference I noticed is like down in the corner, it has a picture of like back then it'd have like a picture of a kid playing with it.
Yeah.
But this one's like a grown man.
Yeah. He's like in his 30s playing with it on the box. It's
yeah,
awesome.
Exactly. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's great.
I remember another thing. When I said he had that 100 game goal he was going to do.
Yes.
NES games. So he came in, like he got number 99 in the mail, and he came into the store. He's like, I'm going to buy that Darkwing Duck today. That's going to be my number 100. I want it to be something cool. And so
pretty cool.
He came up to the counter with that Darkwing Duck, and little did he know I had a game behind the counter for him. And I said, here, you can just have this one for free first. And so I made sure his number 100 game was Fester's Quest instead of Darkwing Duck.
You didn't like him very much.
He's a big Addams Family fan, so he didn't mind. He kind of got the humor to it. And
like, here, let me insult you for your 100 NES game.
It was free.
Well, at least, of the Addams Family games, at least that one's got music.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Well, a couple of things I noticed that was in there. Boy, he got, you got Shining Force 3, which is pretty awesome. And he picked up a manual for Dragon Strike.
Yeah, I got that in there, and he was looking for it.
That's pretty cool. And then got a 3DS XL, right?
Yeah, he was really leaning towards the Zelda one, but as soon as he found out it was a download code and not an actual game, he went for the black one instead.
He could have sold the code, bought the cart.
Yeah. He did end up buying the card, I think, too.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Very good. So, good. Well, good job, Engineer Mike, and keep Crabbo in business up there. And then, somebody that's been hiding from us for a little while is.
Well, Moonraker hooked me up, and that we'll get to that in a little bit. But he came up with a really cool lot of TurboGrafx games. He said, because remember, he's been in Afghanistan. So, and they said this is the first time he's hitting the streets since he got back from Afghanistan, and he ended up with, 20 loose TurboGrafx games. Yeah.
And a really good variety, like, just awesome all over the place.
Yeah. You got Keith Courage.
Sure.
That's one.
That's a game.
Got TV Sports Hockey.
Man, you got Air Zonk. That's awesome.
There you go.
That's awesome.
There you go.
Tricky Kick is actually really fun. Parasol Stars is kind of hard to find. Aero Blasters is a ton of fun. Double Dungeons is supposed to be cool. I haven't actually got to play that one yet, so I'm a little jealous.
Yeah, I mean, just really nice, very nice assortment of Hue cards there. So, very impressive. And then, he hit another big one, right?
Yeah, this one, I can't say I'm not jealous, but I came across this cart and instruction manual. Not actually too long ago, but he came up with a complete in-box version. So he boxed me up on a Battletoads versus Double Dragon. Yeah,
man, and it looked sharp.
Yes, very nice.
I don't want to know what that costs, but looking sharp. Good job.
Yeah, hopefully it was the deal, because if that was retail, then you got to make sure you have enough to pay the water this month.
Yeah, definitely. And then lastly, this one I brought up because I can never remember, right? So Aiden Chronicles for the N64. There's two colors. Which one's the sought-after one, the black one or the gray one?
The gray, I believe.
The gray one, okay. I kind of thought that, but I really wanted to bring this up just because, number one, I'm ignorant, number two, so the listeners know which one's the harder one to find. So
it is like one of the worst games I've ever played in my life.
I hear this. I hear it's very bad. So, be on the lookout for the gray one. Is that it?
But to be fair, you haven't really played a lot of 32X games.
It rectified that situation.
Yeah.
Well, good. Good to see you back, Moonraker.
Yeah, definitely. And he'll be getting another mention later on.
Definitely. And then up next we've got Durgatron 9000, right?
This list is short, but it is mighty.
Yeah, just a fantastic game, right? Chrono Trigger.
Yep. And the Super Nintendo one, not the DS version.
Or the PlayStation one.
Oh, let's not talk about the PlayStation version. Let's just pretend that didn't
was
exist.
Was that the which one? Was
Final
that
Fantasy Chronicles?
Chronicles, yeah.
Lodi Loderson.
Yeah, but you also had FMVerson.
Yeah, just all around. Just avoid that one. But definitely, Super Nintendo copy, very good.
Yeah, nice work.
There's got to be a truckload of those things out there, but I mean, still brings in a great price. Just really desirable.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. And up next, a Bad Enough Dude, who I've actually got a non-video game related package out in the not the mail, in the FedEx for, so he'll be getting that. And if you guys follow the beer thread, you'll be able to see what it is.
Oh, there is he bad enough?
He will be once he gets this package, and then he will finally be bad enough. But in the meantime, he'll be waiting for the package while playing his new PlayStation Vita.
There you go. So he picked up a Vita. I hope he enjoys it.
I hope so too. Everyone I know who has one, including Chris, say this thing is really great. I just want some games for it.
Yeah, and then I hear a lot of people reply, and they'll say, well, there is a lot of games. And then I look at the list and I just don't want to play them. So, I mean, I understand. I'm not trying to rag on the machine. I own one.
I know.
Unfortunately, just nothing I really am interested in right now.
The guy I've been playing through the Mega Man games with was super excited because he hasn't, it's got like the pile of dust on it. He's been waiting for games to come out. And the new Ease game just came out like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's right.
He was so excited, and he says it's really, really good so far.
Oh, good.
Very good. There's one game I'm really waiting for, and I guess it's in the submission queue or whatever at Sony. So, Tempest XK, which is the next like Tempest 2000 style game from Mentor, is going to be coming out. So that will give me a lot of time with the Vita when that one comes out. So I'm looking forward to it.
Cool.
And then up next we got Sir Psycho, right?
Yep.
Also down with the crazy RPGs a little bit, right?
Yeah, in the again, several of the ones that I've heard of Tales of Xillia. Couldn't tell you anything about it.
Sure. Then we've got Hyperdimension Neptunia. It's MK2, which I'm going to probably assume is Mark II, but I don't know.
That's what I thought too. Yeah.
That's what I thought as well.
I've got a copy of that.
Me too.
And then Ni no Kuni, right?
I do actually want to play this eventually, but I'm in no rush.
Yeah, buddy John White played through it, so he liked it. So it's really kind of neat.
It's beautiful. It looks like a Studio Ghibli. It looks very unique. It looks very pretty. Yeah, I'll definitely get it eventually. And it's not the first one that we've seen around the site in the last few weeks. So definitely have fun with it.
And a couple of nice cart and box combos, right?
Yeah, ActRaiser 2. You guys like the ActRaiser games?
I like 2.
The music.
I like 2 a lot.
Yeah, I like 2.
Yeah, it's got Yuzo Koshiro, I think, did the music for those. I really like that. I haven't gave the games enough time, I don't think, to really go spend too much with them. And then, speaking earlier, right, Mega Man 2?
Yeah, I don't know if Sir Psycho is interested in completing his copy of Mega Man 2 or if he's going to keep the game and sell the box. Either way, that's probably the second or third best Mega Man game.
Hey, wait. Back up for a minute now.
Well, you're forgetting 3 and 4.
I'm not.
4. When did 4 get included in this?
Well, since my opinion mattered.
Now we're just getting crazy.
Moving on. Let's move
Enough
on.
of this.
Up next, we've got Killer Cobra.
Yep.
And something we'll see again, foreshadowing. You got a copy of...
They're actually still taking orders on this. I checked today.
Oh, did you get a copy?
I didn't. I know I should because it's just going to appreciate. And someone in a year who's like just getting into the hobby is going to be like, I'll pay $100 for this. But I know I should, but I didn't.
Okay. Crab?
Nope, not me.
Yeah, well, we've had a couple people already, I think, pick them up earlier, and we'll see more. But very good, very good.
After
Cool
that,
things.
holy cow, he
yeah,
making all the NES fans jealous.
yeah. I
Wait,
just
did we say the name of the thing? I think we all just read it.
yeah. Well, his wall exploded. So let's talk about what on earth he went and bought.
Okay.
So, Krabby, what did he get?
Well, you got one that I've got a loose card of Rockin' Cats now, but I would love a nice complete in box one for that one.
And it's sharp looking too,
Yeah.
right? It's sharp. And you're an Atlas guy, so I can see that.
Yeah, that's why I want it.
And do you have a complete in box widget?
I do not. I need to get all the NES Atlas games CIB'd.
There you go. Do you know they actually developed some that were actually published by some other people?
I did.
So,
I actually found that out just recently.
Yep, they were.
There's about twice as many as I thought were on the system.
They were behind the scenes
Yeah.
in some games, definitely. So very good way. Rockin' Cats, beautiful, complete in box. But that doesn't stop there, right?
Oh, no.
What else?
Well, I know Banana would be looking for a scat.
Yeah, and God, who names their game after crap? I mean, I get it that it's initial standing for something, right? But nobody knows what it is. It's just scat.
Yeah, I forget what it is.
That's not a bad game. If you guys play it,
It's a lot of fun, especially co-op. Co-op's great.
yeah, it's kind of neat. Kind of reminds me of a ripoff of Forgotten Worlds, but
yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
it's cool. Definitely cool.
And the main characters are complete ripoffs of Arnold and Sigourney Weaver. They're literally named like, isn't it Arnold and Sigourney in the game?
Arnold and Sigourney. Oh man! But again, there's more.
There's more Mighty Final Fight complete in box.
Oh yeah, ish, man.
It's a big one.
Yeah, and
And Warriors of Destiny, the hardest Ultima to CIB on the system.
yeah, and
Die Hard.
I get a copy of Die Hard,
That's
and
awesome. Dragon Strike.
Dragon Strike complete in box,
Dragon Strike's sweet.
and then one other kind of tough.
Yeah, Ninja Kid is a tough one, especially to CIB. Like loose card's not crazy bad, but the box one's pretty tricky.
Yeah, Bandai, man, a couple of those early Bandai games getting up there,
Yep.
and they have kind of a black box-ish look. So
Yeah, I like them.
Yeah, a little bit with like that kind of like framed look with like the kind of that big bubbly lettering.
yeah, it's pretty cool. So congratulations, Killer Cobra. That's
Yeah,
man,
man,
that's
seriously.
some heavy hitters for sure. And then up next we have what? Eric Escapada.
You don't think that's the Eric Escapade?
I think so. Probably.
Erascapade.
Get this next. Boy, the first one's pretty. It's a beaut.
It is. So a PAL silent service, the one that
The
we are
beautiful
all
one.
looking for. Yeah, that silver box. I've got the perfect spot for it. I've actually got like an NES box protector holding that space for the silent service PAL version.
I'll put this out there. If there is a European listener that wants to trade a PAL complete in box silent service for a US complete in box silent service, get a hold of me.
Or any number of other things. Or if this game is just cheap over there,
It is
just send me
not
like
terribly
10 of them
expensive.
to save on shipping, and I'll distribute them to the US.
There you go. Very nice. And then this last one I put in, not that it's a huge score or anything, but I just want to always encourage people that these games are cheap and you should play them. But
Yeah.
I picked up No More Heroes 2.
Yep, I really enjoyed 1. I never played 2, but I did think 1 was a lot of fun on the Wii.
Yeah, no excuse. 2 is even more streamlined and fun.
Mhm.
So, there's really... the thing is probably, like $5 if you're lucky.
Yeah,
it's
if
real cheap.
that.
Yeah, great games. Go play them. Even if you have a PlayStation 3, you can get the No More Heroes on that. So check it out. And then we move to Webster.
All right, so we got a good old Zelda 3DS bundle.
Popular.
I'd be curious to know if Webster has plans to sell that code and get the physical copy, or if he's super cool with the download, as we've mentioned several times already. And we're gonna put one more check mark in the Club Nintendo.
I think you have to make a whole new column for soundtracks now.
No. I'll allow it. I'm gonna overrule your objection.
And I think we're still at the 0 count for posters so far.
So far, that's the operative words. Are so far.
There we go. And then Tin Star gets his own upgrade to his earlier gift, right?
I'll let you two handle this one.
So the man finds out he's going to have twins.
Yeah, I guess one was hiding.
Yeah, how you like that?
I personally, because I have no concept of like how expensive kids are, was so like when they're like, oh, like it's just one. I was like, oh, but like
really?
everyone who's a parent said to me like, you won't think that as soon as you have one. Baby.
Yeah, you will think I would bludgeon myself to death if I had to deal with two of these at the same time.
Hey, Tin Star is listening. Maybe.
Well, look, we all know that Tin Star is a much mightier man than I am. So
I mean, that beard is phenomenal.
Yeah,
hide a whole third child in there.
Maybe it's triplets.
The magic of only complete in box collecting will give him the energy he needs.
That's why he's so fertile. That's why there's two of them.
That's why I got into this, because I thought it would help my beard prospects, and it really has done very little for them so far. I kind of have the Joe Dirt where it doesn't grow in so well here and here.
Well, speaking of, just a quick aside, speaking of beard, I got a really good friend. I was over there last night for a get together playing some games, but he's big into Xbox and whatnot, and he goes by the Beard, and he has this really nice big beard. But they had like a submission contest for gamer pick art for Xbox One, and his got picked. So it's pretty cool. He's going to get recognized. So
Nice.
Coming out soon, you'll see that's going to be out there that you can choose that as one of the built-in art for the gamer picks, and you'll see the Beard, which is that's him. It's him. So you'll see that. It's pretty cool.
I've been growing mine for over a year now. I'll have to post a pic soon. It's getting pretty awesome.
Oh, yeah. I'm like Bill. I really can't. I can't do it. But
can't do it. I don't shave for a few days, and my body's like, something's wrong. We're just gonna stop putting hair out of your face. It like I've seen Krabby's how some of his previous facial hairstylings have been. I just can't do it. My face doesn't do it.
I'm going for the Kung Fu Master right now.
Very cool.
Oh, hey, there you go.
Yeah.
I've got some.
Pai Mei.
I got some.
You
yeah,
have
exactly.
to grab it and take it. You have to grab it and take it out of the way before you ring the register open.
It's long enough now that I can like grab it with a full fist. And there's still like a couple inches hanging out under my hand.
Man, I like that.
That's awesome. I need a picture of that.
Yeah, I've got some Native American in me, so it's.
Oh yeah, no hairdo or no facial hair for you then.
I got some. It just there's gaps, so it just won't happen. But
when my box from Zegnorch gets here with my Ryu headband, I'll have to see if I can get a sweet picture of that.
I smell cover art for an upcoming episode.
Yup.
All right, and then Shiboni. Just one thing that stood out.
Street Fighter Alpha 2
on Super Nintendo, which was like one of the last big releases on the GameCube. And the big thing I want to remember about that cart is it's such a big cart. That's the only cart I have any memories of where there's actually loading on the cart. Have you guys played that?
Yeah.
Well, not anytime recently.
Yeah, not that I remember that. I was on to like this. I think that had the Saturn version of this game.
Yeah.
And I totally missed this coming out on the Super to the point where like I saw it years later and I thought, is that real? Like, is that an actual? Did someone make that? And then I was like, oh, I totally missed that this came out on the Super because I was beyond this system at this point.
Yeah, amazing that this game made it to the Super Nintendo. And like I said, if memory serves correctly, I remember there's like loading from the cart. I mean, that's how much stuff is crammed into this cartridge.
Some of those late cartridges where they were like 190 meg.
I mean, it's nuts. I would still love to, if I find a cheap copy, I'm going to get it just so I can just try it out because...
Right.
I like the Alpha series. It's good.
Yeah, those were good. I played them a lot on Saturn, kind of like Bill said. So, neat that you picked that up, Shiboni. And then back over to Techie. Um, this first one I put in there just because I have fond memories of it. You guys ever play Beauty and the Beast on the Intellivision?
Nope.
Nope.
It's like it's kind of like a Wreck-It Ralph kind of game, where you have to like you're trying to like climb this building to get up to the Beast is at the top and with your girlfriend or whatever.
So are you like Gaston in the game?
No, I don't know. Maybe kind of. But you have to like climb up, but there's always like these open windows, and you can climb up like the open windows. But like if, it's just I don't know how to explain it exactly, but it's you're climbing up, you know.
It seems weird that you wouldn't play as Beast or Belle.
Yeah, but it's not Beauty and the Beast, the Disney Beauty and the Beast. It predates
right,
that.
because it was you're right, yeah, because Intellivision was in like the 40s.
Right. But it's a fun game. So I would say if you like Intellivision, if you've not played it, it's cheap. It's just a magic game, but I always enjoyed it. So give that one a whirl. And then, man, just went nuts on some handhelds for a second, right?
Like both new DS models. Got the 2DS and the 3DS XL.
Yeah, I've not had the opportunity to play a 2DS yet, but
I played a 2DS for like 10 seconds at the Nintendo Manhattan store at 30 Rock a few weeks ago. We just popped into town to see my brother-in-law and his now fiance. They were up from Florida for like 2 days, so we like took a train in, like had dinner, went to Nintendo. Like I got a whole bunch of street passes, and then we went home.
Yeah, I forgot you didn't take any pictures for me. Shame on you.
I didn't.
Shame on you.
I didn't. I was tired. My feet hurt, and it was just a whole bunch of Nintendo stuff that you guys have all seen. So it wasn't really anything super interesting.
And he picked up. There's another owner of the 8-Bit Christmas 2013.
Another 8-Bit Christmas, yeah. Showing us all how to do it.
Ho ho ho! And
I really like this next game.
Yeah,
I really
that's what I was gonna say. This is one of my favorites on the Sega CD.
Definitely.
Sylphied was so awesome at the time.
It really was great.
Crab, you ever play this?
Nope, I have not had the pleasure.
You like shooters?
I do.
But what made this really cool, at least to me, is that I mean, it's a polygon game, but they're like pretty simple polygons, so it's really very standard kind of shooter fare. But I think what's really happening though is the background is I think just basically video that's playing.
Right.
But it's all polygon as well, but it's so seamless in the way it's done. It looks like you're flying through these amazing like 3D like space battles and all this stuff, right, Bill?
Yeah, it's really good. And this was one of the first like I think I had like Sewer Shark, NHL 94, and Sylphied for the Sega CD. So it was like one of the only games I had. And like most of the time with me with like shooters, since I'm not that good at them, like I'll play them for a little bit. And then if I'm not good, I'm like, okay, let me play something else. This is not working. But since I only had like 3 games, I just had to stay with it. And it's one of the only shooters that I stuck with for, longer than like 30 deaths. I actually I really had a lot of fun with this. And it still surprises me how many people I'll talk to who will remember like, oh yeah, Sylphied was great.
Yeah, great soundtrack. And it was the first game to me because, again, with this video background that was going on, the art style still matched the actual game part, so it seemed seamless. And you felt like you were going through these massive space battles and everything that were going on around you. Or like at these asteroid fields where these giant asteroids are rolling towards you and you have to dodge them. And I mean, it's really cool. You guys should check it out. I can't say enough.
Also not terribly expensive, in case you're wondering.
Yeah, I remember going. See, when that game came out, I was working in the mall at a bookstore, and I remember going over to Sears.
At a Walden Books?
Yeah, Walden Books.
Yeah, I remember those.
Yeah, and I remember going over to Sears across the mall and buying this on a break. So, man, that was awesome. And then he put in here, he got from the Sega Master System, a Sega Sports Pad.
That's like the trackball, right?
Trackball. And he posts in the thing, he's like, does anybody have a Sports Pad football to go along with this? And it's funny because I have Sports Pad Football, but I'm looking for the Sega Sports Pad. So
Why don't you guys just get together?
there we go. Somebody's gonna have to give, and it's not gonna be me. So if you want to,
Why don't you have it for like 6 months? Then he can have it for 6 months.
yeah, nobody wants to play Sega Sports Pad Football. But if he wants to get rid of the Sega Sports Pad, then I'm your man. You should talk to me. And then moving up, I have no idea. I'm going to let you guys throw this one out.
Bill?
I was just gonna go NX Comp
Is that what we're going to go with?
or Nix Comp.
I have no idea what this means.
Maybe
I
he's
thought
a
maybe
Knicks-
it was
maybe
like a
he's-
prescription, but the end was like something else.
Yeah, maybe he's a New York Knicks fan from Compton. That's what I'm going with. Basketball Compton, dude.
Okay, there we go.
But all that matters is he's a Silent Service fan. So he picked up a nice NES lot, including a bunch of games that don't matter and Silent
There
Service.
you go. That's the big thing we want to draw out. Welcome to the club. The few, the proud,
Definitely.
the elite. I make it a fun goal to try to count the numbers of Silent Service cards when I go to stores, and usually it's at somewhere in the neighborhood of like 6 to 8. But
And Crab, remember we were talking earlier about like you don't need like 30 copies of games out, like maybe just one or two.
Yeah.
There's one store I go to, like literally one store who just doesn't know how to really inventory manage like their shelves, and there's always like 17 copies of Silent Service out on the floor. It's amazing.
That's what brings the people into the store.
I know.
so someday we're going to have an effect on the value of this game.
It'll happen.
A penny, maybe. And then we get back to Newpoil.
Newpoil has been wrecking this game. I'm on Steam on my home machine almost every day. Especially now with like the Steam sales going on. So like every 8 hours they have like, voting and different sales. So like I'm on there like 2-3 times a day just seeing what's going on. And Newpoil is really rocking Skyrim lately. And every time I want to like, shoot him like a chat on Steam, like, oh, how you enjoying it? Whatever. I just can't bring myself to like interrupt him playing that game. Cause that game is great. I love it. So it's very nice to see him playing Skyrim. And it turns out he picked up the entire Elder Scrolls anthology, which came out on PC just a couple months ago. So, it's all of the Elder Scrolls games. I don't remember whether or not it has all the DLC for Skyrim. Cause there was like a handful of different, additional, like Dragonborn was the most recent one.
Yep.
Before that, there was I forget what the vampire one was called. Blood,
Yeah, I don't remember. And then there was like the one with a house where you could get the house.
Right, yeah, home like Hearthstone or something like that.
Yeah. Something.
Dragon Hearth, but yeah. So I don't know if it came with all the extra stuff, but yeah, I mean, I easily put over 120 hours into that game. I love Skyrim, so Newpoil is just rocking it on that right now.
I agree. Man, Skyrim's fantastic. So just Foos Rodal your brains out.
I try not to think about it too much because if I think about it for like more than like 10 consecutive minutes, I will stop whatever I am playing or doing in my life to just go back and play Skyrim again.
Yeah, I sunk so much time into that. So I hope he is too. I hope he's really enjoying himself. And then next we got Flea, right?
Yeah, I didn't see the picture of this lot, but picked up some Saturn and NES games.
Yeah, just it was just like a nice little assortment of stuff he picked up.
Yeah.
And then we get
Always good.
We get to make another mark in the column, right?
Yeah, we get to make another mark in the column that you seem to think is the better column, the Club Nintendo soundtrack column.
Of course, it's a no-brainer. You don't ever go posters over soundtrack.
Yeah, but what do you even play a CD on?
Your Walkman.
A CD player?
So, like your PlayStation 4?
I don't think you can do that on a PlayStation 4.
Oh, so then what are you even doing it?
You could, you could play it with the mighty power of the Xbox One and the cloud processing.
You could do that. You could also play it in an Iowa portable CD player from the 90s.
You could do that. But very good. So chalked up another.
One more in the Nintendo soundtrack column.
And then up next, boy, Bill, what have we got here?
Ferris, my man. Unfortunately, I can't play NHL 14 online with you because I don't have a copy yet. I do have an NHL 14 hookup, so I will contact that person and see what we can do to remedy that situation. But yeah, the NHL 14 demo, actually, it was really, really good. Every year, it's kind of like Am I going to like this? Did they change things that I liked? Did they fix things I didn't like? And this year's, they actually really did some good things. So, unfortunately for the second straight year, and at like a terrible hockey player is on the cover. Not a terrible hockey player. A hockey player that I don't like at all is on the cover. So I will have to like create or order a custom cover to replace the original one.
You
but,
don't just cut your face out of a picture and scotch tape it on the top?
I wouldn't put my face onto a New Jersey Devil player.
Well, let me help you out here, Bill, because unless you're going to grab an X-band modem, you will not be playing with Ferris online. This is a Genesis copy of NHL 14.
That's right. This is the so he said he got this one on eBay from a seller who was a little cagey about explaining to him how he made it, and that's and you're gonna find that a lot with like repro and custom ROM guys, because they want to sell you this thing. They tell you, then you can go make it. So he did buy this from a dude.
I think eBay pulls anything with the word reproduction in it too.
Yes. Yeah, and I tried to sell like a hockey jersey that wasn't official, and I said it right in there. I was like, this isn't an official jersey. Like, it's exactly what you see. So if it's a knockoff, it's a knockoff. I wasn't asking very much money, and it was pulled like the next day.
Yeah.
And you've got some experience making an NHL game for the Genesis, right?
I can't take a ton of credit because I did just I stood on the shoulders of geniuses. So the guys at the NHL94.com forum, which used to be the EA site, and literally that domain has been purchased by these guys, and they kept all the original site up. They just added forums to it. And these guys, they have a forum over there. They teach you this is exactly how you modify sprites, and you want to modify the graphics. Okay, you need a hex editor. This is how you use a hex editor. And then there was a ROM that I really liked that already had all the new teams and player faces and everything updated. And I just modified, I added a different title screen, added some text. I made the intro, but when you're about to start a game, there's the broadcaster is saying hi, the EA Sports broadcaster, "Hi, I'm Ron Barr. Welcome to EA Sports." So I changed that to John Davidson, who is the color commentator on the MSG network for Ranger games growing up, and I threw in a whole bunch of his catchphrases. He was a real funny, goofy guy, and when really exciting moments would happen, he would always say, "Oh, get your cardiologist." so I added get your cardiologist in the pregame setup. But yeah, it was mostly the work of the awesome people over there. But I did commission a dude over at Sega Age, DJ Shock, who's a really, really great graphic arts dude who helped me with the cover. So yeah, I got a lot of help, but I did make an NHL 12, repro ROM from the Genesis NHL 94.
Well, awesome. It's good to know that the dream lives on.
Oh yeah, it's I was considering making one maybe every year, so I'm still considering maybe investing in an EEPROM burner.
I want to see it, Bill. Make it happen.
Yeah.
And then we mix up by going over to Ryudo for a minute, right? Just to put another mark in the column.
All right, I put the mark in the column. You're up by 5 right now. 5 soundtracks so far.
5-0.
Now,
5.
as a collector,
so
do you
far.
want the thing that everybody has, or do you want the thing that nobody has?
Oh, snap, son.
No, I want the cool thing. I want the good thing. That's what I want.
No. Now, by the cool thing, you mean the thing that everyone has, the top seller. So you want the Miley Cyrus CD.
Don't put Miley Cyrus.
Yeah, but
don't touch Miley Cyrus. Duke's a big fan. You don't want to go there.
Right, I love giraffe tongues, but anyway, let's move over to Red McKnight. He got big Jag guy. He picked up a Jag CD.
It's actually been a while, but yeah, he's always. I remember on the forums, he's always looking for. I remember when he was looking for his Jag CD, and then he finally got one, and then it was just all about where are the Jag CD games?
yeah. Hard to find some of these things.
Yeah.
But Battle Morph, which is the sequel to Cybermorph, which is what the world wanted.
Yes.
If you say so, I'm going to believe you.
I just want to hear, where did you learn how to fly in CD quality sound?
I've seen 2 Jaguar CD games in my life, like in a store.
Yeah.
And they wanted $40 for one of them, and I was like, "Wow, is that really rare?" And I looked it up on like completed sales on eBay, and they were completing for like $12. So this Play and Trade just didn't know, that they should have adjusted their price on it. I think it was Blue something,
Blue Thunder. That was a pack-in.
Yeah, Blue Thunder. They were selling it for $40.
Or Blue Lightning.
Blue Lightning.
That was pack-in, I think. So, but good, Red. Another one you can scratch off the list. Speaking of Jag CD, the other day. I had a call, and it's a guy I know that's local, but calls me up and says, "Hey, I need to ask you a question real quick. What do you think?" He said, "I can get." He said, "I already got a Jaguar, but there's a guy that's selling. I can get a Jaguar and a working Jaguar CD for $80. Do you think I should buy it?" And I'm like, "Why are you even talking to me?"
Yes, yeah, totally.
Just you hang up now and go get it.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, "Well, it's like, well, I think just flip. You can flip your Jaguar system and make most of your money back." I said, and he did. He went and got it. It works and everything. I'm like, wow, that's, man, crazy that people still have these things sitting around, and it works. So
yeah,
shocking. But there you go. You just never know, right? Keep hunting. And boy, we finally get to ourselves. And Bill, boy, I don't know, man.
All right. I'm going to try to fly through a lot of this stuff. I didn't realize when we started recording, because it really has been a few months with the busyness and the success of Krabby Store and with, the holidays and everything. We just hadn't really found time to record together. So it looks like a big paragraph. It's really not that bad. So I'm going to try to get through it quickly so you guys can, get on with your lives.
I might ask you a couple of questions as we go through, but sure. Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right. So, anyone who watches the Small Scores forums, like we do, you might have seen that I got a copy of Laser Invasion at last and completed my Konami Silver Box, US Complete in Box set.
Let the
So that was
fanfare
very
begin.
exciting. That was very exciting for me. It really was. Then I laid them all out, took a picture, posted it, and I'm sorry, I forget who it was, said something like right after that post and said like, "Hey, you're missing this game." And then before I didn't even see that. I just saw the edit where it was listed as edited. Never mind. So I guess they said, "Where's this game?" Then they saw it and we're like, "Oh crap, let me remove that." So, but yeah, so that was very exciting for me. And I feel like, I'm taking the next step of the challenge, which is those PAL silver box games like, what was it? Pro Protector, and was it Roller Games? Is it over there?
Metal
Silver,
Gear,
Metal Gear,
Pro Protector 2, Silent Service. You get a little ways to go.
So, well, no, and that's the thing is, I enjoy that I have more collecting to do, and at the same time enjoy having the complete US set. So it's best of both worlds. I guess.
I love
Win-win.
Pro Protector 2's like byline is "Return of Evil Forces."
in the board meeting. Got a great idea for we destroyed the evil forces in the first game. No. They've returned.
And not just Return of Evil Forces.
So this next one was a moving payment. I have two friends who recently got an apartment together, and this is their first apartment. And I had offered to help them move, and they didn't really have a lot of stuff, and they were moving into a very small apartment. But we Sarah and I drove to their house, each of their parents' houses, loaded up our car with boxes. We have kind of a small SUV, and we drove did 2 or 3 trips, and I built one of the pieces of furniture they had bought from IKEA or something. So as payment, he just gave me this whole box of stuff. So it ended up having a couple GameCube games in it, including both Donkey Kongas, so 1 and 2. I don't have the bongos, so I'm on the lookout for even a loose set of bongos would be fine. Had a copy of Ikaruga in there.
Very nice.
He's a sweet one.
Yeah, which I had a copy of that. I ended up flipping that. And I told him when he gave it to me, I said, "Listen, I normally have a rule where I don't sell things that people give to me." And then he was already shaking his head. He said, "Do whatever you want with this stuff," because I was just gonna give it away anyway. So I ended up flipping Ikaruga, and I ended up taking him out to lunch or something, I think, just because I felt bad because I sold stuff he gave to me. And then a whole bunch of original Xbox games. Super Monkey Ball I always liked. I love Burnout Revenge. That's kind of what, Burnout 3 is what got me into the series. Then Revenge was I spent a ton of time with. Ninja Gaiden on the original Xbox, I really like a lot. Soul Calibur 2, spent hours with that game. Psychonauts is awesome. Like, this is actually kind of like probably like my personal greatest hits of Xbox One, which original Xbox, which there really weren't a ton of great games on. And then also Jet Set Radio Future. And then in the same box, he had Lost Odyssey, my personal favorite JRPG on the 360.
Good answer.
Copy of Red. Well, yeah, we're in agreement on this one. Copy of Rez for the PS2, which I sent Krabby's way, I believe.
You did.
Yep. There's a copy of Kingdom Hearts in there, which I already had. Plus, I have the PS3 collection. So I think that's one of the ones that I ended up sending to Fleech, if I'm not mistaken. Also got an HD DVD drive that he had in there. I don't know what I'm going to do with this. I might just keep it as like one of those, like,
just an oddity, right?
Yeah, weird nostalgia bits. What's HD DVD? Because they don't sell for very much money, so I think I'll just keep it around as like maybe a paperweight or something.
I've got one at the store. I can't move.
Yeah,
I might just take it home too.
Yeah.
Yep. And then some Skylanders. They're all loose. And I've never played the game before, but he gave me the 6 Skylanders that you can see in my small scores post. I gave them all names because I don't know what their names are.
Uh-oh, you're going to rile up some people.
I said, well, no one said anything in the thread. So, I mean, one of them looks like Spyro, so I'm pretty sure it's Spyro. There's a guy who looks like a tree with like trunks for hands. I named him Bobby Tree Hands.
That's Stump Smash.
Oh, Stump Smash, okay. There's a little guy who looks like Gizmo with large revolvers.
Trigger Happy.
And a big tongue hanging out of his mouth.
Trigger Happy.
There's a blue guy with a harpoon gun.
That is... Oh, I know this. Oh, come back to me.
Okay, there's like an elf-looking, blindfolded green thing with a bow and arrow standing on fire.
That is Flame Slinger.
And what's the last one? There's a green robot dragon with like gold like mohawk.
Drobot, I think. The other one that I couldn't remember, that's Gil Grunt.
Okay, yeah. So
I think I like Bobby Tree Hands better.
Yeah, Bobby Tree Hands is great. So I got all those. I haven't actually fired it up yet, again with the holidays and everything, but I do plan on firing it up soon. After that big box, this is just kind of the whole like amalgamation of different things I got in the last few months. So Krabby got me a Motor City Patrol box not long ago, just because he's really nice and great. I bought a Motor City Patrol cart at Retro Games in Westport or Orange, I can't remember. And then my Motor City Patrol manual just came in. So I literally bought each one of these things, or acquired each one of these things separately.
That's
awesome. So that's finally finished. So it's really cool to kind of like Frankenstein a game together from like 3 different areas of the country. So in November picked up my Xbox One and Assassin's Creed 4, which if you haven't heard me talking about it, I love and is my favorite probably Assassin's Creed game.
I just finished that today.
Oh man,
what a weird abrupt ending.
Yeah, remember how I told you like there's no like it just ends.
Yeah, you're just like what?
You're playing the game, like a cutscene happens and they're like, oh, just so you know, the game just ended, and then like it's like onto the open world, and like spoiler alert, a person who's just with you the whole game, right before the game ends, is like, you know what, I think I'm gonna go, and then like is replaced with another person.
It's really weird because I had saved and what apparently was the last mission. I went and did it, and then like I click on the thing and like, oh, I guess I'm done.
Yeah, and the thing, and like most of what I was playing in the game was like kind of like that open world, like go find all the collectibles, beat all the guys, do all this stuff anyway. So the story was just kind of something I did like when I kind of wanted a little change of pace. But I actually really like how they didn't focus too strongly on like the single player story and just like let it be an open world game. So, but yeah, I had a lot of fun with that. Waiting for the next round of games and apps to hit for that, hopefully pretty soon. And then here's the big one, and this is why I'm going to be kind of indentured to Krabby for a little bit. So, big Krabby box showed up.
Including lots of good items.
Yeah. And the weird thing is Google, like, the spell check didn't even grab that.
Maybe
it's
that's
like, no,
really a word.
You could include something. It's inclusive. So including, I mean, the big guys are obviously complete Contraforce.
Wow.
Which honestly, there's like a tiny bit of like what would you call it, like a little bit of bending on like the top,
listen to
like
him.
fold flab. But no, like other than that, you would look at this and you would say this thing, it really is near mint. And I'm not like, normally like too concerned with like condition because I like to get things for, not $1 billion, but it's a really nice copy, and Grabby was very nice to offer it up to me. Baseball Stars 2, another complete in box one.
That one actually came to me from Single Banana.
I remember him saying that in the thread. He said, I wonder if that's the one I sent you, and you said it absolutely is. Yep. So, I was very happy to get that one too. So now
just had a little vacation up here in Canada and then headed back down.
So now I have so now this completes my Baseball Stars United States complete in box set.
Of 2.
Of Baseball Stars 1.
You've got the AES
Baseball
ones?
Stars 2.
Awesome.
Yup. So, and then Tecmo Super Bowl, which is one of these oddball ones that like, I always thought that I had. And then I look in I'm like, oh, I don't have that. What's wrong with me? Cause I'm always thinking of Tecmo Bowl. I love Tecmo Super Bowl. We actually used to have like a, a tournament every like Thanksgiving when all the family was over. So we did that again this year with that. So that was a great help to have. Now the box says Ghost Lion, but the RF Generation, list, I believe listed as the Legend of Ghost Lion.
Mm-hmm.
So, I guess whichever one of those you want to call it. But this, I can't look at Ghost Lion. Like, to me, Ghost Lion looks like a Collectorcast piece of art that they've changed.
Check out the, do you know, like I know Duke might remember, do you listen to much hair metal?
Yeah, a little bit.
Do you know of a band called White Lion?
Yes.
Yes. Look at their album cover for their first album and put it right next to the picture on Ghost Lion, and it is like identical.
Okay.
Such a ripoff. It's awesome.
Well, it was probably like just some teenage kid. And they're like, hey, look, we need some cover art for this Ghost Lion. He's like, oh, go White Lion, yeah.
So, I know I said I'd go through this, and now I'm being all slow, so I'll try to pick it up. Also threw me Ikari Warriors 3. Now some of these weren't complete, but I ended up getting some additional manuals to complete them, so it was no big deal. I think Ikari 3 was missing the manual. Rainbow Islands, which was complete, is awesome.
I was really tempted to keep that one too. That was a really nice
yeah,
one.
you should have been tempted to keep it. Silver Surfer, which is missing the manual, and actually I searched for a manual right after I got this in the mail, and I saw, like, I said, okay, what am I going to pay for this? So I looked completed listings, and there was a complete listing for only like a couple dollars, and I was like, oh, I would have thought this manual would cost more than that. But then I looked at the person who sold it like very recently, and I looked at the picture, and I was like, that looks like Rustly Man. So I texted Rustly Man, and I was like, hey, are you this? Like, because it's not, his username wasn't Rustly Man. I said, are you this person on eBay? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, I was like, damn it, I needed a Silver Surfer manual. It ended like the week before. He's like, yeah, like when you told me you needed that, I was like, oh, I just sold one. So that was kind of funny. So, and then one of the cool things Krabby decided to throw in there was an Adventure of Lolo 1, which was very, very cool of him to throw in.
It was just good timing. You said you needed it, and I had one coming in from another order, so it's good timing.
That was awesome. It was awesome. Appreciate it. Also, I think this was inside one of the boxes. As I posted the picture, and then as I started unpacking stuff, there were 30 NHL team Wii controller decals.
Awesome.
So
or
these things are
decals,
like,
as we call them.
Oh, you do call them decals? I didn't know that. So, you know the ones where like you kind of like you twist them one way or the other and there's two different images? So I've actually very recently, probably unrealistically, started the goal of, because Wii remotes are kind of a dime a dozen and like no one really plays their Wii anymore. I'm curious if I can get 30 Wii remotes.
You could probably buy like a lot of broken ones.
Yeah, because I don't need to use them. I just want to like have them on there.
Is that all the
So-
teams, or is there some missing? I wasn't sure.
You know what? I didn't set them up one by one and count them, but it certainly looked like it was. If it's not all of them, it's very close. So I'm actually going to do like a little organization with some of the other things that I got from Gamer Nick this month, and maybe see if I have all of them. But it certainly looks like I did. So Sarah's like, she kept saying like, "What about these guys? What about these guys?" And every time she said a team, like I had it. So I think it may be all of them.
Nice.
So, and then here's one of the things I was foreshadowing earlier. Moonraker Fats, just a cool dude. Like he saw like an old post in some thread that I wrote. It was like, I was really looking for a 6-button 3DO controller so I could play my Super Street Fighter 2 on 3DO. And he's like, oh, you still need that? Like, just give me your address. I was like, well, what should I give you for it? And he's like, oh, don't worry about it. Like, just take it and then whatever. So he just sent me that controller, which was awesome of him. So I'll have to think of something very fitting to shoot him back. My birthday was in December, and at my birthday barbecue dinner, Rustling Man was nice enough to stop by and give me a manual for Clash at Demon Head.
Demo head?
Which is a demo head.
Clash of Demo Head.
Yeah. He's related to Demon Head. Yeah. Which Duke was nice enough to get me a box for not too long ago. And I think, if I remember correctly, you got it for free at a Nintendo Age meet because this guy was like, "Hey, it's not in good shape. Do you just want it?" And he just gave it to you. Yes. So I think I'm still just waiting on. No, actually, I did pick up a cart for that, so that's complete too. And the birthday card that he printed out for me had a great big Spider-Man Web of Fire for the 32X on the front of it. So kind of have that now. My Fix-It Felix Jr. repro, complete in box Genesis repo from, I don't know how you say the guy's name. It's like DRA6ON, so I guess Dragoon. Oh, Dragoon with a 6?
Oh, yeah, I know him. He's a cool guy.
Oh, yeah, over on Nintendo and Sega Age. Yeah. And ends up he lives in pretty close in Connecticut, kind of on the other side of Connecticut, but pretty close to me.
Which is like across the street.
No, I mean, it's probably like a 3-hour drive, actually. But close, like, when you talk about how much is it going to be to ship the game to me? Oh, like $2. So, but yeah, real cool dude, did a really amazing job. Like the box looks fantastic. The art's great. The sticker's great. Yeah, just really happy with it. And then, Zagnorch with his, Christmas givingness, threw me a stocking, it's like an ice hockey skate. Which was really, really cool. He actually, in the note, he said that it's for a future hockey fan. So something for my son, which is really just super nice, amazing thing for him to do. Gave me also like a puck and like a Stanley Cup, a replica for some West Coast, representing over here. So very super nice of him. And I really appreciated that. And then on a Nintendo trade, or sale, I got a handful of other things to complete some of the stuff Krabby got for me. Mission Impossible cart, manuals for Rampage, King's Knight, Roundball, Circus Caper, so that kind of completed a few things. And then for Christmas from my mother-in-law, Disney Infinity characters, which I didn't like. I mentioned like when we were in Disney, I was like, "Oh, have you heard of this Disney Infinity thing? It's really cool. It's blah blah blah." And I guess she took that as like, "Oh, he wants Disney Infinity things." So she got me Barbossa, Vanellope, the Crystal Sully, and then my buddy Rodrigo got me Wreck-It Ralph, which I actually did want because it's a really cool figure. And then Gamer Nick was my Secret Santa, and was, I don't know if maybe he thought he was supposed to give more than $20 worth of stuff, because to give me a complete Hudson Hawk was a really, really cool surprise.
Yeah, wow.
Very, very, very cool. And Impossible Mission 2. I wasn't familiar with this title, but he said that this is the rarer version that has like an Australian cart.
Yeah, I've got both versions. And yeah, the cart design is a little bit different because there's like the AGCI version and then there's this other one. And I think you got like, the AGCI, I think. Yeah,
I'll have to snap a picture just so you can help me identify it. And I'm not normally into unlicensed, but this was just too cool of a thing for me to pass up. So I'm definitely gonna hang on to it. And
it starts the sickness for you.
Maybe it will. Maybe I'll be like looking for Puzzle next week.
Hey, Avoid pyramid for a little while. I just tell you that.
And then just to round things out with some more hockey stuff, he threw me NHL 06 for the GameCube with the Vinny LeCavalier on front, and literally just hundreds of hockey cards that are all in really good shape, which it was really just a super generous package. And Nick's a really cool guy, really, really nice dude, and I'm really glad that we're able to have this type of, way we can help each other out with Nintendo and hockey and cards and all this cool stuff.
Awesome. Well, sounds like you had a fantastic set of stuff there.
Yeah, well, not a bad stretch.
Not bad. I was kind of like you. I thought, I haven't really got much lately. And I sat down and started kind of going through it. And not nearly that much, but a few things. Myself, it was really nice. Grey Ghost had a post for like some books, and I don't know, I'm wacky. I like these things. But they're like,
I'm sorry. You just reminded me. Yeah. I did get my Club Nintendo posters.
You went with posters
in the mail.
I'm so disappointed, Bill.
Just gonna add that in the column real quick. And you know why I did it? I asked Krabby one day. I was like, "So, do you ever get like the downloadable games when they come up for platinum?" And Krabby's like, he knew I was joking. He's like, honestly, I get the posters. He's like, yeah, I know, like, it doesn't sound like it's that cool, but they're exclusive. No one else has them, and not a ton of people get them. So, like, you end up with this poster that, like, nobody has. So for the first time this year, I was like, you know what? I'll go with the posters.
A wise man.
Poor choice. And we'll see that bared out in the numbers.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Back to your books from Grey Ghost.
But he had put up, I think he was trying to sell them or real cheap or whatever. He'd, like some of these like code books, and then there's like a How to Win at Super Nintendo and just some assorted, these kind of books. And I just sent him a message that said, hey, because he said basically like, hey, I just want to try to sell the stuff or they're going to go. And I sent him a message like, hey, if nobody else wants to buy these things, let me know. I said, I want to see them just go away. And he just sent me a message like, oh, just give me your address. And he just shipped them all to me. And I'm like, hey, can I at least let me cover your shipping or something? And he wouldn't hear of it. So it's very nice.
So what's your PayPal address? He said no.
Yeah, he was really very nice about it.
He refunded money into your PayPal.
He just sent it right over. So there's a nice little collection of those books. And I really like one of them is like an early 80s book, and it's called How to Win at the Video Games.
I'm sorry if you'll have to edit that ridiculous laugh out later.
No, that's good. I like it.
Is it spelled VIDYA games?
Not quite, but and then Krabby, kind of like you, Bill, I got a few things from, because it's bad. I look at Facebook and I see these posts he puts out, and I'm always like, oh, hey, what about that one? What about that one? And there's a few things that I had kind of mentioned, and he put together for me. So I'd been looking for a copy of Gradius 5 for a long time, and I'd found, all the others, 3, 4, and all that, and still I've not come across a 5. So he's very kind. He got a copy of Gradius 5, and so did somebody just trade that in, Krabby?
Yep, that was just a trade-in.
Awesome. So I really appreciate that. That kind of gives me the main numbered games in the series, all of them now, so I can play through some God, those games are hard. And also a European Sega Master System game, Ultima 4.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't know.
A little regretful of that one, but I know it went to good home.
Well, I told you, you don't have to feel regretful because it's an evil European game. And I know you certainly wouldn't want anything but the Canadian variant.
I need to just submit a fake U.S. flag one to the database so I can have it look right.
But no, that's, I've found several.
Well, why don't you just paint a U.S. flag on the part of your monitor that it would fall on, so it kind of covers it.
So I can't scroll up and down.
Well, so that's the thing is, this one didn't get a U.S. release. He couldn't do that.
I know, that's why it had to be a fake one.
But it got a Canadian release. You could find the Canadian version.
I could try.
Who knows? I mean, the Canadian maybe it was just a European cart with a sticker.
Sloppily localized one.
It could have been like some of those things. They could have just put a sticker on it. for a different UPC, but who knows. But I appreciated that, and that was pretty nice. I like to get, those things and I've got several European Master System games that I've not imported that just going to show up, because I think if you're a Master System guy way back when, it died in the US, so if you wanted any of the latter titles, you really had to import. There wasn't a lot of choices there. And then you were very kind enough to throw in, because I gave my daughter the old 360, and you threw a Kinect in the box, which she was glad to see that, because she likes to use the voice commands a lot. So
cool.
we hooked that right up, and she enjoyed that. So thank you very much for those.
No problem. Glad it's getting some use.
I also, like Bill, got an Xbox One, got the Day One edition. So I've really been having a lot of fun with that. I really like the Xbox One. And I also got a Fix-It Felix Jr. repro, so that's a pretty cool one. I like that. And then I also got in on the Chuck Yeager's Flight Combat. So that was special over at Nintendo Age, 150 copies, and it was a prototype that the Nolan brothers released. And Krabby, you got in on that too, right?
I just found out yesterday. I think mine shipped.
Awesome.
So 2 to 3 weeks from now, I should have it.
Let me just tell you that it's polygons on an NES. I mean, they're not very many, but it's kind of impressive for what it can do. I suck. I really suck at it. And the voice samples on it are pretty cool too. So I'll be curious to talk to you once you get a chance to check that one out.
I've heard a couple people mentioning that in the forum there, that the voiceover is really good.
Yeah, they are. It's pretty impressive.
Better than Big Bird's Hide and Speak?
No, nothing is better than Big Bird's Hide and Speak.
Damn.
Yeah.
I was hopeful for a second there.
Yeah, that one is freaky good. Really freaky good. And then from RetroZone, I also got the 8-Bit Christmas 2013, but I also picked up a copy of the classic Donkey Kong Pie Factory edition, where he added in the Pie Factory level. And I'm really glad that I did, because now it's not on site anymore, so it's not available.
And just a quick side note, speaking of Retro Zone and Retro USB, the Nintendo World Championship repro, which has been out for a long time, is back in stock.
I want one, but I don't have the money right this minute. It'll be back. Yeah, he'll
I think the price went up just a few dollars. I could have sworn it was $55. Now it's $60.
Maybe, but that's not bad.
No, it's not awful.
And then I want to mention there is a seller over on Game Gavel that you guys should really check out. It's on Game Gavel. He goes by the username Famicom Vink, Vinnk, I believe. And on Facebook, you can find him on I think it's Japan Retro Direct is the Facebook page that you can like. I'll try to link to those in the show notes. But he does a lot of Japanese imports on a wide variety of systems, and his prices are fantastic. I mean, they're really good. But I had sent him a message and told him I had been for a while looking for a copy of Shufflepuck Cafe on Famicom, and he went and hunted me a copy down, and he sent it to me for a fantastic price, and I really couldn't have been more happy with that. So I got that in, and he's got a lot of really good stuff. So I recommend you guys give him a shot. And he also mentioned about maybe getting in on a show at some point in time, so to talk about Famicom. So we might have to do that in the future. I went with the Club Nintendo Zelda soundtrack.
Cool.
So put another one in that column.
Okay.
I also got Assassin's Creed.
How is it?
I'm not going to open that thing. Are you crazy? Somebody will rip that and have it on the internet in 5 seconds. Why would I open the package?
Exactly. It's almost like, why would you get it at all?
Well, so I can keep it in the package. Duh. Well, and see, here's the thing, too. I have the Ocarina of Time soundtrack back when it launched. So now I have both. So how you like them apples? I had to,
It's almost like it's a really small poster with a CD behind it.
So it's like a bonus in a plastic case. How you like that? I also got Assassin's Creed 4 for the Xbox One. Again, as I mentioned, I just finished that up. So
Woo!
Just finished it, starting Dead Rising 3 now, and then I played some Forza yesterday, and I really had a lot of fun with it. So maybe at some point I'll check that out. And so if you're on Forza, you can follow me on Xbox One, Duke Togo 74 altogether, no spaces or anything, just Duke Togo 74. Follow me because then my Drivatar can race you and run into you over and over.
Yeah, aggressively.
I am a little bit of an aggressive driver.
Yeah, and I've heard that the Drivatars, even if you're not that aggressive, like the Drivatars are pretty aggressive.
But I did beat my
Like,
brother's Drivatar. So
because what they do is like they race like you, but they have no consideration about other cars on the road. So like it's not like they'll race like side by side with you. Like they'll like go right into you if that's where they want to be in the lane. So it kind of always feels like someone's fighting you, which is cool.
It is. I had a lot of fun with it. I think, honestly, I don't usually care too much about these, but that Drivatar stuff got me because I was like, there's my buddy and there's my brother up in front of me. And I'm like, I got to beat him. I got to beat him. And I did. I kind of kept racing until I could beat him so I could just go,
Yeah, it does kind of feel more like when you're driving against like oh, I have to beat red car in second place. Right. Like it doesn't feel the same as like in like a multiplayer game when you're like, I got to beat Gary and I got to beat Joe, and it's like to put that in like kind of like I hate to keep like to say Cloud, but like to put like your friends' driving patterns like to just match them with you as often as they can. Like it's really kind of a cool idea.
Oh, and I love it because I especially like how Xbox One does the friend stuff now because you just have the follow. There's none of this stupid friends crap that you have to do anymore.
Right.
So, Patrick Scott Patterson out there is at Original PSP on Twitter. Does a lot of writing, a lot of video game stuff. And so I gave him a follow and he followed me back. So I was racing against his Drivatar. So it's a lot of fun, cool. He's got a lot of interesting things. He's got a pretty cool site if you guys want to check it out. But it's just fun. It just made it a lot more interesting to me to normally I don't care about those games. So it's kind of neat to see those things coming together. Couple of things. I got a video shooter complete in box, which is just like an alternate zapper, but it was wireless. How awesome is that, huh?
Ooh.
Wireless.
Infrared, hey?
For the NES. Yes, exactly. Infrared. Probably terrible.
It's like U-Force.
Right.
That's not terrible.
You just wave at it.
Yeah. I got a complete in box copy of Cyborg Hunter to replace my loose cart. Copy of that for the Master System. I got a complete in box sports pad football. There you go. Send me a sports pad.
Decade.
I got in on the crazy screwed up Walmart mix up where they had tons of games for $18 online.
I didn't think you were gonna get in on that. You kept saying like, "Oh, guys, this mistake happened," and I'm like, he's not gonna get that.
Seriously, did it. So I walked into, and this was like right after these games, like right after Battlefield 4 had launched. I mean, so
yeah, it was November. It was like middle of November. Like Battlefield was brand new.
Yeah, so they screwed up their website. They had all these new games for $18, so you would buy them and do in-store pickup. And so I got 2 copies of Battlefield 4, a copy of Saints Row 4, and a copy of Diablo 3. They were all 18 apiece. Because I got the Battlefield 4 for a buddy of mine. And that was it. Just walked right in, walked right back out. I was like, that's amazing.
Yeah. I've had Walmart mistakes happen before where I made the order and then like a half hour later they refunded it and they were like, sorry, it was a mistake.
Oh, I was so expecting that the whole time. And at first I thought, I will never even get the message that they're available for pickup. And they did. Right. And I'm like, I am getting in the car instantly. But really, for whatever reason, they didn't catch it. And it was probably up for a good 6 hours.
Oh, yeah. It was up for a while.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. But I had a friend that went nuts, went way more than I did. And he worked out because he got tons of them. And then what he did is then Target had the buy 2 get 1 deal. And so he returned them there and got games there. And he bought a bunch of PS4 games, which he didn't have a PS4. And then later took those back and traded for Xbox One games. So we ended up getting like tons of these Xbox One games for next to nothing, basically, after it was all said and done. I wasn't smart enough for that, but I did actually want to play the games I kept, so it's okay. It was a good deal. I also picked up a copy of Tetrisphere complete in box just because it was cheap and I like Tetrisphere. So
yeah, it's a good game.
Good one. The awesome guys at the local game exchange hooked me up. They had a NES challenge set box with the styro sitting in the back. And I said, hey, how about that one? Because they gave me another box not too long ago. It was like the action set. And they, let's just say they gave me a fantastic deal. We'll just say that. And then I also found, and I don't normally eBay, but I really wanted to play this game, so I had to go to eBay. But I got a copy of Rodland for the Famicom, complete in box. And Rodland also came out in Europe for the NES and is extremely expensive to get there. But the Famicom version's pretty cheap, and it's kind of fun, like puzzler game. So I'd recommend it if you guys want to check something interesting out. And they had a good deal on some Nintendo Age merchandise, so I picked up a shirt pretty cheap to kind of go along with things. So, wow, that kind of rounds me out. I think I'm spent. I'm done. Krabby, besides a store of stuff.
I will try and narrow it down.
Yeah.
The stuff I like the best or found most interesting or somehow special.
Yeah, because you're going to end up taking this over, I think, from now on.
Yeah, so I'll knock it down quite a bit. So, NES games. I got quite a few off my list just in December that some that I've been looking for a long time. See, Tech Wizard was nice enough to just send me a copy of Monster Truck Rally.
Awesome.
Yeah, he scored it cheap, so he just sent it my way. That was awesome. Some guy came into the store a little while later and traded in like 200 NES games.
Whoa.
And in that 200 was a Lethal Weapon.
Nice.
Yeah. That was so funny because I'm looking through it with some of my regulars who know the NES fairly well.
Uh-oh.
And they're getting so excited, like, oh, Dragon Warriors and your Cryon Conquest. And I'm like, Lethal Weapon. And they're like, what? Who? No one wants Lethal Weapon. Yeah. Then Banana sent me 3 games, actually, that I still needed. He sent me the Bad News Baseball.
Awesome.
1942 somehow.
How on earth?
Well, I tore the card apart for a friend. He needed the back, and the back matched his identically, so I stole the back for mine. So I didn't have a functional 1942.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. And then Banana also sent me the Tiny Toons Cartoon Workshop, which was the last Konami game that I needed.
Very good.
Mm-hmm. And then the Secret Santa, holy cow.
Did pretty well?
Shadow, yeah. Like, I didn't realize who my partner was. I assumed I was going to be a pain in the butt to buy for whoever got me. But Shadow got me, and he sent me 6 games that I still needed, and a few of them were really big ones. So some of the smaller ones he sent me were Miss Pac-Man and The Great Waldo Search. And I'm very curious to see if Great Waldo Search is better than Where's Waldo.
So we're talking Namco Miss Pac-Man, right? That's,
yes.
Yeah,
that's right.
He was so excited when he found out he had you.
Oh, I couldn't believe it. And then
he sent me a message. He was like, "I can't believe I got it. I have things for him. This is good." And it was totally random this year. I had Sarah pick names out of a hat, and I matched people up. So he was really excited.
Oh, it was good. And then I was trying to work out a deal with someone else. Like, I bought a whole bunch of stuff off them, and they had a copy of James Bond Jr., which I needed. So I said, "Send me that too." And then he says, "I sent everything out today, but I couldn't for the life of me find James Bond Jr., so I refunded you." And I'm like, oh, crap. I'm like, well, if you find it, let me know. I'll buy it and pay for shipping again. And then he just sent me one, so I got one from Ray. So that's awesome. Frankenstein he sent me, which is another tricky one to track down.
That's a toughie.
Yes.
Yeah, and then
I sold that one, and then after the fact, I was like, I shouldn't have sold this.
Yeah.
2 big ones. Like, I'm really close to finishing my Koei set, which is pretty expensive and a little challenging. And he sent me Bandit Kings of Ancient China.
Wow.
I couldn't be more thrilled about. And now I just need Uncharted Waters, and I've got every Koei game on the NES. And one that I've been looking for a few years to play is Alfred Chicken. I'm really curious to try out.
How odd that you go with Alfred Chicken.
It looks like fun.
Well, I'm not going to disagree with you. I've been waiting so long for Alfred Chicken.
I like the quirky, weird games. and that looks exactly like what that is. And then Rusty Man shot me a text message that some Bill sent me a text message that Rusty Man store got some TurboGrafx games. So I got in touch with him and found out what he got and gave him the list that I wanted, and he sent me a few things. I've got a lot of Turbo games, but I don't have like any of the sports games yet. So he hooked me up with 5 sports games that I needed. So he sent me 5 of these TurboGrafx sports games that I still needed, like baseball, some golf, tennis, that kind of stuff. And he also sent me Splash Lake for the Turbo CD, which I'm pretty excited to try out. It looks kind of like Kickle Cubicle on the NES.
Interesting.
Yeah. But now that I've got my Duo, I'm definitely looking for Turbo CD games to play on it. I got a big trade-in of Xbox stuff in the store, and it had one game that I've been looking for forever. I passed on one actually a couple years ago when I was out with Shadow Flea Market hunting.
Mm-hmm.
It's a copy of Futurama, but the one at the flea market had no manual, so I passed on it, and I finally got a really nice complete in box one in.
Now, why Futurama?
It's hard to find, and I'm a big fan of the show, and apparently all the voice actors and the show writers were involved in the game, so I'm very tempted to give it a try.
Okay.
I was kind of looking for the PS2 one, but I'm going to settle for the Xbox One until I can find that one.
You could pop it in 360, right?
I don't know if that one's backwards compatible or not with Futurama.
Yeah, it's been years since I looked at that list.
Yeah. Worth a shot.
Sorry?
I said worth a shot.
Yeah. Also recently, I got a huge Dreamcast lot of games for the store.
Yeah, you did.
And it's always nice to cherry pick a few things before that goes out.
Sure.
So I grabbed a lot of fighters that I wanted, like Project Justice, Street Fighters, Power Stones.
JoJo?
No JoJo, unfortunately. I still need that one, but I got a couple shooters I wanted too, like Mars Matrix, Gunbird, Cannon Spike.
Oh.
Gigawing?
I already have Gigawing. I got that from Israel a long time ago. But yeah, I got a ton more Dreamcast games. Those are kind of some of the highlights. So pretty much with maybe 5 games tops, and I'd have like my perfect Dreamcast collection for just playing.
Very nice.
Yeah. We were talking about Time Crisis earlier, and how Bill liked the big CIB cases they came in.
Bungles.
Yeah, the bungles.
Yeah, big bungles.
So I got a couple of those in the store, and I grabbed the PS1 bungle for Time Crisis and Point Blank, the big ones that came with the gun cons.
Nice.
Yeah, that big gray gun con was great.
Yeah, they look awesome. And I'm a big Tony Hawk fan of the old games, but I've been very curious about Tony Hawk Ride and Shred. And I got a copy.
Oh, with the phony board.
Yeah.
So
I got a copy of each of them in the store with the board and everything. So I pulled those home, and I'm really excited to try them out.
Be careful.
Don't worry, I can still do a pop shove it, I think, without falling on my ass.
All I can say is just find a way to put some trucks on that thing, and you'll have more fun. You'll have more fun with it.
We'll see. And then kind of, I don't know if I'm going to keep it, probably not, but someone traded in an Oculus Rift dev kit.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I've been goofing around with it a little bit, just trying out some of the tech demos and stuff. I'm not a PC gamer, so I don't have like any of the games that are compatible with it on my computer.
What games do you know?
You can do like Skyrim, you can do Mirror's Edge.
Yeah, that
would be
Mirror's
so awesome in Skyrim.
Oh, Mirror's Edge! I just want to walk to the side of a building and look down. That would just be unreal.
Skyrim would be, oh man, that would be amazing.
Yeah, so it's mostly just roller coaster demos for me right now, but it's kind of neat to check out, and something I really didn't think I would see for at least a couple more years.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just to let you know the list of games. There's currently a list of apps and games.
It's like 200, isn't it?
That have 381.
381, yeah.
With native support, and then there's a much larger list that you can download. If some aspiring software guy out there has just made his own driver or something for it, but like native support in almost 400 apps and games.
I can't even imagine what it would be like to play something like Skyrim with one of those things.
I know.
I
That's
can't either. It's
crazy.
very hard to explain to someone. It's something you kind of have to try for yourself.
It's the future.
It's the future.
It's the same thing that they promised me back in like 95 on the Jaguar and the Genesis.
Yeah, no, I'm scrolling through the list of supported apps, and it's I mean, it's your Battlefields, your BioShock, Infinite.
Oh man, BioShock Infinite?
All the Crysis games, Dead Rising, Deep Space, Deus Ex, Dishonored. I mean, like literally, like anything that you could have, that you would think. I wonder if it works on this.
Did
like,
you say Deep
it
Space?
does.
Did you mean Dead Space?
No, Deep Space is actually also a like a space shooter.
Okay. Is Dead Space compatible? That'd be pretty freaky.
Dead Space 1 and 3. I'm guessing not 2 because was 2? No, it's weird because 2 is on Steam.
I don't know.
And 3 is on Origin. But yeah, it's not listed.
That'd be
so
really
no native
weird though, because it's
support.
a third person.
Oh, yeah.
That would be strange.
Dragon Age, Portal, Quake.
Oh, Portal would be great.
Portal would be
Yeah, it would
good.
be really cool.
That'd be fun.
Especially moving through.
And Portal's cheap, Krabby. You could get that one for next to nothing.
I know I could. It's the whole mental block of playing something on a PC that I haven't done in like a decade.
Yeah, you should do it just to tool around with Portal on that with that headset. That would be fun.
Yeah.
If I grabbed
You can
anything, it would probably be Mirror's Edge. Portal
Okay, well,
would
there you
be
go.
Portal would be number 2.
There you
Said one person in the world ever.
What else did I get? I got one of those little those mini arcades.
go. Yeah.
Yeah, I got the Miss Pac-Man one.
The little Coleco tabletops are great.
Yeah, other than needing D batteries, they're pretty cool.
Right.
Or it's just, there's no port for an AC adapter?
Do you know?
I don't remember.
No,
but
there's
I
not.
don't think I saw one. Yeah.
Do you know what they sold for
No.
that?
A thing that snapped in there that had a AC adapter on it?
There is a thing for a cord in the little.
Just like the GBA.
It's like this giant pack that fits up in it, and then you run the cord and they plug it in. Oh yeah, that was a
Wow.
big thing.
Almost like the Virtual Boy. Like it was like a thing that snapped into the battery pack thing that was the wall adapter.
Yeah, crazy.
Speaking of GBAs, I got my favorite GBA in. I got the NES themed GBA SP.
That's a looker. That's
Nice.
A looker.
Yeah, I want that in the family.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
It's pretty cool looking. And then like several others grabbing their Ni no Kunis. I ended up getting a Ni no Kuni in the store. Then a little later on, I got just the steel case for it. And then a little later on, I got like the hardcover guide for it. So I ended up taking all 3 of them home separately. And I
Nice.
got a cool little
Oh,
Ni no Kuni set now.
cool.
And I got my posters from Club Nintendo. The
Woo!
best choice.
No, not really, but that's okay.
Oh, it was worth 2 points. I saw there for a sec.
Yeah, I think the posters ended up pulling ahead
No,
at the end there.
Not at all.
I have every single other poster set Club Nintendo's done, so I kind of feel like I need to keep sticking with the posters no matter how cool the other choice is.
You're
But-
the reason they keep making them.
Yeah.
Yeah, or uncool as this
Mhm.
as the case may be.
But after I was thinking about it too, I was talking to someone today actually about it, because he came in and showed me a soundtrack. He's like, my Club Nintendo soundtrack got here. And I'm like, yeah, that'll get traded into the store and I'll take it home. Nobody's going to trade the posters in for me. Or if
No.
they do, they're going to be tack holes in them and all that. But. So I'm happy with my choice.
Oh, that's okay.
I also got a box in the mail from Bill as a trade for some of that Nintendo stuff I sent him. He sent me a Master System, which I did
Ooh.
not have yet.
Finally.
And I got
that was the biggest surprise to me.
I got a ton of games from the store, Master System games, so I finally have a way to play them, and there's a few I'm very excited about.
It's about time.
Yep.
It is. I agree. And also in there, he kind of surprised me because he said, like, I picked up this sealed Fatal Frame too. Do you know anyone that's interested? And I said, I might be. Like, can I see some pictures? And so he just sent it to me, and then like sent me a message saying like it's easier just to show it to you than send you pictures. So here it is. So that was really cool. The sealed Fatal Frame 2 on the PS2, awesome.
There you go.
Nice. Now, so just out of curiosity, is it? Do you like the? Is it nice? You like the way it looks? Because there's no visible scuffs or anything in the plastic for me, but
there is one nick in it that
okay.
that I'm a little sad about, but the sticker drives me nuts because it's like I think I can get it off.
Yeah, because it's the same thing. Like I was gonna go for it, and I was like, you know what? Like I'll just let it.
Do I try it? I haven't yet, but I really feel like I can get it off, and that I'm gonna totally regret it after. Well, not totally, because I'll still have a nice copy to play, right? But
right.
But yeah, that's the very narrowed down version of what I've been taking home over the last 2 months.
Yeah, extremely narrowed down.
Very narrowed down, yeah.
Well, good. Well, that catches us up finally. And thanks, everybody, for posting the stuff. We're really glad to see all that. And we look forward to what's coming up next. All right, well, we want to take time to thank everybody for listening to another exciting episode of the RF Generation Collectorcast. And just as usual, a couple different places you can find the show. So, Bill, where can they find us?
We go to rfgeneration.com.
Absolutely. Krabby, where else?
In the podcast pickle.
If it's still alive.
If it's still soaking in brine.
Right. I do want to mention, too, we are on Podomatic, and Podomatic actually just released an app. So if you'd like to get us on the Podomatic app, just go to collectorcast.com. You can jump right over to it there. So that's a new way you can get the show. But a couple of classics. Bill, how else?
I like iTunes.
iTunes definitely still works. We're there. Crabbo.
Yep.
The YouTube.
Definitely. If you want to listen to any of the
as
old
long
episodes.
as they don't shut us down for talking about video games.
That's right. We have no video of them, so maybe we'll be okay. But yeah, if you want any of the older episodes that are not in the RSS feed, you just go over to YouTube. You can listen to all the past episodes. They're all there for you. And I can think of one last place. Bill, can you catch it?
Has anyone said collectorcast.com?
I kind of just did that, but
oh. Sorry, I was just thinking about collectorcast.com.
Speaking of apps,
and
like the Stitcher Smart Radio,
Stitcher Smart Radio
app. So a couple of different places you can find it. And if people want to talk to us, Bill, what's one way?
I'm on Twitter most of the day.
Okay, so if somebody's on Twitter, where do they find us?
At Collectorcast.
That's right. Find us, follow us. We're happy. We're happy to hear from you. And if you're like Krabby and avoid the Twitter, but you're somewhere else, where else can you get a hold of us, Crab?
Is that the Facebook we're alluding to?
Yeah, Facebook. And all of our posts from Twitter feed over to Facebook, so you can see all of it there. Happy to do that. And then definitely you can catch us over at rfgeneration.com if you want to come over. There's a show thread that'll be over there, and you can comment, let us know what you like, what you didn't, and what you'd like to see more of. And I want to take a second to wish everyone a very happy 2014. And we're excited to get into a new year and hear a bunch of new exciting grabs from everybody. So until next time, we'll see you then.